About a minute.
Thanks. Getting ready.
Okay.
Take her away, huh? Yeah, take it away. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
And now, live from Chicago, filling in for Joan Esposito.
Please, Netflix, let me play Rudy Giuliani in a big, kind of bloviated, chainy suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook. And the only difference between me and them is I don't use email, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks, live, local, and progressive.
Well, welcome to the show, and thanks to Joan Esposito for letting me have the honor of filling in for her today while she's away vacationing, as she is wont to do. I'm Hal Sparks. I have a weekend show here on WCPT. It's the Hal Sparks radio program, mega worldwide. I thought a light kind of humble title was had great value in the modern media landscape, because clearly we know that arrogant talk doesn't get you anywhere in this life, and especially doesn't get you to places you don't belong to be. Unless, of course, your name is Trump, in which case your name is all over buildings you don't own, and you became president just by BSing your way to the front of the line. Now, I would like to say for the record, if I may, that the news that probably is just breaking right now is that in the Fulton County court against case against Donald Trump that is happening, the Georgia case, there have been a couple of members of the conspiracy, the RICO team Rico Suave, that have tried to either get their trial done quickly and therefore over quickly because they are somehow deluded in their belief that they will just, I guess in the case of Chesbrough or Sidney Powell, claim attorney-client privilege, which go ask a mob lawyer how well that works, and basically get it out of the way and just be innocent and be allowed to go back home and, I don't know, engage in the next bout of denying human beings their right to vote in this country that they were planning. But the main one being the thing that happened today was that Chesbrough did not want to be tried with Sidney Powell because they were both criming at the same time. He considers himself above Sidney Powell, and and I guess doesn't want their cases to overlap, because I think the technical term is she's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Now, the interesting thing about how goofy and ridiculous and insane Sidney Powell clearly is, and I can say that as someone who follows her Telegram channel through an assumed name. I have a ghost Telegram account where I could just look at this nonsense, and it's eye-gougingly stunning sometimes. You're just amazed that people walk around thinking these thoughts or pretending to think these thoughts in and amongst polite society all the time. It's bizarre. But anyways, Chesbrough knows this and does not want to be sitting next to her in the court because I'm thinking largely that he doesn't want the jury to hear what she says while he's sitting there and go, oh, we're trying these together. We'll try these together. Okay. Well, I'm just as guilty as she's just going to outdumb me. I'm screwed. Because technically the jury under a RICO case is, if one of them's guilty of it, everybody's guilty of it. That's just the reality. And that's that they're up against. And there's a fascinating turn, if I may, and I'm going to put a pin in this for a second, in the Fulton County DA idea of weaponization, and they only go after one side, and we're attacking political opponents, and it's weaponization of the government stuff that you've been hearing. There's a whole twist to that I adore. I have to say, chef's kiss. I love it. And we'll get to that in just one moment, probably after the first break, and that'll be my way of keeping you on the line as I fill in for Joan in this afternoon slot. Now, I'll also be taking questions about this later on, or comments via our call-in number, 773-763-9278. It might be nice to hear from the old regulars who we used to hear from all the time. Now, that said, if I may, Cheese Bro, his attorney, I don't know if you've seen him, looks like an extra in Vikings, bald, big beard. I don't know why a lot of these guys either try to get by. There seems to be three types of Trumpish lawyers. People out of, quote, central casting, but not necessarily as lawyers, which is weird. People with famous names like Ty Cobb and the like, or Jim Swifty, which I have to say, I think Jim's his first name. Anyways, I don't care. The point is, for some reason, Trump thinks that if you're a good lawyer, your name is all over park benches or bus stops all over the city. That's how you know a good lawyer. The other one is, of course, any lunatic who tells him exactly what he wants to hear. And in the case of Donald Trump, that got increasingly difficult to find because I guess lawyers maybe, and don't worry, they're out there. And believe me, if anybody sums up out there, it's Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood, for example. They exist. But the vast majority of lawyers have put too much time, energy, and money into the career that they plan on having and their future because, of the idea, either the ideological lawyer who believes they will fight and win the big case and become well known for that, or that precedent will be written based on their cases, or the people who eventually will either run for office or, I suppose, work for the mob. I guess that would be another one. I don't know. But to put that much time and study to pass the bar, to go through law school, to work, as an intern, then a partner, and and get all the way up to partner, or I think it's associate and then partner, however, to do all that and then throw it away when when you meet with the guy, you meet with Donald Trump, and the case he makes to you is ridiculous. You can tell, because you're a lawyer, you can tell that this is bad. This guy is going to jail. In any other circumstance, there is no particular reason why anybody would believe that like I said, I always have to put a caveat in this because, quite frankly, there's a bunch of folks out there who will take money to do anything. Okay, fine. I mean, you could argue that that's the root of the Kardashian wealth fund. That the whole thing was predicated on the fact that they took OJ's case and and hung on that. That said, a lot of lawyers don't want to throw their career away by being lumped in with their client. It's especially bad when your fear is that you don't want to be lumped in with the other lawyers that your client has hired. Not because you disagree on strategy, or you're just back and forth, or you think they should take the plea deal and the other person thinks they should take it to court, or the arguments about whether or not the client should testify or not, and the standard belief that you shouldn't, but maybe this is a special case. The kind of back and forth that lawyers might argue about. No. We're talking about straight up, in the case of Chesbrough, it seems, completely comfortable with the idea of undermining our electorate, destroying democracy in the country, using the legal system as a cudgel to do so, versus QAnon, which to him is like, it'd be nice if we could use that as part of our cudgel, great, but I don't think that's going to help. I have a whole other plan. It's sort of the difference between The Godfather and Scarface in that regard. That one side says, whatever you do, don't smoke your own product, and on the other side, you're snorting mounds of it off of your desk while getting over the guilt of killing the husband of your sister because you're weird. Anyways, so what happened today? Ken Chesebro it made a motion to. They all want to speed. He and Sidney Powell and Eastman all want speedy trials, and this is largely because the lawyers in this part want a speedy trial because they want to just baffle the court with legal briefs that they believe they can find a workaround in, because they had their ripcord planned early. The other people involved in this, Trump, Giuliani, the fake electors, those folks were engaged in a direct conspiracy. These guys were helping them along, weaponizing the legal system or manipulating it so that they could use it to get their aims. But it's quite obvious that, at least in the case of Chesebro and maybe Eastman, but hard to say, that they both knew that they were on thin ice legally, and that they're probably going to need a ripcord. At some point, I gotta cover my backside in this regard, because there is no way, if this goes to court and I'm lumped in with these idiots, that I'm going to be able to win on the merits. So what I need to do is basically pull a John Yoo. And that's what they're arguing that Trump should do, and I really believe that the election was stolen. That you're going to see him hammer that. He doesn't. Let's be abundantly clear. He knows it's BS. He knows he lost. He's, there's a certain point where you're wondering, has he lied to himself so much that he actually believes it at this point? No. He simply knows that is his only way out. That is his only exit plan. There is no hope for him if he goes in there and goes, yeah, I know it was fake, but I was just trying to do everything I could to win. That's not going to work. So at some point, I'm not quite sure why, I guess the rest of his team are either they had a meeting about this and they're strategizing, which is you guys go first, try to separate, and then Mark Meadows will try to get it in a federal court, and we'll just kind of scatter it out, and this way we can drag it out. So Trump will be the last one to be tried, and it'll happen after the election, and by that time we'll win, because whatever. At this point, I got to say, I think that strategy is absurd. I don't see in any sense that Trump is actually the last person in this. There's no way. There's just no way. However, these delays might serve some function for him. After the break, we'll get into this a little bit. And then I have this weird twist about the Fulton County DA's office that I think is particularly fascinating and a difficult talking point for the right wing. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today as she's off gallivanting, I think is officially where it is. She went to Gallivant, Texas, and she's gallivanting. Is that what I'm to understand? It's none of my business. A vacation's a vacation. Nobody should be able to reach you, as we all learned from James Bond movies. We'll be back right after this. It's the Joan Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm just filling in. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show at infotainmentwars.com if you like what I'm doing. And we'll be taking calls later in the hour, 773-763-9278. We'll be right back.
Hell, I want to send you the live read copy for later in the show. What's the best email to reach you at? I've got 3 different ones here.
Yeah, don't read them out loud on the air because I'm live streaming.
Okay.
So I would, let's say, just CC all of them. They will show up in my stuff.
Okay.
That's the easiest way. Yeah.
Yeah. you get my texts about the callers?
Let's see. Yep. Steve from the Gold Coast. Yep, we know him. PHK has a question for you and Alyosha. Okay, gotcha. Alyosha from the chat room. Okay, cool. Thanks, Eddie. If you want, by the way, you can text the copy to the phone if you want. If you want to send it that
Joan
way.
Esposito, live, local, and
Say that again.
filling in today for Joan.
You can
live
text
from Chicago.
the
Actor,
copy
comedian, and multimedia
to me as well.
personality,
That's the easiest way.
Sparks.
Welcome back to the show. So I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan. And there's a couple of curious things about the Georgia case. Now, Trump has a lot of legal issues on his lap currently, if you can see it. And obviously, the biggest one, the one that's costing him the most votes, is the documents case. And it's why he's, painting this picture of Jack Smith as deranged and whatever. It's the only thing he can come up with because I think, quite frankly, because Jack Smith is white. So that's the only one he can come up with, is because he's got a scraggly beard and therefore a crazy person. He looks like a crazy person's after me. Look at him. Oh, dear. Even though he's a very soft-spoken man, and every time he speaks about this, he's very middle of the road, as you should be. But the documents case, in terms of Republican voters, run-of-the-mill Republican voters, not full-on maggots, but your general Republican voter, the ones that national security, traditional tradcons as they are, those people are most concerned about that particular case. They're most worried about the documents case. They think that it's obvious. I mean, it's all the reasons why they supposedly were yelling, lock her up, about Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump did in spades and in a provable sense. And if they're, just the tape of him saying, these are classified, I'd show you, but I obviously can't show you. It's just absurd. So that, that case is going to cost him more voters, and it's going to be a much bigger deal. The Georgia case, he thinks he's got beat because he can just say, I really thought I won, and this is a political witch hunt, and I was just trying to get the votes that were mine. That's why fellas, you just need to find me, 17,800 votes, which is one more than we need, and we'll win. And the reason I said that is because I thought there were 100,000 out there. I don't need to find them all. I just need you to look. And okay, never mind the fact that that defense won't fly for a couple of reasons. One is he had already run out all of his legal remedies. They'd had court cases. They had filed court cases. They had been thrown out for lack of evidence. They had all these allegations that Sidney Powell and the like were throwing around, but none of them actually landed. They did full recounts. The governor's a Republican, arguably in there because of his control of elections. That was one of the things about the Stacey Abrams case that everybody thought was hinky, because Kemp himself, you would argue, if there's evidence that there was a manipulated electoral system in Georgia, and Kemp's the guy in charge, then it was ultimately Kemp that didn't want Donald Trump president more than anything else. And Republicans can work that out amongst themselves. I honestly don't care. I'm not invested in their problems. Although I will say, as I've said before, there will not be enough popcorn for 2023. And seemingly that will spread into 2024. Now, in the case of Chesborough and Sidney Powell and all this, and Trump's idea that he's just going to claim ignorance and that will get him out of it. That's not enough because, again, like I said, he's remedied. He had all of his regular legal remedies, and you just got to take it as it is because that's how our system works. But then following it up with this trying to manipulate the governor into fabricating, essentially, because that's what the request was. Because they, having had the lawsuits and having had the recounts and having had Giuliani testify in front of the Georgia state legislature and the like, after all that, Trump going to him and going, just find me these votes, is the act of asking for them to be manufactured. I don't know how, no matter how dumb he plans on playing, when you look at it in terms of the time scale, as far as from election day to January 6th, let's say, he was well into this. I think we're January 2nd when we get this Raffensperger call, this Raffensperger Kemp call. So we're well past certification. We're well past recounts. We're well past anybody finding anything that even remotely points to fake votes, and especially thousands of them. It's absurd. It's just a silly thing. And he lost by a margin where another recount's not going to change a darn thing. And we were, if you'll recall, if you want to go way back, you recall, we were in the period where when they did do recounts, Biden kept coming up with more votes, which made it look like, because they would review things or they would cure ballots or they would look at things and they would go, no, this should count. And what you found is that in red districts, there were a lot more, because I guess it may be Democratic voters who felt like they didn't want to stand next to their rabid maggot neighbor while they were voting, just went like, wow, I could vote. I could just mail it in. Cool. And they were more apt to vote than ever before. So that was one of the reasons why the vote count went up, is because people didn't have to show up at the places. They could, those that had work could continue to do it. Those who were afraid of COVID didn't have to go out. So when we get to, by the time Trump is asking this in this call and having these folks work out how to make this happen and how to circumvent the fact that all of their legal options had failed, all of their recounts had failed, let's just make up our own electors. We'll swear them in, and then we'll have them on the ready. And then our people will effectively, this seems to be how it planned out, attack the Capitol. During that time, our people will toss it back to the states. The legislatures, who we have, because we have a Republican legislature, will vote to have those electors chosen instead of the ones that reflect the actual vote. And we'll send those up, and then Trump will win the Electoral College after losing the popular vote by 10 million votes. That was the strategy, clearly. And thank God that the people who were in charge of it, Donald Trump, Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, all that Mark Meadows, Rudy Giuliani, and all the other co-defendants that are in this are morons. Thank God this plan was put in place by complete idiots. And in some cases, like in the case of Chesbrough, a special kind of idiot. The kind of idiot where you know better, but it wasn't a red flag that you're standing there arguing the same point as Sidney Powell in the Oval Office with the president to engage in a criminal activity. That's the part where you go from smart to stupid instantaneously. Because the smart person would go, oh dear. Yeah, my whole big scheme, my big bank robbery thing that I had where I'd worked out where we record tape and then play it back, and then I sneak in, and then this person thing, and then I come down through the ceiling, and then the heat sensors don't get set off because I'm wearing a cool suit and all that kind of stuff. And then you're standing next to a clown with cymbals going shbang, shbang, shbang. You're like, okay, this is obviously not the team that I would want to pull this off with. And then you go ahead with it. That makes you an idiot. I don't care how smart your original plan was. This is just absurd. So, but this is the argument that Chesbrough is making. The filing, he goes, he's never physically met Sidney Powell, never sent an email to Ms. Powell, never received an email from Ms. Powell, never called her, never received a phone call, never texted, never received a text message from Ms. Powell, and never communicated with Ms. Powell through any social media or telecommunication application. Nope. But that's his argument. That's how he's getting. That's how he wants to be severed because of that. How many of you think that your run-of-the-mill mafia hitman, a gun for hire, from somebody that they bring in only for hits, has ever met any of the mid-level guys, much less the Godfather himself? Right? That's why RICO. That's the ironic part, is that this guy is making a case that he's part of a broader conspiracy that involves a need to know on multiple fronts. And his idea is, I want to be separated from the other people in the need to know conspiracy that I was a part of, that I helped orchestrate and set up. So anyways, this is his, his lawyer's argument is, simply put, if Mr. Chesbrough and Ms. Powell are forced to be tried together, the state will attempt to lump them together in an attempt to convict Mr. Chesbrough via conspiracy or RICO theory based on the conduct of the co-defendant, which has no relation to anything which he stands accused. No, you're both engaged in the exact same conspiracy. You're just different wings of it. So I'm almost to the break. Do I dive into the weird turn of events that should shock and amaze and surprise? If I feel like I have to at some point. Okay, because there was another giant Fulton County case, and there might be some MAGA folks listening, some maggots, might be some in the troll. You guys need to move in closer to the radio because I got. You know what? I'm gonna wait till after the break because I think this is something that you're gonna be amazed. You're gonna be surprised. You're gonna be shocked, and especially because it directly involves the grand jury that indicted Donald J. Trump and all of his co-conspirators. The very same grand jury. Isn't that exciting? Wouldn't you like to know what else is important to them? Of course you would. And that's why you're tuned into WCPT, and that's why you're enjoying the fact that I'm Hal Sparks, and I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today. I also live stream on my own YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, and I guess Twitter channels, if that's what it's still called. And you can support my efforts at patreon.com/Hal Sparks, or you can even Venmo me if you're new to the whole thing. Also, like and share the show. That helps get the word out. Now, again, after this break, I'm going to tell you what the grand jury in Georgia that indicted Donald John Trump and his co-conspirators on RICO and conspiracy charges has also been up to. And it is something, quite frankly, that Republicans have said doesn't actually exist, doesn't happen, never has happened. Just hang out. We'll be back. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. This is WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk. I didn't hear the bumper music, but I'm assuming we're at break.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, good.
And it's
Excellent.
a pretty short one.
Okay, great. Let's see. Where's my gully? What's this? I see. Yay. Okay. Where's still hold on. It's very mild. Okay, look. What happened with Steve? I missed that part. I just got back to the chat. So, hey. Oh, you gotta.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Excellent.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Now, I have, welcome back. I found this story particularly fascinating, I gotta say. There was an element to this that I was like, you don't say. And apparently you do say. Because what have we heard largely about Donald Trump's issue with these reports? These are just the weaponization of the Justice Department. Just the Justice Department is the Democrats are just using it to go after their political, and not only that, but the DA's office and the DA in Georgia is racist in reverse or ultra racist or something, and they only use this. And Kemp and Raffensperger are in on it and always have been, and blah blah blah. Well, this is a breaking the Washington Post, but it's kind of everywhere. But a grand jury has indicted 61 people on racketeering charges, aka RICO, connected to protests that seek to block the building of the planned police and firefighter training facility in Atlanta that has been referred to as Cop City. Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr announced the sweeping indictment Tuesday after a long-running state investigation that mainly focused on members of Defend the Atlanta Forest, which prosecutors called an anti-government, anti-police, and anti-corporate extremist organization that has supported a violent movement against law enforcement since the 2020 racial justice protests. And by the way, in case you've been following along, if you want cops to be better trained, they're going to need a training facility to do it. So going after the training facility seems a little ridiculous. Also, the fact that they're setting this up in the Georgia, in state-owned land or whatever is exactly where it should be. And the fact that you're not having them run these things close to a city is another thing. It's a weird inverted NIMBY that was going on. Anyways, the 109-page indictment was filed in Fulton County on August 29th, just weeks after the same grand jury charged former President Donald Trump with racketeering charges under the state's racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations law, RICO, in connection with his efforts to overturn President Biden's 2020 win in Georgia. That's right. You heard it right, ladies and gentlemen. And I just think that's one of the tightest, most fun aspects of this whole thing. The very same grand jury that indicted Donald Trump has also been the grand jury that indicted this alleged Antifa group. And again, being against fascism is a good thing. So I would argue that, like we have the faux-gressives, these would be just domestic terrorists who, whatever. But anyways, this group, 61 of them, and there's an important detail that has another link to the Trump case, in that most of the defendants named in the RICO indictment are not from Georgia. Both of these cases, you've got a case where, for political purposes, outsiders are attacking the Georgia electoral system or the interior, system that's there for, the use of state funds, whatever. And they're not from there. So these guys have a lot in common with Trump and his group. And interestingly enough, the exact same thing, the exact same law is being used to charge, for the first time, a group of alleged Antifa domestic terrorists, which is one of the complaints we hear all the time from Republicans. And I would like to say, for the record, that that's always been BS. They seem to think that in the riots that followed the George Floyd killing, that the FBI didn't even bother looking for those folks. They didn't even do anything about it. All that stuff. And which is not the case. Many have been arrested and they're looking for even more. And a lot of this has to do with, just like on Jan 6, some people were wearing masks and some people weren't. And the fact that masks being the normal order of the day during COVID allowed a lot of people to get up to a lot of shenanigans during the last couple of years that they normally would not be able to do. Because if you're walking around with a mask on, people would ask you where you're going and what you're up to. And so that allowed people to get closer to their point of criming than they normally would without showing their face. And that's just a remnant of COVID. That's just the reality of it. Meanwhile, though, in this particular case, what they will often say is that people who attacked places in Portland, people who attacked places in Seattle and the like, were never charged. Well, first of all, yes, they were. They weren't charged federally because they didn't cross state lines to do it. A lot of them were local. And in the case where they believe that there was some sort of coordination and the federal government should go after it, interestingly enough, none of that happened while Trump was president. On top of that, in this particular case, around this Cop City issue, is it became a cause célèbre in sort of the anti-government, borderline sovereign citizen, again, faux Antifa folks that are just, they're not against fascism, they just want their own version. Those folks, focused in on this and traveled across the country to participate in this, which is a big no-no. On one front, it allows the area to charge you as effectively a criminal carpetbagger because you didn't come there to protest something in your own backyard. You came there to protest something on a political nature in land that is not yours, that doesn't belong to you, that you don't pay taxes in, if you pay taxes at all, and that's crimey crime. Especially once you start destroying things, and they were throwing Molotov cocktails, and there was a shooting, and it's generally awful. But regardless, the important part of this is that the exact same group of people that brought down the indictment, that decided to charge Donald Trump with a RICO violation, with multiple counts violating the RICO statutes in Georgia, are the very same people who also are going after domestic terrorists who call themselves part of Antifa and the like. Folks that, if you ask the right, never get charged with anything, and Biden's just let them destroy everything and get away with it, and they only go after the Jan 6ers, and they don't care about these folks. Well, I got news for you. And after this RICO charge, many of them, once they're found guilty, will be charged in federal court because some of the money and stuff that was being used to build the facility, and that is going to be used to build the facility, is federal funds. So equal justice, and kind of hard to argue that there's been a weaponization of the grand jury process, or that this grand jury is just already predisposed to not like Donald Trump for political reasons because they're all left-wing or they're all commies or some nonsense. When in fact, they charged more human beings, 61 in this case, as opposed to the 19, including Trump, that were charged in his case. And 61 people charged for domestic terror and anti-government activities, specifically violent activities, under the RICO statute. Same basic laws they're breaking. They were laundering money by and they were communicating and planning these attacks and the like. Very similar in terms of how stuff was carried out, in terms of, obviously on the violent scale, much higher than what went on with the Trump crowd. However, when it comes to like B&E, that you'll recall, members of some of the people who were involved in the Trump case broke into voting machines, and that in and of itself is the violation of physical property, let's say. So, very, very similar, and both will absolutely carry out obviously they won't have the ability to punt this case and have all the news about it. As a matter of fact, most of this will probably go on behind, it'll be relatively forgotten, except by you, because it'll be one of those things when you can bring it up when they always go, they let Antifa get away with everything, but they just go after Donald Trump because they don't like him, right? Well, then why did Georgia, the same Attorney General's office, the same DA office, why did they charge in the same grand jury, the same exact people, indict a group of people 3 times the size of the group that Trump worked with, if this is all about politics, if they're just letting it slide? And certainly, why didn't if they had to do it just because of pressure, why didn't they just do it on the down low? Right? Yeah. So anyways, this is a pretty fascinating thing. We've got callers on the line, and I want to get to them, but we're getting close to the break, and I know that one of the first people that's going to come up is going to need more time than just a couple of minutes. So to be abundantly clear, each of these sentences that these 61 people are facing has a sentence of 5 to 20 years in prison, just like the Trump charges, or a fine of up to $25,000, or 3 times the amount of money gained from the criminal activity, whichever is greater. Now, in the RICO case, if you're talking about smuggling and that kind of stuff, or I don't know, cigarettes that haven't had taxes paid on them, or whatever you're selling, hijacked goods and that type of thing, which is around when this law was written was a fairly normal thing. Selling trucks full of transistor radios and the like. In the case of the Antifa folks, it's difficult to argue whether or not that plays out. Whether that is a part of their case. Most likely it's just paying people to come there as far as the money that changed hands there. And so some people might they're going to get fined $25,000 because the money that they gained from it was a plane ticket or a bus ticket or lodgings and other stuff. In the case of Trump and some of these other folks, if you're a lawyer being paid by someone to engage in this activity, whether you are paid or not, the salary that you are expecting to gain in this situation might be quite a bit of money. So let's say you were going to make $250,000 as a Trump attorney from the campaign, and this was part of what you did. What do you think the chances are that your minimum fine is going to be $750K? Now, I don't think Sidney Powell was going to get anywhere near this kind of money, but Eastman and Chesborough might have expected that amount of money. Never mind the time that they're going to do. Never mind the fact that you have every reason to believe that a lot of these folks are going to get the minimum and a fine, maybe the maximum, depending on what they throw it at. And again, I'm of the belief, and I'm curious what you guys think, and please tell me in the chat or on the phones if you feel like calling in. If you're the head of a criminal organization, wouldn't you get the most time? You know what I mean? If Sidney Powell's getting 5 years and Eastman gets 10, 2 charges at the minimum, something like that, right? Any of those things. By the time you get up to the guy who orchestrated the whole thing, isn't that the person you throw the book at? Doesn't Donald Trump get to look at these folks as they get 5, 10, 15 years, and go, oh, okay, so I'm getting at least double their time. At least. Unless I can rig the jury, or unless I can, fake an uprising in the city and escape to Russia or some craziness. So I just wanted to drop that piece of information. We're going to take calls on the other side of the break. That the very same grand jury that indicted Donald Trump has indicted a group of alleged Antifa people, 61 of them using the exact same law, the exact same RICO statutes that they used on Donald Trump. I got to say, on balance, Lady Justice looks pretty blind in Fulton County these days. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joe Esposito today. 773-763-9278 is our number.
You want to take Steve's call first?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. All right.
Cool. 4 months is the trial. 4 months. A hunt just for Georgia. Good Lord. Though Cop City might be an unfortunate, he's screaming necessitate training for first responder. No, I mean, by the way, flatly, fuck those guys. The people that were quote unquote attacking Cop City or even calling it Cop City in the media without batting an eye when that's not what it's called, especially when you're training cops and first responders of all sorts because of, this was the left-wing equivalent of the fucking Agenda 21 bullshit that we heard from Alex Jones and his ilk and people who were showing up at these fucking military games going, this is the UN shock troops the Jews are sending. It's the same shit from a different crowd. We're still in break, so I can swear.
Here we go.
Attention, everyone.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Al Sparks.
And we're taking your calls. 773-763-9278 is the number. First up, I think we got Steve from the Gold Coast on the line. Steve, how are you?
Hello, Hal.
How are you?
And this is a really important. Good. It's a really important topic because I think for a lot of Americans, they perhaps don't understand these sorts of cases. They're more accustomed to the sort of straightforward criminal indictments, and that RICO is something they may have heard about in a mob movie or whatnot. But so for people who don't understand, there was a time in American history, in the mid-20th century, we didn't have RICO, and because basically no one thought that that organized crime on the kind of level that existed at the time was possible. Many people denied it. Hoover denied it. But we slowly came to the realization, that there are massive criminal enterprises in this country. And to go back to what you said, there's a guy, selling TVs or radios out of the back of a truck somewhere. Okay, we can nail him. But what RICO allowed you to do was to nail the guy above him. Where did they get these? Who ordered this? Who else is involved in the conspiracy? To take not just those 50 TVs out of that truck, but the 5,000 that were taken off of some boat somewhere illegally and distributed to 6 different states. So it allows you to get everybody who's involved.
And also the depth of conspiracy in it. Because real quick, I just want to say, at one point they were aware of sort of one-to-one conspiracies. Guy robs a store because there was an inside job. That's pretty simple. And so if you had a phone call between the two of them, or you had one guy, who's it's his cousin who works in the store, and you follow that lead, and you end up realizing that he let him in after hours, and that's how the theft happened. That was fairly normal. But what RICO was about was largely that it was the Godfather or the Don or the master criminal or whoever was running the thing that knew the guy in the store and knew the guy with the truck and knew the guy who would sell the stuff. And they would coordinate, and they would only talk to that person. And so you could never link the people, the parties inside it, to each other, and it made it incredibly hard to break. Right. So go ahead.
And what's important about RICO is that in many cases, these people really didn't know the other people involved in the conspiracy, because that actually helps to keep everything concealed. But RICO says that, the guy at the top does not have to know the guy who's on the street dealing the drugs in order to be connected to him. So this is why it was absolutely necessary. And I think for the purposes of this, moving forward, the Trump strategy, I think, is that they're hoping for jury nullification on some of this. You just need one crazy person, who just says, and again, for people who don't know what that means, it means that you get somebody on the jury, or an entire jury in some cases, that ignores the evidence and ignores the law and just lets somebody off. And I don't think you're going to get on very many of these major charges an entire jury that's going to let anybody off, but you can get one person who's just willing to be intransigent, who is willing to get on that jury because they are a Trump supporter, they believe in this crazy nonsense, and they can mess up the entire works, moving forward. Now, is that likely to happen across all of these cases on all of these charges? No, I'm firmly convinced that these people are going to be convicted, major players, including Trump, on a lot of these charges. But the other hope they have is that somehow magically Trump is going to pull out a victory, and at least on the federal cases, he can pardon everybody and himself. So these are their only hope in terms of going forward. But beyond that, it's just a prayer. The reality is that these people are going to be convicted of something. And then it's just a question of where we go from there as a country. I contend that we will have remembered this as a decade of Donald Trump, beginning in 2015 and ending with the second inauguration of Joe Biden, at which point even the Republican Party, despite Trump's following within that party, will put him in their rearview mirror. And let's face it, there are a lot of adults in the Republican Party who can't wait to see Donald Trump convicted and put away, in the hopes that he will have no longer a voice in their party and they can move forward, because quite frankly, they know that he's destroying their party.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a nest they built themselves. Obviously they welcomed him in as some sort of, like populist front man in, the second coming, the dumber second coming of Reagan in some ways. A lot of them just thought, and he was in material form, because understand, for all of his blather, what did he ultimately do but deliver a conservative court and basically sign his name to a Mitch McConnell tax cut? That's, the vast majority of what he did was teed up Republican stuff all the way across. And everywhere he didn't, it was where they were just getting out the shovels and trying to backfill it all the time, like his trade war with China. And even that didn't amount to a hill of beans. They signed phase 1 of a 3-phase deal, and they only lived up to a third of it, buying food they would have needed anyways for a price they already had. There's so nothing to that. As a matter of fact, COVID in many ways did him a favor by hiding the recession he created through his tax cut and his desire to, I guess, get negative interest rates, and his Chinese trade woes, because everybody was so busy focusing on COVID itself that they missed the fact that his trade deal was garbage. Even though that was his argument for delaying his response to COVID in the first place, is he didn't want to embarrass the Chinese in the process. So,
right, and you're absolutely correct, because if you look at a chart with regard to where the U.S. economy was prior to the lockdowns and so forth in the first quarter of 2021, rather 2020, the fact is we were already on a decline. And,
right.
and the fact is that Donald Trump inherited an economy on the ascent because of the policies that were introduced by people like Barack Obama. And yes, I'll even give some credit to George Bush Jr., because in attempting to deal with the collapse of 2008, 2009, we put into place policies that took a while to work their way through the economy, and we had been on the upswing for years since then. And Donald Trump walks in and, I take credit for this. It's like saying, Brady was the quarterback of the team, and you came in as the third string quarterback in the last 4 minutes of the game, claiming that you're responsible for the 40-point lead. No, Tom Brady gave us the 40-point lead. You're the guy who's in the last 4 minutes because Tom Brady celebrated on the sideline.
Trump made the case recently in an interview. I think I want to say it was with Greg Kelly, but they all kind of blur together. It might have been his one on one of the Newsmax ones or whatever. But he made the case that everything or one of his little rally things, but he was saying everything that's good that's happening in the economy right this second is because Biden is riding on the fumes of the Trump presidency and how great their economy was. Never mind the fact that inflation and all the stuff that came from both the Ukraine war and coming out of COVID and the oil prices going up and all that kind of stuff happened before now, which would arguably be more fumes, I guess, than now. Don't fumes fade over time? Isn't the idea that you're off the regular fuel and you're getting down to just the fumes? But he was literally making the case that that everything that's good about the economy right now is leftover, is residual from his presidency, except the bad stuff he was complaining about last year and the year before. I mean...
Yeah, absolutely. And not to mention that, we don't have a president of the world. So explain to me how our policies have resulted in the massive inflation that we've seen globally and all of the other issues that trickled out of COVID. So, if it's the case that we want to give credit or blame to a president, then, who gets credit or blame for the international circumstances that are exactly the same in the rest of the world that we are seeing here? This is a global phenomenon, and this idea that you're going to blame Joe Biden for inflation coming out of COVID is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, and also it's better here. So if you are going to talk about it, if you are going to make a case that, it's the leadership has made it, worse, or that Joe Biden doesn't know what he's doing, then explain to me how all the people that Trump is impressed by are battling inflation like crazy right now, except for China, which is battling deflation as their entire economy collapses, which is also directly related to COVID, but also directly related to our, the fact that Joe Biden is the toughest president on China we've had since before Nixon. But if you're going to argue that, that inflation is bad and it's all Biden's fault, then you have to actually give him credit for why, if it's bad worldwide, why we have the least amount of it here. while we have less of it, and it's so much so that the Fed has got, we're at 7% interest rates to battle this inflation, and largely it's a mistake because it's not monetary inflation, it's due to supply shock and a bunch of other things. But I want to say, like, Russia's 21% on their interest rate right now, trying to stabilize the ruble. I think it's like 80% in Argentina. The idea that somehow Biden rolled in and wants to destroy the dollar and drop America, it's a cartoon. I don't get where.
And the irony being, and the irony being that the part of it, when it comes to things like energy prices, well, part of the reason that you're paying a significant amount more at the pump right now is because of global warming. Global warming this summer has impacted a lot of the places in this country where we refine oil. And guess what? When it gets over 95 degrees, it becomes exceedingly difficult to refine oil into gasoline. And as a result of which, we've had to cut back. So guess what? Your prices have gone up. Well, that's not a problem that's going to change any time in the near future, because as long as we keep pumping CO2 gases in the atmosphere while burning fossil fuels, it's going to be harder to refine oil into gasoline.
Well, and our need for it, lowering our need for it, again, moving as many commuter vehicles to electric or eventually hydrogen, I suppose, is as a task will cull that problem without having to affect, regular production. And again, and then if oil companies have their leases and they're going to pump and sell in an open market that doesn't involve the US or the EU needing half as much as we used to, then, have at it. But the product, you're going to be better off moving to other products. You'll probably have a better time selling, petroleum fertilizer products than actual oil and gas. Real quick, we're getting
this last point real quick. Yeah. And I mean, I love the people who want to argue that somehow Joe Biden is stifling the domestic energy industry, as if somehow if you produce oil in America, that you sell it at some special price to Americans. No, you sell it at the global price. Right. So why in heaven's name do we think that producing the oil here is going to make it less expensive for Americans? We sell it on a global market.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, as we continue to produce more, it's one of the reasons why the Saudis are cutting back, to keep the price up, so they can sell what little they have left over for as high a price as possible. They're going to have to do that. As a matter of fact, if we increase our output, to backfill it, we have not crested over into the part where we produce as much as we use. We're very close to it. And in the next year, America's going to cross that in an election year, by the way. We got to take a break. Thanks so much for calling, Steve. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks filling in for Joan Esposito. I was like looking at the clock and it just went to one. I had to go right to it. Hey, you guys want to see one of my favorite crazy stories? And you'll know why. Hold on. Let me try to open up the full article on it. Where is it? This is one of my, I just want to send articles like this to Glenn Beck and his ilk. Soaring U.S. dollar raises alarm as China-Japan escalate FX pushback. Bloomberg Asia FX gauge heads toward lowest level in 10 months. Officials are pushing back with threats of FX intervention. Asian currency gauge falls to a 10-month low, largely thanks to the yuan. And again, they're putting them all together. Japan's got its own problems, but the yuan is dragging on it. Partly because, interestingly enough, the linguistic similarity in the names of the currencies tend to make people make snap decisions in all sorts of rooms all across the world, and that has a specific impact on people's responses of, like, sell yuan, sell yen, sell yen, right? There's a little bit of that that's been around for a long time, and that's why they have it as a basket of currencies anyways, which makes no fucking sense because their companies run on a completely different system. Both currencies have been under pressure from broad dollar strength over the past few months. The yen has slumped by nearly 8% versus the greenback since mid-July, while the yuan is down more than 6% since May. Now, what they won't say here is that yuan is more manipulated than the yen. The yen's dealing with the real impact economically for a small island with with a giant economy comparatively. And you could argue that the Japanese and Chinese economies are almost identical at this point, size-wise. Special counsel will seek grand jury indictment of Hunter Biden at the end of September. I don't care. Yeah, they're going to go to a grand jury. They'll convene a grand jury. That's what they're supposed to do. That's okay. And they'll come to the exact same charges. I'm still on WhatsApp. I'm filling in on Chicago's for Chicago today because Joan Esposito's on vacation. So I'm in for 3 hours for her, and then I go to my show. So it's an all-day Wednesday. I hope you can put up with me. How you doing? Don't forget to there's the Venmo. You can help out. Just because I'm filling in doesn't mean I can't, nose to the grindstone. How do we know the Saudis are going dry? A couple of things. One is their behavior in output. The other is their rescinding of wealth of the other princes as they pull the money back in and invest in tourism and other stuff as they try their target to get out of it's how fast they are seemingly trying to get out of the oil market and how drastic that came in the last 10 years. That was the dead giveaway. I'll be exhausted. I think I'll be okay, but yes. The prospect of higher for longer U.S. rates is reigniting pressure, and investors will be cautious. This is the dollar. Yes, this is the Joe Biden was supposed to destroy the dollar. Remember that? Remember how that was supposed to happen? Hey, you guys remember that, right? You guys remember how Biden's whole job was to destroy the dollar? It's all he's sent in to do by the left wing or something or other. That's the story, right? Ice your voice. Oh well, yeah. I'm gonna drink some tea at some point. All the time. I gotta train myself not to swear because I'm used to swearing in the afternoon, and I gotta protect myself against that. We'll be back we're about a minute away, something like that. Chicago.
A little more than a minute, yeah.
Cool. I find this whole thing fascinating. This bit. So the same Fulton County grand jury that indicted Donald Trump indicted a bunch of Antifa, and the U.S. dollar is so strong it's putting pressure on the Chinese yen and the Chinese yuan and the Japanese yen, and pushing bond futures down because the dollar's you'd rather have it in cash because the cash is growing faster than the bond would is the fear that the dollar is actually growing at a rate better than the savings rate on something, even at whatever the percentage rate that they've got. It's not going anywhere because more people need they need the dollars worldwide. I'm sorry, Trucker John. I'm trying. On the radio 3 hours Dennis show, I thought it was an hour or two. Nope, it's a lot. Yeah, you don't have to watch all of it. I'll be all right. We've got plenty of clips laying in wait. Oh, and we got to do that Laura Loomer clip, I think. Yeah. Because, man, she's a special kind of Looney Tunes.
Okay, about 20 seconds.
Excellent. Oh, and War with Iran is next. Okay, thank you. War with Iran is
Take it away, huh? Yeah, take it away. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
And now, live from Chicago, filling in for Joan Esposito.
Please, Netflix, let me play Rudy Giuliani in a big kind of bloviated Cheney suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook. And the only difference between me and them is I don't use email, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks, live local, and progressive.
Yeah, I stand by that statement, by the way. That seems to be a ongoing, one of the ways that Trump thinks he's going to get out of this stuff is that they don't have him on, on communications back and forth about this thing. Unfortunately, about any of these cases, except when they do. Because he doesn't use email, everything's paper, and he's a big fan of like 1970s spy tech, write on rice paper and then flush it down the toilet. He was a famous, remember he was flushing notes, torn up notes down the toilet that he didn't want people to have as part of the records. Like classic Trump, right? Just eat it or tear it up or flush it down the toilet. Never mind the fact that, I mean, I don't know how far they go out, but I guarantee that people were sifting through the sewers of Trump Tower when he was running for president from all sorts of people who wanted ill for the United States during the transition, because they knew he would do that kind of stuff. And if you know a guy has a penchant for throwing documents in the toilet, tearing them up, you can just send a dude down there, crappy job, but you could send a guy down there in a scuba suit and just wait for it and then put it back together. Let's see. This is, I have up on the screen on my live stream at infotainmentwars.com. And of course at twitch.tv/HalSparks or on Facebook. It's the HalSparks page, which is pretty difficult to find. Just at HalSparks page. I think it's how you get there now. And, please, if you're on Facebook, follow the page, do the little follow thing. Follow. We'll find it. Anyways, that said, I have up on screen, Bloomberg, thing, and we're going to continue getting calls 773-763-9278 right after this. But I just wanted to bring this up because I was mentioning it to my chat in the break. This article on Bloomberg: soaring U.S. dollar raises alarm as China and Japan escalate FX pushback. And what it essentially is that the Asian currencies are going through a bit of a troubled period, largely because of Japan's debt crisis around post-COVID, as a lot of countries are doing. But they're nowhere near the danger zone that a lot of others are. And they have friends in the world, including us, that can help them stay afloat. And they've got a definite functioning, industrial sector that they can rely on, including, their companies like Toyota and the like that build stuff here. That said, there's still challenges, but nowhere near what's going on in China. But in the basket of Asian currencies, they're being dragged down by how badly the yuan does, even as it's manipulated by the CCP. But the biggest part of it is that neither one of the yen nor the yuan can do anything up against the US dollar. The US dollar has maintained its strength and is growing in strength over time because it is becoming, for all this talk of the death of the petrodollar, which is garbage, and I'm glad to go into that with anybody who calls in, because if there's a petrodollar, is there a TV dollar? Is there a computer dollar? Is there a paraffin dollar? Is there a palm oil dollar? Right? You get my point. It's the reserve currency for a lot of stuff, and it may have started around oil and the Saudis a long time ago, but it branched out as a stable currency, and that's why people use it. And increasingly, people would rather have that than their own home currency. See Turkey, see Argentina, see Venezuela, same thing. So overall, the dollar is going from strength to strength because of its reliability. And because you've got somebody like Powell, who's, I think, fighting the wrong fight and is as a Volkerite, but is still making relatively stable choices. He didn't jack us up by 3 points right out of the gate. They've been doing this tempered rise of the interest rate, getting us back to around the year 2000 in the no harm, no foul world. And by the way, they'll bring it back down eventually as well, because they'll have to. So people who are buying houses are making that kind of 10, maybe it's 5 years out into your mortgage. You can if they cut the interest rate in half or they lower it, you can, refinance. That's going to happen. But specifically, the US dollar is kicking butt right now, which is bad news for Trump and bad news for Republicans, and especially the right-wing vlogosphere of, like Glenn Beck and others who have been screaming for the death of the dollar and the death of the petrodollar, end of the petrodollar, all that kind of stuff for years now, and it still won't happen. The BRICS are going to, any day now, they're going to ride in with a crypto that everybody's going to jump to because nobody likes the dollar and they don't like big, mean old U.S. telling them what to do. And they don't like their anti-slave trade rules, right? That stuff. Anyways, let's grab a call real quick before we get too far into this segment because I want to see if I can get somebody before the break. Who do we have on the line, Chicago?
PH Kale.
Oh, yeah. PHKO from the chat room. Excellent. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Hell.
Hello from George.
Okay.
Yes, you are George from Indiana, red-blooded American who loves Lee Greenwood's song. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Hell, if I sound different today, it's because I have a head cold, a very bad head cold.
Right. Yes. You have the head. This new virus that's going around has accent. I understand.
It's not COVID. COVID is fake.
Yes. Right.
So.
Sure.
I have very quick question, Mr. Hell. There is a guy. He is great patriot, super patriot. Elvis Presley, Betty Boop, USA, rah rah rah. He only wants what is best for America. Why are you so hard on this guy? Hell, why are you so hard on the Jimmy Dore?
Oh, why? Oh, yes. Well, it's obviously because George Soros pays me to be hard on him. Thanks for the call. I don't know. I don't have another end. It could also be that he's a misinformed cretin with a who, in my estimation, who misuses the name progressive more than any singular person that's out there, who exemplifies the faux-aggressive in its truest form, in the wild, as it were. And in many ways, one of the ways that I suppose I have my biggest issue with him is that he likes to use news from before stuff happened to pretend the stuff didn't happen and that things didn't change after the thing happened itself, which is, in terms of reality and the timescape we all live in, an insult, I think, to all of our intelligence. That's what I would go. That, and I'm just jealous of his haircut, clearly. That's the thing.
What you are saying is convicted rapist, orange ex-president, guy who led violent insurrection against his own country, is a peace-loving anti-war president.
I agree. I think the jury's out on that one. I know how I feel about it, but I think I'm going to have to differ with Jimmy on this, that he was the perfect anti-war president, and that he ended it. That whole thing about ending forever wars without actually having a plan to leave Afghanistan at all. He was going to keep Bagram, and I don't know how you stay and leave at the same time, unless you're, I guess, Jimmy's marbles.
Boy, oh boy, Hal. What a country. Don't be doing your baby cakes.
Thank you. Enjoy whatever your local Indiana fair has. Have a funnel cake on me at your trip downtown to the state fair, where you fill yourself with Americana. That's the problem these days. There's just so many good old-fashioned freckle-faced Americans out there who just aren't up on the news. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk. And we're break. I'm not hearing the break. Going to break music, just so you know.
There is no music on Joan's show, but we're in break. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. All right, yeah. Then tell you what. Let me know. Just tell me we're out.
I'll try to say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
And then our remaining call right now is Allie Osher.
Yeah. Also from the chat, right?
Okay. About 1 minute.
Okay. Perfect. Anybody enjoying this particular story as much as I am, or is it just me? Am I just a jerk about this? Dollar strength also weighed on European currencies, with the euro and the pound dropping to their weakest levels since June on Tuesday, on the view that central banks in the Eurozone and the UK may need to cut rates faster than the Fed as their economies suffer the impact of high borrowing costs. Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. If only just to irritate these folks. This is, hold on. And this, I gotta say, I got no love for these idiots who were fighting allegedly Cop City. When you want people to be trained better and stuff, and then you try to destroy the training facility, get the hell out of here.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
All right. Don't forget, patreon.com/Hal Sparks. Support the show. Price of a cup of coffee a month, and you can keep me on the air and keep me doing what I'm doing if you like it. Or if you hate it and you want somebody to point to and go, I hate that guy. Well, sometimes it's worth the investment. I'm just saying. I have to say, in our chat room, we know this is a storied history of being accepting of a certain amount of trolling, simply for the very fact that I pity them for where the situation they found themselves in. They may have a long time ago just been sort of fringy Tea Party activist types, and then all of a sudden they're stuck having to defend Trump all the time. It must be exhausting. So we welcome into our chat those folks, and we let them know that as long as you can keep your racial epithets and your bigoted language to yourself, I know it's difficult. I know you have a hard time. Just try this. Expand your vocabulary. Try to explain your awful using new and exciting words instead of ones that would be used at, lunch counters in the 30s or something. You know what I mean? It's a piece of advice. Anyways, you're welcome here, and you're certainly welcome to support the show in any of the many ways you could do it, but Patreon's a good way to do it. Now, we have another caller on the line who's actually, I think, from our chat. Ali Osher is on the line. Is that right?
Hey, Hal. Hey, Chet. How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm great. They're great. They're very excited for you. Here comes rolling it. So, go ahead.
I love what you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you for being so intelligent and well informed and wise. And I wanted to let you know that I appreciate that.
Thanks so much. I appreciate seeing you as a regular in our chat. It's very reassuring. I'm sure you were. You saw when Bob Seska and I were talking the other day about the sort of, I won't call it a weight or a burden, but the responsibility you feel when people get used to having your show on at a regular time and it becomes part of their experience, and whether they're there all the time or just, they just know it's there if they want to go watch, that, there's a little bit of mild stress involved in making sure you're there and you're putting on a good show and making sure that it lives up to those standards if people are going to commit themselves to that time. And because time is the one thing, again, we never get back. So I appreciate you being around. I'm just going to say that. It means a lot.
Sure. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm a streamer too. I'm from Massachusetts, and I cover politics and current events and disability as well. But it's so funny. I mean, I get so many anti-vaxxers, so many people, communism is wonderful. It'll solve all the world's problems. I said, which communism are you talking about? Because I've never heard, except on the internet, that communism will solve all your problems.
Right.
And then I bump in, and I'm in some other channels where they go, well, if it was only AOC or Bernie, everything would be fine. And I said, where are you getting this from?
Right.
I mean, not to them.
Again, I think this goes to what I was talking about the whole CIA is the perfect whipping post because they can't respond. The same thing is sort of true of the mythology of if AOL, listen to me. If AOL was still sending me mail, if AOC or Bernie were both in, were in office, it would solve it. The issue is that they can't get into office because they haven't convinced the requisite number of people that their system will work. It doesn't mean it won't, but there's no magic pill. You have to do the work. And part of that is convincing the electorate. And that is a long-term process. And this idea that anybody, and we've talked about the stroke of the pen fallacy on my stream lately, is very big with that crowd. The stroke of the pen fallacy is necessary if you want to buy into the everything would be fixed if only. Especially when it comes to Bernie and AOC. And to some degree, the same thing was true of the Trump believers. They all thought he was going to get in there and solve everything so quickly. Remember, everything was going to be quickly, couple of weeks, 2 weeks away. Everything is quick. Everything will get it. And yet he never could, because we don't have a system that changes like that for good reason. It takes time. You do have to convince a bunch of people. And it is a struggle. And if your messaging is way off or it isn't convincing to enough people, you can set your own system back, decades, which is exactly what Trump did for the supreme executive power idea of the presidency that the Republicans were pushing for a long time. Now nobody wants that, because that would just be madness.
Yeah, right. Just like the other issue with, TYT and other channels. But then the other issue is, Trump has too much messaging, but where's the civics? If he is so smart and such a good CEO, good CEOs don't act this way, because they would be sued out of existence.
Well, he never had a real company. Remember, so a lot of times when we think of a CEO as a chief executive officer of a company, we're largely talking about, in the vernacular of the modern day anyways, forget robber barons of the past or small companies, regional things. We're talking about large corporations with stakeholders, with either investors or stockholders. And so the CEO has to answer to them, not that unlike an electorate, except for the fact that they can come and go easier than somebody could, say, with citizenship. But in the case of Donald Trump, he's always run a family business that was largely based on, again, what the Chinese would call feng pi, which is loosely translated, it's butt air. It's farts. It smells substantial, but it isn't. And Trump himself, has never had to answer to a constituency of investors inside. He's had to balk at banks and fight with them, and you could argue that's how he treats half the electorate. He treats half the electorate like banks that give him loans where they just expect him to, thrive because they like him, or they want him to be a poison pill inside the United States, like Deutsche Bank and others. Or they're the banks that actually went, hey, we would like to get paid, please, and then they suddenly become the enemy. They suddenly, he tries to undercut them or fight them in court.
Right. Well, right. So that's the other thing that, because even I was watching him along with you in the chat and saying, how come, even if he was brilliant or if he found a way, how come he never mentions about the rules? How come he never mentions about the stockholders? You know what I mean? And then you see on the internet, all this, let's break all the rules. That's not how you run any kind of country. You can't break all the rules constantly, because then it would be anarchy and confusion and chaos.
Well, and arguably, if you don't like that system, that's what you want. If you don't like the existence of the United States, that's why Russia and others would support him in theory, is because they don't want, he's not an agent of Russia. He's not even a Manchurian candidate. He's just a chaotic mess. And they know that if he got in there, he would just wreck the place by undermining all of the pillars of our democracy. And that's all they need. They don't want a version of our system. They want our system to disappear. When you're anti-democracy, you don't like democracy even when it works in your favor, because that gives people faith in that they could pick a leader, and they go, well, they had the voters. Now, if we could just convince other people to go our way, we can get on top too. They don't want any of that. It's the elimination of that thought within the public that they are talking about. And again, when it comes to and they're saying in the chat, like Elizabeth brings this up in the chat right now, but with Trump, the idea was like, we'll get a businessman in there who will make the hard decisions. Well, I got news for you. A businessman can fire employees. A president cannot fire citizens. You can't do it. Yeah. You can't fire poor people. Right. You can't fire people for being unproductive. That's just life. You have to govern on behalf of those people.
Yeah, and finally, to let you go, and I appreciate your time, of course, in the chat, always.
Of course.
Of all this Biden bashing.
Right.
But he's doing a good job.
He is.
He was a good vice president. He was a good senator. Was he perfect? No. So then I hear from TYT and all the people, Biden made a mistake. what, everybody's supposed to be perfect and never make a mistake and never.
Well, for the record, TYT tried to stop unionization in their own organization, flat out. They fought a unionization effort by TYT employees. So at no time has Joe Biden ever fought unionization by anyone. And as a matter of fact, he's been specifically good towards federal union workers, which affects his ability to budget, which affects his ability to pass a budget. If Biden wanted to cut, some element of the budget by stiffing federal union workers, he could arguably do it. Lord knows Trump tried, but he doesn't. Not ever. Meanwhile, TYT has. I find that absurd. I find that hilarious. And the idea that anybody's going to purity test anybody in this world is quite frankly just a quick out. It's just, you ever been in an argument with a friend or in a relationship where they do the, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not perfect, which is the perfection fallback. The idea that A, anybody could be, and B, what you're asking for is tantamount to asking for perfection instead of a change in normal behavior that, that they are doing on purpose or without thinking that they could absolutely stop, right? They fall back to, well, I guess you want me to be perfect. Well, the interesting thing is they invert that out on Biden and expect perfection in other people, but when it comes to them, it's absurd to even ask them to meet the standard they set for other people as a baseline.
Right, and that's the other saying now that says you don't have to be perfect, but you have to be better than you were yesterday.
Yeah, I think that like Midas Touch guys who we love are always quoting the line from Biden, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And I think that's a really smart way to put it. And again, this brings me up to, one of my favorite quotes is that if you're ever confronted with a choice that you believe is the lesser of two evils, choose less evil. It's that easy. That's what adults do. Adults do that. And if you care about your future, and this is the kind of decision parents need to, are always forced to make. This is the kind of decision business owners make. This is anybody who's got a health challenge has to make. You choose less evil every time, and you make an active choice. If there's a reality where one of these two people is going to get in office, I'm going to vote for the one that's most likely to get into office and do the least amount of damage or move the ball down the field the most, period. Because that's what progressive means to me. Actual progress and the maintenance of that progress. Thanks for the call, Alyosha. I really appreciate it. We're right at the break. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. We'll be back right after this. More of your calls, 773-763-9278. And remember, hashtag there is no Hunter Biden laptop. Feel free to @me.
Okay, we're in break.
Excellent. Thank you. That helps because I always sit there like going, oop.
I just was not even thinking about that earlier.
Yeah, well, she's usually there in person, so I guess most of the time, right? So that makes it easier.
She's in a studio in Winnetka.
Oh, la-di-da. I'd like to be in a studio in Winnetka.
But she has the audio on, so she hears the commercials.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I went to New Trier, so I have a special place in my heart for Winnetka.
Up to $100.
Okay.
I should say her home studio in Winnetka.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
She's not like going to some.
Yeah. If there was a downtown Winnetka studio I could use when I'm in town, look out.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Attention, everyone. Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Al Sparks.
On so many fronts, the Republican, attitude towards governing, I think, boils down to this simple premise that Republicans are often will, in so many words, say to their constituents, the government can't do anything right. Elect me and I'll prove it. And again and again and again, they spend their time largely being the party of no and belief that we should get the federal government down to a size it's so small you could drown it in a bathtub, which I was always amazed to hear, considering that sounded at the time, especially at the height of the Cold War, like something the Soviets would say. That you have a giant country, the biggest economy in the world by far, and the idea is that you want people regulating the aspects of that economy, which have been around for a long time, and those regulations are the very thing that have allowed it to grow. You want to, in this garden of economic prosperity and liberty that they seem to clamor to, like wearing flags and calling themselves patriots and all that kind of stuff. Ultimately, when left to it, they want to allow the weeds to take over the garden because they think it's natural. They think it's just the natural order of things. This is assumptive on my part. I cannot tell you how they think, because in a lot of ways, I actually don't believe they think this. And there are a bunch of people, Trump included, who believe that America would be better off if we had a dictator, if we had somebody who could define the rules by fiat on their own, as long as it's them. And we go back to, George W. Bush, everything would be good if I was the dictator. And him flirting with that idea, to Donald Trump effectively clamoring for the sort of power and pomp and circumstance that you have with that Kim Jong-un and Putin and folks like that, have or are perceived to have. Because again, as much as there's this perception of absolute power in dictatorships, the reality is that human beings do have, I think, a natural inclination towards a want for free will. And that drive has been a thorn in the side of religions and monarchies and authoritarian regimes forever. As long as they exist, whenever they exist, there is going to be a black market for blue jeans and people making, taped copies of band albums and all that kind of stuff. And you can see that even in the United States, as little as we experience it, in terms of, we actually think that somebody violating the terms of service on a social media platform and getting kicked off for it specifically, for violent or bigoted language, not the idea itself, but the language used to express that idea, very specific, violating the terms of service, is a violation of our quote unquote free speech. That's the indication. That's their proof that free speech is not available in the United States. When a private company that takes up no physical space in the world that you would encounter, unlike the quote unquote public square, one of the reasons why we have a public square and why we talk about the public square as an area where people should have free speech and all the available rights, is because the public square is often in the middle of a town, let's say, and you might have to cross through it to get somewhere, and everybody gets to use it equally, and therefore the usage of it, it affects your actual rights. No one makes you get the X app on your phone, and increasingly there are less and less reasons to actually do it. They don't make you get Facebook. They don't make you get Instagram or TikTok or Snapchat or any of those things. You choose to, and they take up no physical space in your world. And they have, rules that they set because they want advertisers to pay for what's effectively a free space where you can come there and be almost as big a jerk as you could possibly be within certain limits. And those certain limits, apparently to the right wing, are indicative of a lack of free speech. We don't have free speech. You'll hear Trump into a microphone on on a radio or television show where he is being interviewed, saying everything he said during the big lie. And you can see clips of it on any number of social media platforms afterwards saying, and I quote, "We don't have free speech in this country." I noticed, by the way, people in the chat room are reacting to a story that I was going to get to. I was saving that for sort of a happy ending story, guys. Can I hold on to it till then? Because Biden did something really cool, and it's gonna, again, these are gonna be. He's basically printing stories for Glenn Beck and the rest of his ilk. Obviously, we're gonna hear a story. I'll give you a hint. We're gonna hear a story probably that they think Hunter Biden worked for a company in Alaska at some point. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it to the happy ending. We'll talk about that at the end of the show. But there are a bunch of areas where the Trump crowd think, and maybe there are MAGA supporters out there in Radio Land that can explain this to me. 773-763-9278, who are very comfortable with this slippery slope idea when it comes to guns or free speech or even vaccines and the like. And if you talk to them, apparently the United States turned into China during COVID, and when Trump was president, but somehow it was Biden's fault. And as Biden brought those things to a close and made vaccines available to those who would have them, increasingly those limitations went away. And even the most current variant, the current variant that's out there is going to be, is seen to be, less dangerous, but they'll make available for people who are in a, either with comorbidities or something else in them, more apt to be damaged by this, just like the flu, a new vaccine. And to them, this is evidence of an authoritarian cabal takeover of baby juice drinking whatchamadoogies. And all of those folks, no, they're not Democrats for Trump, which don't exist. But specifically, they will make this argument that there's a slippery slope in all of these areas. And yet, one of the areas where somehow they just want to let the Jan 6 attack slide, for example, a coordinated attack on a specific target, because they believe that people were not charged for burning down a Target during the George Floyd riots, which there have been, for the record. State charges, though, which is why nobody hears about them, because they're not federal charges or because nobody cares. It's specific to a singular. There were tons of riots and protests, and when any one of these end up going to trial, they just happen, and that's that. But for some reason, these folks want to normalize the idea of a Jan 6. And act as if just throwing these people in jail or going after people is the weaponization of the government, instead of, quite frankly, the equalization of the application of justice in the country. Because for a long time, and in a lot of different areas, Donald Trump has been able to dodge comeuppance for stuff simply because he's rich and simply because going after him will be more trouble than it's worth. But eventually, I think what happened was ultimately that he tipped the scales, and in his own ego or in his own madness or mix thereof, his fourth stage syphilitic brain at some point made him make a decision that, keeping these classified documents in the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago, lying to his own lawyers, setting up a situation where his own lawyer unwittingly lies to the Justice Department, and just leaving him out to hang, or asking his own staff to erase the security footage on the servers without any recognition of his old questions about the servers when it came to Hillary Clinton. Where are the servers? Where's the RNC server and all that nonsense? After all that, this guy has the nerve and the failed attempts, by the way, to turn that nothing into something. And maybe this is related. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe ultimately he came to this conclusion that it was, he could get away with it because he convinced himself that this made up crime in his head that somebody else supposedly committed that he believes happened because either people around him, told him this, or told him enough times, or he was deluded enough, or angry enough, or Adderall and benzoed up enough to actually plant this idea virus in his head. That he was like, nobody gets charged with this stuff, so I'll just do it. And then ultimately, what does he do? He does what he accused Hillary Clinton of doing. He attempts to have his staff erase the security footage at Mar-a-Lago, which shows Waltine Nauta, his co-defendant, his primary co-defendant, bringing boxes to and from his private quarters so that he could go through them, wherein he removed classified documents that were apparently hidden in between knickknacks, put them in the desk of his office, and then sent the box back and told his lawyer that it had never been moved from the storage room and to his, since they spoke, since the subpoena. For 2 weeks, that stuff's been sitting there. Nobody's gone in there. There's been a lock on the door, and putting his attorney in a position where they are lying to the Justice Department. And then after this ham-handed, goofy attempt to maintain some of these documents, either for sale or for spite or for both, because let's be abundantly clear, the man gave up on presidenting, maybe for the best, but doing any of the regular duties of being a president after he lost the election in 2020. He was he basically metaphorically did a desk toss and went, screw this place. And so there's no reason to think that he actually cares about the safety of the country going forward, except insofar as he can sell it to Republicans to get back in office, to protect himself where from going to jail. In particular, around the case he fears the most, which is the documents case, because there is no way out on that one. He's got his defense in Georgia. He thinks if it can beat Georgia and it comes early, I can just convince people that I believed. If I can convince anybody, one person on the jury, that I actually am stupid enough to think that after all those recounts and all those lawsuits and after all those, legislative sessions, that there were actually still hundreds of thousands of votes out. I was that deluded and stupid. I can go on a, not guilty by mental defect. I'm a Dumas, as it were. He thinks he can get around that. And if he can get around that one, he can say, see, I beat that one, and the rest of these are just baloney. Because the ones he really fears are the ones especially around the documents case. Because he's on tape, admittedly, himself, telling people who were recording their notes for a book on Mark Meadows, a book no one wants to read, because he was so insulted by Mark Milley or someone else, he held up classified documents and showed them to people he knew full well had no business looking at them, admits on tape that they are classified, and that he's no longer president, and he has no right to declassify them, and he knows that just taking them out of the White House and that there was some fantasy that there was a standing order does not exist. That tape in and of itself is it. That's the game. Because he kills all of his defenses in that case in one recording, which he has already admitted is actually him. He did pull this is a deep fake. I never said that. That's been edited. Nothing. He's so egomaniacal and so deluded about how protected he should be. As, by the way, a second-generation rich kid, an elite from New York who shouldn't have to deal with the legal system like the rest of us have to. That he should just be able to do this and get away with it. Now, at this point, one of the reasons why they're attacking the Georgia case, the Republicans are attacking the Georgia case, which again, the same grand jury that indicted him indicted 61 Antifa members over their attacks on the quote-unquote Cop City site. So it's a little hard to make that the that the grand jury was slanted in one political direction or another. Pretty balanced attack overall. That he may think that he can argue that he's stupid in this particular case, and that will be enough. But the reality is, stupid is no excuse. They're a bunch of stupid people who committed real crimes, who are in jail, who are both guilty and stupid. We got to take a break. When we come back, I'm going to take more of your calls. I think 773-763-9278 is our number. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. I got a Saturday show here on WCPT, Hal Sparks radio program, mega worldwide. And we do a Ukraine update with our dear friend Philip Bittner every Saturday in the second hour. We have guests like Den Boston Brian and Texas Paul, people like that coming up. It's a good time. And my friend Johnny Million, who has a Twitch channel, twitch.tv/It's Johnny Million, is with me every Saturday. Check it out. We'll be back right after this.
Okay, we're in break, and do you want to do that first live read?
Yes. Did you?
Yeah, I emailed you the one's a PDF and the other I just pasted into the email.
Yep, got it.
Okay, this would be Hawk VW, and we can do it in about a minute and about a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
do that.
cue you then. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks. I'll give you a 10-second countdown.
You got it.
5-second countdown.
It's totally cool.
Okay.
Don't screw it up. Thanks. I'll try. What's up, Boston Brian?
And I texted you about 2 calls.
Okay. Yes, I saw those too. Yeah, it's great.
Okay. 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
If you haven't experienced...
Sorry, I screwed up.
Oh,
sorry.
you... Oh, God, come on. All right.
Go now.
All right. Okay, yeah. Hey, it's Hal Sparks. If you haven't experienced Hawk Volkswagen of Joliet for yourself, now is a great time. Choose from a huge selection of new Volkswagen models like Jetta, Passat, Tiguan, Atlas, and Atlas Cross Sport. Over 30 of each in stock, all the hard-to-find trim levels and colors, all ready for immediate delivery. Outstanding service, selection, and a first-class experience. That's why so many have chosen Hawk Volkswagen on Jefferson Street in Joliet, online at hawkvw.com.
Attention, everyone. Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
All right, so a little bit of backstory before we get to our callers, because we got a couple of callers on the line, and I want to get to them. And this is Joan's show, so I'm trying to take as many calls as I can without getting on my rants, which, difficult to do. But I started out in Chicago when I was at New Trier, in the theater program at New Trier, which is fantastic. They had a competition acting and drama called Forensics, and I finally did original comedy, and that's what led me to a career in stand-up, and that really helped set things off. But in the beginning, as many people are wont to do, my the head of the acting department at the time said, "Yeah, kid, you got a face for radio," and so he put me in the radio read competition. And what you would do is basically sit in a little room, and they would give you a certain amount of time, 30 seconds, a minute, whatever. And you had to read this text with a clock going to see if you could match the time with the read as it went along, and kind of vary your pace and all that stuff. And you didn't want to be like somebody writing on a piece of poster board, and you just run out. You're writing a big like introspection, and you run out of space for the shun part, and you have TION running down the side of the paper. You don't want to do that verbally in there. So I'm glad to dust off that power to do these Joan live reads that I'm doing. It's taken me back, I gotta say. I obviously left that behind because I'm adorable and people did want to see me no matter what my acting teacher said. By God. Let's grab our calls though, because again, let's go to Arthur from my original home state of Kentucky. Arthur, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. How you doing, Hal?
I'm doing great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I see a lot of like Republicans when they do the chatter about the economy and trying to say it's failing and all that kind of stuff. Man, there's jobs galore up here in northern Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's good paying jobs. It's not
Yeah.
just like $15 an hour. It's up to $25, $30 an hour jobs up here.
Yep.
And just the investment that Biden made into this country, man, I'm telling you, it's doing good. It's showing up there.
Yeah, I have family in northern Kentucky. I grew up outside of Frankfort and Peaks Mill, which is way outside, but whatever. Yeah. Lived in Louisville for a short while, when I was 2, just in time for the tornado to nearly kill us all, and then we left. And in my life, I've seen the ebbs and flows of Kentucky. And right now, when I go back to visit my dad and see family there, things are kind of jumping. There's a lot of construction, infrastructure stuff. The new bridge that's being built, is finally getting the funding it needs. The schools are all getting add-ons, where they were using temporary buildings for part of their teachings in some areas. They're getting full-on structures or remodels added to that. Those are union jobs. Those are hard jobs. Those are jobs that last, and there's more of those projects. I mean, have you seen that? It seems to me there are more of those projects than there are workers even at this point. So they're delaying some stuff, and people are jumping, especially in the construction world, from one to the next.
Yeah, it's Amazon coming up here too. They made it really really more competitive up here, and now people paying more. You got your benefits. I mean, you get a lot of stuff you didn't get before. You know what I mean? For a long time.
That's and that's good news. Do you think people are buying it? I mean, I know when I used to come down there, especially at the height of the Trump world, there was a guy who's probably 3 miles from my dad's house. His entire front lawn was covered in Trump stuff. And there were probably 6 or 7 other Trump-related yards nearby. He's the last one. And do you think there's sort of a trickle effect where people are either going back to their own lives and not being as tied to the Trump mythology as they were, or or they'll vote Republican maybe?
You still see that sometimes up here, but not as often as back when he was the president. I think after January 6th happened, a lot of people took their flags down. You know what I mean?
Right.
Honestly, that's when I first noticed it.
Yep. And do you think that was because they viewed it as something that was unpatriotic and an attack on the country like that, or they were just embarrassed to be on the side?
It could have possibly been that. Some of it is probably just like, man, I'm tired of putting up with this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Right.
They figured it out. It's not worth it. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm constantly amazed, and I look at
losing a lot of support.
Yeah. Well, and I guess part of it is that there's this trickle that Biden seems to be very aware. It's why he's always smiling, and it bugs the heck out of them. But he's very aware that a lot of the fixes that we need are more long-term. It's why he jumped in with the rescue package and the infrastructure bill as fast as possible. That's why severing it from the other stuff and getting it passed right away, because the tool-up time and the design time and all that stuff for a lot of these projects was going to take a while, right? And so he knew this, and you're heading into, it's whenever you pass that, you're a year to 18 months away from groundbreaking on the farthest projects, minimum, right? And to have that happen before you're running again, much less, before a midterm, it's impossible. But before you're running again, you got to get right at that. Infrastructure Week is day one. Every president who's running should sign or push some sort of infrastructure or growth package for transportation, and water safety, those kind of things. Anything that's underfunded right away, because by the time it gets going, it's 2 years in, 2.5, right? That's right. And so Biden did it really fast, and there were progressives that were arguably mad that he, did the separation package or whatever, but ultimately it has worked out. And I think, those jobs are already showing up right now, is what you're saying, in the northern Kentucky area. And this is you're talking about Newport and Covington and that area, or even further south?
Further south, out Florence, stuff like that. Just all over the place. Union. I'm from Covington, so you know what I mean?
Right. Covington looks, and Covington,
it's a lot different, man, with the jobs.
Man, and this, Covington looked like crap, I got to say, in early 2000s, for a long time, it was always a rough,
All my life,
yeah. It looks totally different now. It's like the amount of money, especially that's flooding in.
A lot down there.
That's right. And especially in the last 2 years, it's weird. Everything's getting a spit polish. And a lot of the stuff is just, I was stunned. The last time I drove through there, because there are these row houses that some of them had been shops and some of them hadn't, and some of them had been livable, and you just drive by them and lead paint. That's all you could think, right? And right. And the Obama administration's investment in a bunch of things, specifically at Biden's point, heading towards helping some of the purple or red leaning places, definitely had an impact on this. But certainly now, the amount of money flooding into there, it's, I have to say, it's bizarre. It does not look.
It's bonkers.
Yeah, right. And it's going to keep growing. There's no reason for it. It hasn't even reached it's not out over its skis financially. Do you think? I mean, because it seems like there's more projects and populace to serve than are. And we're almost out of time, but this is the big question. Is it your experience that all the mall parking lots are constantly full right now? Like Target and all those places?
Not really. Not. Oh, yeah. Places like that. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Because, I think the downtown area, there's cute little shops opening up, and that's always a good sign. When you start seeing, mom and pops and, candle places and whatever popping out, or dress shops, things that seem very normal.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, you see that. But the big thing is that all these Republicans, and I'm sure you see them all the time with their Trump bumper stickers on their trucks, walking into a Target and complaining how crowded it is, while at the same time saying the economy isn't working.
About the economy. That's exactly what I was talking about.
That's right.
What I was talking about.
I'm so glad you could be on, and I'd love for you to call on the Saturday show sometime if you'd like, as somebody who could back me up on the Kentucky experience, because there is that you know what I mean? There's that disassociation between reality and what they want. I find that fascinating. We're out of time on this hour, but thanks so much for the call. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Cheers.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those that were saying in the chat room, yes, that's the Florence that I reference in my stand-up bit about Florence, y'all. If you've seen that bit, that's what I'm talking about, where it's a bit. Just go look it up. It's a bit. I can't even possibly do it in the couple of seconds I have left in this hour. But stay tuned. We got another hour of me filling in for Joan Esposito, and then I'm going to roll right into my live stream, which you can go to at infotainmentwars.com or at twitch.tv/HalSparks, and eventually I'll figure out how to send people to my Facebook page. It's possible, isn't it? It's something. We'll figure it out. Okay, we'll be back right after this.
Okay, we're in break, and I'll be right back.
Love it. Non-stop. Yeah, don't let Republicans take credit for this stuff. Absolutely. All right, this is it. Hold on. Hell. Yeah, I'm doing all right over here on Facebook. I had 90,000 followers on there. Come on now. And you can subscribe on there too. There's a subscription thing. It's very strange. I haven't figured that out yet because it's relatively new and I don't know about it. I don't know. But let's see. It's the Hal Sparks page, at the Hal Sparks page, or facebook.com/the Hal Sparks page. There you go. God, finally. I don't know why. Look, I'm dealing with some trauma, and I'm doing very well, I think. And I have some blockages. Whoops. Oh, I don't want to. Yeah, there you go. So there's the link. So if you're on Facebook, if you like Facebook, you do Facebook, whatever, you can follow me on there. But yes, it's definitely at. You're mostly at. The Flappers is not on Patreon. Yeah, I know the files they sent me, I had to convert. It'll be up. I apologize. To the long story. Basically the two of the angles are corrupted file. It's okay. It's not their fault. Yep, 55.8K on YouTube. Yay! Almost to 56. Almost. Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll be back in 1 second. I'm just bringing something up story-wise that I want to look at. Sorry for staring at my screen, you guys. All right, Al, Cop City is a military training for cops in woods. Mrs. Green pays in black community. No, it isn't. No, it's not. No, it is frankly not. It is not. It's not a military police training facility. It is not at all. It is every aspect of first responders, including dealing with terrorism, including dealing with suspects in who are like boarded up or have taken hostages and all that kind of stuff. That takes training. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of space. And if they don't have it, they're not going to get it. And you don't want them learning on the job in that situation, because the thing they want to do is not die. And so you want them practicing this over and over and over. Period. I'm flat out just telling you. No. You want the best trained police you could possibly have, so that they feel like they have an awareness of the circumstance, and they know they've got that everybody else around them also knows, so that they know they're equally trained up with everybody that's with them, so that they don't overreact or panic in a situation or deal with it through a moment of shock. Telling you. Have you seen the Dragon Ball Z Biden Blast bit? It's really funny. I think you'd like it for the show. I have not. Is that like one of the video game things, or the AI things? Yes, there's lots of Ukraine news, Boston Brian. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I brought up. Whoops. Let's see.
Okay, about 1 minute.
Cool. And then we got one more caller still.
Yeah, David is still with us from Washington State.
Okay, great. And then, hey, Boston Brian, you want to come in at the bottom of the hour, and I'll bring in the regular route through the, because I'm connected to Chicago the normal way. You want to, if you're around, you want to join in after this next segment at the half hour, or after these next two segments at the half hour. That way I can give you the half hour to the end of the show, and no cussing. Yeah, I'm going to burn straight through, Templeton. I got too much to do. Okay, we're getting close. Closer.
Take her away, huh? Yeah, take it away. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
And now, live from Chicago, filling in for Joan Esposito.
Please, Netflix, let me play Rudy Giuliani in a big kind of bloviated Cheney suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else, and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook, and the only difference between me and them is I don't use email, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks, live, local, and progressive.
Welcome back. So much going on, and there's a lot going on in the Ukraine world. And so I've asked my dear friend Boston Brian who's part of the Midas Touch Network, to join me at the bottom half of this hour. If we'll see if we can make that happen. So there's a lot to cover there. So I'll hold on there. But we have another caller on the line. It's David from Washington State. Is David still with us?
Yep.
Yes,
Hey.
I am.
Hey, David, welcome. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Oh, I just wanted to say I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller. Much love from Kennewick, Washington State on the mighty Columbia River.
Oh yes, it's beautiful territory, and but a sheer 112 miles from where we detonate unspent ordnance in the hills of Washington, and we wonder why Mount St. Helens went off the way it did. But anyways,
There's
welcome.
so much to talk to you about
Oh.
the demographics in my area.
It's all over the map. The idea that Washington is somehow like blue-green as your, politically, it is where all the money is made, but it's, a lot like Oregon. Washington State's like 88% sticks. So, yeah.
Yes, we are very tumbleweed, 500 feet above sea level.
Right.
And yes, we have the nuclear project, the Hanford area, which is really why the area is so stable financially, when the other parts of the country are not doing as well. So very fortunate there. But we also have cancer clusters. My father is actually a survivor of very rare lung cancer. Gave his life for the Department of Energy, if you will.
Well, also, again, not all related to nuclear stuff, because we have this assumption that radiation equals cancer, and we've carried that around since, probably the 60s as a fear point because of the nature of its destructive power. But on the top of it, we have a lot of run-of-the-mill industrial pollution that causes a lot of that stuff. And again, Washington State has more than its fair share, mixed with a couple of moments of volcanic ash. Yeah. So, but there you go. So anyways, go ahead.
Anyway, I just wanted to say, like, my father's in a rehab center right now, recovering from a surgery. And, he shares a room with a gentleman, and he's a Fox, news watcher.
Sure.
And even my father is a staunch Republican, and it does cause much tension in the family between my mom and his relationship. Anyway.
Right.
Even my father is rolling his eyes at what Fox News is choosing to show that night, and this is like within the last 2 weeks. The stuff that they're talking about has nothing to do with the real problems or any of the progress being made.
Right.
And even my father is rolling his eyes. He can't.
Right. I mean, in all honesty, they can't show that stuff for two obvious reasons. One, they can't show progress that's being made under Joe Biden because they have to admit it's being made under Joe Biden because they blamed him for all the problems coming out of COVID. And so if he's fixed it, he's fixed it. And you can't even talk about that. So that keeps them in this weird, really odd package. Even Maria Bartiromo she could barely talk about the American economy at all. It's like this, it's always this future fear of something that's eventually going to come down like a hammer. And then the other part, as far as, that's the progress, as far as the real problems go, it's because they either, and you can decide, maybe you can answer this question for me. Either they don't have a solution for the problem, or they don't think the problem is actually a problem. They think it's a feature, not a bug. Or they want the problem to continue in certain aspects because it benefits them. See Title 42.
For sure. And I think that's why my father's rolling his eyes, which for me is a great, this is a huge moment for my dad and I, for him to see the ridiculousness in what is choosing to be talked about and the way they're even presenting it. And for my father and I to have that was a great moment.
That's
so
great.
progress can be made.
Right.
A 60-year-old son and his 81-year-old father have finally connected.
Well, that is the value of the extreme version of an argument or a political position, right? Because that only when you see it ad absurdum do you actually get where this is headed, or what Exactly. I guess the people saying the quiet part loud, finally. When they start saying the quiet part loud, you can have a genuine reaction to it. If they're always tiptoeing around it and saying the what ifs and the where, and the make comparison to the Obama Biden administration and going a lot of whataboutism, you can't really get what they're going for. But when you have like somebody like Mike Lee saying to a bunch of donors, we're going to kill Medicare, we're going to destroy it, tear it up by the roots, and the same thing with Social Security, eventually that's going to affect folks like your dad, and make them aware that maybe these folks aren't their friends, and that there's, even if they don't fully agree with the Democratic solutions for these things, they might at least feel like the Democrats are open to a middle path, like sane people, unlike this, just the absurdity, the stories that they show on Fox, and I get to see them, as you know, more than most. I
know, we both get to see them together in chat for a long.
That's right. And it's stunning to me that this is what it's boiled down to. It is like, Fox News is the soup left to boil on the on the stove for far too long. Water's all gone and it's just crust at the bottom. Like, this is all that's left. It will never pass for soup again. Right. And that's all they've got.
It was left on the counter overnight. That's
oh dear. It is absolutely. If it won't fuck its way out of the can when you turn it upside down, don't go anywhere near it. If you can see cracks in the top, I'd say drop it.
And there's no heat,
That's right. That's the kind of thing you'd expect to see Rudy Giuliani eating with a small spoon. Oh yeah, my pleasure. And tell your dad from another Democrat that I don't hate him or wish him ill. I wish him a happy and speedy recovery. I genuinely mean that. And that my whole thing is I want everybody who has the right to vote. And I'm more than happy to argue my solutions against somebody else's solutions in the name of democracy, because that's what this country's all about. And I have no ill will towards anybody who may have up to this point been voting Republican simply because of their value system and they really believed it. I disagree, but that doesn't mean I think ill of them as a human being. But in this particular case, I think it's a bridge too far. Yeah.
I 2 years ago, my dad and I had a very close talk, and I got to tell you, things have only gotten better since that day.
Awesome.
He could see the other side all of a sudden. And it was because I was able to present it in a loving way.
Yeah.
That he just couldn't deny, being the son of this man who raised me, and I trusted him, and truth is truth.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's great. I appreciate it. Thanks so much, and good luck to both of you. Yeah, absolutely. Much love. Appreciate it. We gotta take a break. So I'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. I've got a little bit of time left, and I think. We'll see if so let me know in the chat if Boston Brian can make it in there, if he says yes, if I'm just missing it in the chat, because it's going to zip by. Sorry, see, okay, Brian is good. Yes, and no swearing. Good, he knows. Okay, we'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan Esposito on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk.
We're in the break.
Excellent. And
one call on the line now. Chuck from New Orleans.
Chuck saying Republicans saying Democrats hate the country. Excellent. We'll take that when we come back, and then I'm going to announce the David Weiss's office plans to indict Hunter Biden on gun possession later this month. I love this. Can I tell you how much I love this? Because the Republicans won't know how to react. They're going to freak out. It's a felony gun charge. He's going to have to pay a fine. He won't have to do any time. That's silly. He's already been in rehab. He's gone through stuff. He's a recovering drug addict. He lied while he was under the influence of drugs. There's no way he's going to do time for this. But if he gets charged for it and it's on his record, fine. it was illegal. Nope, nobody's going to try and stop this. But a gun charge? How are they going to go? Finally, they what? Like, these people want lunatics to have guns. So why would they ever? Oh, this is so good. Oh dear, John Voight is on Rob Schmidt's show. So good.
10 seconds.
Excellent.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
It's true. It's absolutely true. Now, real quick, breaking story while I'm on the air. That's always fun when that happens. According to, let's see, this is Forbes or whatever, but it's the Justice Department Special Counsel David Weiss' office plans to indict Hunter Biden on a gun possession charge later this month. Prosecutors said in a court filing Wednesday, after a deal with the president's son negotiated with the federal government that would have allowed him to avoid a felony gun charge unraveled in court in July. No word on the tax part of it. That's he's already paid that, so I don't know quite where that goes. The only outlying thing, the only thing left over from it is the gun charge where he would have gotten to skate on this. And again, does anybody think Joe minds? You think this is a tough love moment for Hunter, I suppose. But the best thing about this, can I just say for a second, Republicans, do you believe that any person who hasn't already been found guilty of a crime, even drug use or whatever, you can admit to drug use, but that doesn't mean you did. You can say whatever happened to free speech. That you're cool with a Hunter Biden being charged with a felony gun crime for lying on a gun purchase form. You're good with that. So after Hunter gets charged, whatever he gets, we get to charge people, and you guys are cool with it from now on. That when somebody lies on a gun purchase form, that's a felony, and we're good to go. That the DOJ just opens the floodgates on anybody who lies on a gun purchase form, isn't completely truthful, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. What do you think? We're good with that? Okay, because I'm good with that. I'm sorry Hunter's got to, go through this because of his time being an addict and his time when he, had the gun, lost the gun, got rid of it. But that's the rules. That's fine. And notice how I'm reacting to this about the gun charge and how they react to even, Trump getting a search warrant. You understand how this works? I'm fine with this. He admits to the whole gun thing in his autobiography. He was an addict at the time. My thing is this now the standard we can count on from Republicans? Huh? Come on. Welcome aboard, guys. This is fantastic. Look at you guys. The growth is possible. Republicans are now on board. Yes, Jesse Waters is going to demand gun control from now on. That's right. That's what's happening. This is going to be a thing. And now, like I said, equal justice under the law. I get to complain now, right? When a bunch of these Jan 6ers are felons with guns, that kind of thing, or all the straw purchase stuff, because that counts. That's another way of lying on a purchase form, because there's a thing on that form that says, "Is this gun for you? Are you, is it for somebody else? Like it has to be you're buying your gun. You're the person buying the gun. If you straw purchase that and he gets charged for just dumping one that he shouldn't have had because he lied about his drug use, certainly the straw purchase aspect of it that's got to get cranked up to, however much time you guys want Hunter Biden to get. I'd say we quintuple it, right? Yeah? We're good with that? I'm fine. Yeah. And I look forward to people using clips of me talking right now and saying Democrats are panicking at Hunter Biden being charged with the felony gun charge because of the plea deal thing. I don't care. I don't care. He's a private citizen. He was at the time. This might shock you, but oftentimes drug addicts don't tell the truth. I know. It's weird, isn't it? It's just, yeah. It's a new piece of information for some folks. That said, we've got another caller. Let's see. Is it Chuck from New Orleans? Yeah. Hey, Chuck. Welcome.
Hey, pal. How you doing, man?
I'm good. You sound like you're from New Orleans. Hey, what's going on? Hey, how you doing?
Man, Motang is for the babies.
Oh, well, we love Motang people. Thank you.
I had something I wanted to talk about, and then you led with the headline just now. And man, you think Don Jr. is nervous about this? Yeah.
Well, they all have concealed.
Like might be something, Don.
Yeah, they all have concealed carries. Don Jr.'s brags about his concealed carry, right? And I'm gonna guess that at certain points he is engaged in the consumption of chemicals that are not legal for the use that he's currently. I would say this is like off-label use, right? At best, right?
Yeah. I hope he doesn't get pulled over anytime soon, just for his own sake,
I kind of hope he does. I'm just curious about the argument about looking in his trunk and the number of parallels I will get to make between his they had no right to look in my trunk argument and the entirety of the Mar-a-Lago search and seizure warrant. But anyways, go ahead. What was your original topic? We don't want to lose that entirely. So, yeah.
Okay. Man, I'm kind of bummed out. Don Senior and the Santos.
Right.
They've been going on
Santos.
TV and saying how Democrats hate this country. We hate America. And it's got me bummed out because, I pay my taxes. I show up to court when I'm summoned. And, apparently real patriots have to fly the flag of the National Socialist Party of Germany over the highways in Florida to be real patriots. I'm confused, and I'm really kind of bummed out because I thought I loved this country, man.
Right. It's interesting. I contribute most of this rhetoric to the constant ratcheting up language, which again dovetails into our drug use conversation before. That eventually it takes more of the drug to get you high, and so at a certain point, it's not enough that they don't like they won't back the blue. Well, after you've attacked Capitol police officers, it's hard to make your argument there. And I also think it's a little difficult to make the case that Democrats don't like America when it was indeed Trump-loving Republicans who flew the Confederate flag in the Capitol of the United States, something that wasn't even done during the Civil War. And so, yeah, I guess at a certain point, if you don't have the details, you need broad and extreme statements to sell it. You know what I mean? You need a bumper sticker idea. They hate this country. That's it. Okay. All right. What makes you think I hate this country? Well, you're trying to let all these immigrants in. Well, A, I'm not, and B, the ones that do come in, I think they want to be here, so therefore they want to be citizens. They don't want to come here and blow the place up. That's the theory. Remember, they used to take your jobs. Now they're terrorists. The reason that they used to say they're going to take your jobs is because that was a way of scaring their voters. Now that doesn't scare their voters anymore because they got plenty of jobs. There's more jobs than there are people. So now what do? Well, they want to blow the place up. The irony is that I think that Trump's voters are like, not before I do it first. The irony that everything that they say about Democrats, they actively engage in. And again, they'll try to what about or one for one it with people burning a Target store during the George Floyd riots, for example, which for the record is a crime, is wrong, and helps no one and has nothing to do with racial justice in the country. That's just riotous behavior. But that said, that in no way impacted anyone's ability to vote or was an attack on our democracy. It was an attack on private property and never stood a chance at stopping anyone's ability to vote. Those stores weren't even places that were used to vote after hours or something like that. It never had an impact on anybody's ability to enact their inalienable rights in this country, except perhaps the store owners to not have their store blown up. And which, again, I will state, I am against the store being blown up. So they will what about that one without at the same time recognizing that they actively participated in an attack on our democracy and the destruction of our democracy as a whole, because I guess at this point they kind of know they can't win nationally. Whatever the polls, are allegedly telling. And we just found out, by the way, that Wall Street Journal poll that everybody was touting that made Biden and Trump a tie, that one that just came out. Apparently, the poll company that they used, the Trump campaign gave them $600,000. So I'm going to guess it wasn't the purest of polls, let's just say. But either way, I, for the record, don't hate this country either. I love it. I'm proud of the Constitution. I'm also proud of our history while still being able to understand its flaws. And maybe that's it. Maybe you think that's it? Because they have a real problem looking at the things that America has done bad, which is how you, I guess, remedy mistakes. And they look back at those things and they just want to pretend that they didn't exist, as opposed to going, we used to be like that. We're not like that anymore, which is a good thing. You still with us? I just want to make sure. Yeah.
So there seems to be a blanket policy of a lack of accountability on their side.
Yeah, well, if you don't want government functioning anyways, why bother? I mean, Trump never brought up his healthcare plan that was always 2 weeks away. It was always infrastructure week. The point that the illusion that they actually want functioning government is the ridiculous part. You know what I mean? Like none of that part makes any sense whatsoever. Because if they did, they would pass those kind of bills. If you don't want it to function, then you pass like an unpaid for tax cut, and you don't. Because tell me one thing, I'm confused, and we're almost at the bottom, but this is the main thing. Where in the world is it written that the CHIPS Act or the infrastructure bill, as they are written, every detail in them, could not have been done 4 years ago during the Trump administration, in 2018 or 2019? What about them became magically possible in 2021? Nothing.
Well, I mean, other than the fact, right, except for the fact that Trump was under the thumb of Xi Jinping and would have never taken any action like the CHIPS Act while he was in office. But yeah, sure. Exactly, your point.
Yeah, it's not because he couldn't, it's because he wouldn't. That's the only draw. Right. There are only two options, and we got to take a break. Thank you so much for the call. There are only two options. Trump is either stupid or he didn't want it to happen, right? Because in those situations, the stroke of the pen fallacy is genuine. They had the votes. They had a list of all the infrastructure projects that need to be fixed. Everybody was on board. The electorate didn't change in a way that made it easier for him at all. As a matter of fact, he controlled the entire legislature in his first 2 years in office. He could have shoved an infrastructure bill through. He didn't. So why not? Why not? The only real answer you come up with, if he can, it's because he wouldn't. Maybe a maggot can explain it. I don't know. When we come back on the other side of this break, Boston Brian's going to be joining us. Our dear friend Boston Brian, right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. We'll be right back.
Okay, we're in break.
Excellent. And now let me bring in the and then I think I have that guy in there. Do I have? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it in here. 1 second. Where are you? Silly page. Hold on. Doink. Here we go. Where's the? Oh, it's in there. Think. Yeah, here we go. There he is. I see him. How you doing? Look at that microphone. Oh, look at you. I'm so excited with you and your microphone. That's very.
I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying.
Dude, yes, you are.
Patreon too. You'll be happy.
Excellent. Is it just what is it? Patreon.com/Dem Boston Brian or Boston Brian?
No
or
Dem. No Dem.
Just
We can drop the Dem.
Good.
I'm
yeah.
sweating like a pig here.
I understand.
I just did about 94 miles an hour to get home to you.
Oh, man. Thanks so much. So you're sweating because of stoplights and stuff.
Well,
not
yeah, I
because of
haven't
heat?
had a chance to put on my ACs yet, so I'm in my loft where I film, and it's about 100.
Oh, dude, it's cooking in this room right now. It's like where I am because my computer heats up as I use more video over time, and I've been on all day. By the time at the end of the night, I'm gonna be able to fry an egg on the top of this thing. So hold on one second. Let me jump you over and see so I can bring you in with everybody else. There he is. Look at that. And excellent. Hey, look at that. See the microphone. Look at that all nice. And with my slight green screening of it, it creates. You got like a color scheme shifter in there, right? It's
I don't
nice.
know what's going on. I don't know.
Yeah.
I look like Carrie Lake.
You do not. I can make you look like Carrie Lake if you want. I can do that. I can. Believe me. I've got the tools. Oh, yeah. What does it say? Indicted. Ah, it's so good.
Part of the merch.
Oh, good. Okay. See, you're getting it together, man. You're getting it together. I'm excited.
I'm trying. I want to build it. Is no matter how I can do it, I'm going to do it.
Excellent. I'm glad to help you in any way. I'll do a whole breakdown. I'll build you a set for your OBS.
It's a little worrisome that I'm stuck at putting links on my YouTube channel.
That's not that. It's no. They make it hard on purpose.
Well, I did it through Google, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oops,
hold on. 30 seconds. We'll get to that. We'll talk about that on the other side of stuff. But yeah.
Russian strike in Konstantinivka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hold on one second. Let me bring that up.
17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just brutal. And while
another $1 billion pledge, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's while Blinken is there.
Here we go.
Yep. Okay.
Attention, everyone. Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Al Sparks.
Welcome to the show, everybody. So with me right now is our dear friend Boston Brian, who does some great content. Even though he does it on TikTok, I don't hate him too much for it. But we're building him out. We're trying to build up his entire media sphere as well. We're trying to get him mega worldwide as well. So follow him everywhere.
I'll take medium worldwide if I can.
That sounds psychic. But I want to talk to you about what's going on in Ukraine, because you and I are both history buffs, and a lot of this stuff, at certain times looks very reminiscent. Sometimes it ties to, what happened in World War II and previous to that, and years in the Holodomor and all that kind of stuff. But also sometimes it varies distinctly from it, and the variations from it, how it's different, actually, I think is lost on some people as well, because modern warfare, the Russians seem to be fighting World War II over again, materially, and the Ukrainians are really fighting, World War 23 in that regard. They're fighting.
You're right. It's wild to see both of them happen at the same time. When you see anything from Katyusha rockets from 1942 and T-54s, and then you look at Ukraine, the advanced technology they're using on drones, and we were talking about the other day the cardboard drones. I mean, it's wild the stuff that the Ukrainians can do when they get their hands on a weapon system.
Right. And they're cardboard drones, specifically for those that don't know, if I may, the impressive part of that was that you can't see them with radar. So as cheap and silly as it, might seem to some people, it actually gets through the limitations of modern, warfare. It gets right around it through basically an old friend, paper. And but there was a big explosion, a big a Russian hit recently. Is it 17 dead in
17 Konstantinivka?
Yeah, Konstantinovka.
Child. There was at least one child that I saw reported.
Yeah, they hit a central market. Like, this is not even close. This is one of the things in the back and forth is that, they've been, the Ukrainians and Ukrainian partisans and some Russians have been hitting areas inside Moscow or outside Moscow and around that area. But all of them are either, a fireworks factory that actually made munitions, or actual sites of military stuff inside there. Even to the floor of the building they hit. When they hit one of the high rises, they hit the 3 floors that were the intelligence group was working out of, including parts of what were the remnants of the IRA, the Internet Research Agency that Prigozhin started, which was the big player, Fancy Bear or whatever they were, and Apartment 21. I want to say those organizations that hacked into social media and other areas to try and make chaos in the American elections, and specifically the Ukrainians hit those floors, and the fire didn't even spread to the floors above. It was kind of amazing.
Well, the difference in what they consider military targets between Ukraine and Russia is just, and you got to think, the Russians, their weapon systems are not accurate. They're more just fire as many possible and hope to hit what you were aiming for. And they never do.
Right.
And it just, if you look at if you were to make a list of all the targets hit or targeted by each side, Ukraine does an amazing job of targeting military targets that have a military objective, planes, like you said, gasoline, fuel, soldiers, stuff like that. And they're not hitting supermarkets, they're not hitting malls, they're not hitting schools, they're not hitting apartment buildings. It's just the difference in the way that each side fights war is just incredible.
Right. Well, and again, is it because they can't aim or don't aim? And I feel like in this case where they hit the center of town, that seems like something they were aiming, at least in the general area, of something they were very much aware that was a
I think it's a little bit of both.
Right.
They obviously have weapon systems that are accurate that they can pull out to, if they're looking to strike. But I think overall, most of their weapons, especially the older ones, are just, lob them and hope for the best.
Right.
But obviously they do pull out these scare tactics, is what I believe it is. They're trying to break the will of the Ukrainian people, which anybody that knows history and knows war knows how difficult that is to achieve.
Yeah.
If you saw what the British and the Americans did to Dresden and many cities in Germany, and those people were still ready to fight at the end for their country. It's just, it's almost impossible. You have to do so much to try to break the will of the citizens.
Well, there's
Russia's always stuck in the past.
Yeah, I think there's a direct relation. There's a return on investment to it where it has to be it's got to be an all or nothing approach. It has to be so brutal that it inflicts fear into everyone. But if you try if it stretches out over a period of time, people will just only put up with so much before they find a resolve. And I think that's the miscalculation that they have here, both that they'd have the support of the greater world as much as they have. That I don't think Russia was truly counting on that. I think they were counting on Donald Trump being in office and undermining NATO, if not even breaking it up, and at the very least undermining what we would send to Ukraine to push back on Russia once they attacked, if not slow walking it like he did with the javelins when he was trying to manipulate Zelensky into opening a fake investigation into Biden. So, I think they were counting on that to some degree, but obviously that didn't work out. The question is, are they making more partisans? Remember during the Iraq War, especially, and certainly the Afghanistan War in the very beginning, where we were very aware that the more, we made terrorists every time we killed civilians. There was an awareness of that. And the Obama administration was probably better at anybody, at that point, at focusing on making sure that we keep, like any kind of civilian or collateral damage down, because, there's the sprawling attack, the return on that is that you're just guaranteeing people hate you and are bearing a grudge for decades to come. Because I know how I would feel even if it was an accident, if a country blew up something near me and my kid was killed or my wife, girlfriend, whatever, what you would carry for a long time. And if you have multiple people like that who already aren't feeling it, that's a recipe for disaster. It does not seem like the Russians factor that in at all. And you think they would have after Afghanistan themselves, because that's exactly what happened to them.
And it's amazing to me that military strategists, for years have thought there was a line that they could achieve where they would literally break the will of the citizens, where they would say, okay, we're done fighting. We don't want to support our regime, whatever, case it may be.
Right.
And it's never, ever happened. What happens is you make these people a tighter knit community.
Right.
That just find a new enemy. Instead of being mad at their leader for oppressing them, they're now focused on you for killing their cousin or their, the mother, or, whatever it may be in an attack that went wrong, or, a targeted person that you thought was a terrorist, but really isn't a terrorist. And it turns out, you took the wrong action. I mean, there's no line where you could do that, I don't think. And so you brought up great examples in those two wars, and especially after World War II, where, uniforms started becoming not a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it was harder to determine.
Oh,
who was
Vietnam,
the
Korea, that was always the difficulty, and it always led. And I think America learned that the hard way, as did some of our allies, as did the French in Africa. Right. That if you kill somebody and you're not, you might even kill somebody on your own side because nobody's wearing a uniform. That's not how things operate, or that it's just broken down where there aren't distinct sides like there used to be. And you don't even know which side you're fighting on in some of these cases, because they're very murky. There are no good players, right? And it in this particular case, it's almost like there was probably something to that in Chechnya for Russia, where they could count on that. There was absolutely nothing they could count on about that in Georgia, which is why the world reacted to it the way it did, and it was a much smaller gain for them. They were not able to take over all of Georgia, even though maybe that was their goal, but maybe not. But with Ukraine, they seem to be falling back into that belief system. And maybe, strategically, this is because Vladimir Putin has never invaded or been involved in a military action in a country with more than 4 million people before.
Just how they can classify this as anything but a disaster after, what did we hear in the first few hours of this war? It was supposed to be a 72-hour operation, and, they're going to be in Kyiv with their line of tanks in no time. And, I mean, look at what's happened. I mean, we're way over 250 KIAs for Russia. I mean, the amount of equipment they've lost, the amount of money they've lost, their economies in the tankers. I saved myself on that one.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Tankers is good. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. In the tanker, in the excrement tank.
How they can classify this to their people or justify it in any way as anything but a complete and total failure is beyond me.
Yeah. And at this point, I mean, what are they fighting but a war of bitterness between them and the Ukrainians? Like, just getting increasingly angry that the Ukrainians won't roll over and just take it. That seems to be Tucker Carlson's frustration, right? That seems to be the big upset from a lot of these folks. It's abundantly clear. We got to take a break in a minute, and we'll continue with Boston Brian. I want you to know, Boston Brian does great videos and has really good put together stuff. And like I said, we're building his media empire as best we can. And you can help out by going to patreon.com/Boston Brian and subscribing there. I don't know what the tiers are, but I'm sure they're all good.
There's actually a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff for each tier. I tried to make it as much. You get as much as I possibly could give you for the amount that you're spending.
Excellent. Well, don't wear yourself out. Remember, the main reason to support Boston Brian is because you want that message to get out there. We in this side of the aisle, and especially in the Democratic world, do not have this giant support structure like the Federalist Society and others who were, our Heritage Foundation, who was paying Rush Limbaugh's salary for years so that stations could effectively have free programming, guaranteeing hours and hours of pay. Or Bain
I missed
Capital.
My call from the Koch brothers.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, right. The Soros checks have just never shown up. It's always how it happens. But specifically though, the story of how Bain Capital, which was Mitt Romney's company, going around buying up, liberal stations. That was what, by the way, ultimately killed Air America. Not something internal, but the fact that they were their stations were being bought up and flipped and meant to not turn a profit, which would normally be a violation of their fiduciary duty to their investors. But they don't care because it's sort of like an ad. It's like ad dollars for the tax break they're going to get if they can keep us from getting it, our side from getting an office.
Well, like you always say, just think of what you could do with the budget that a Glenn Beck or Bill O'Reilly.
Exactly.
Or,
and we're not even asking for that.
Just think
Look
of
what
how
we're
many people we
already
could reach
doing.
with this message that is one
It's
of
so
the most
important
fights, I believe, in our lifetime that we could be involved in. And,
That's right.
Getting it out as far and spreading it as far as wide, I think, is hugely important. So,
yes, mega worldwide, I would call it.
Yes.
Let's take a break, and we'll come back with more Boston Brian. But you guys can pop over to his Patreon and sign up for that right now. I insist. We'll be back right after this. It's Hal Sparks filling in for Joan Esposito on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk.
Okay, we're in break, and do you want to do that Team Hochberg live read now?
Team Mahachmubar, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Hal. I appreciate you to the end
it's good.
of the earth. I really do.
Yeah, sure. It's lucky it works out. And it's hopefully it's cooling off in your house right about now. I'm not.
I honestly, I might be out of sweat. It's one or the other.
Someone powder
90 seconds.
Thank you. Someone powder Brian. Can we get someone in here?
Yeah.
All right.
I need Don Jr. to sneeze on me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. That'll suck up all the water. Right.
And I do hear a little bit of an echo on my side. I hope that's not an issue, and I hope it's just me.
I think it's just you. It might just be something looping in what you got, but we'll.
Yep, no worries. Not a big deal.
Okay. Team Hochberg. This is a longer read.
Have you seen what the $1 billion includes yet? That new aid package?
I have not. No. I just saw that he's done it. Although I
know there was obviously weapons, humanitarian aid, and for the banking.
And they also are talking about how they could transfer confiscated assets. And the way they have to charge them with a crime in absentia and go through the whole process to do that, so that people don't just seize stuff before and just say war crime, and then they just take whatever they want from now on. Like that's that other countries don't do that, and it just becomes like financial piracy. Okay, I got to do this commercial read for Jones' show.
Hi, Chicago.
10 seconds.
Excellent. Are you sure? I'm sorry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Revolving credit debt increased $17.6 billion in March, the largest monthly increase on record. According to Bloomberg, over 50% of Americans don't have enough cash to cover an unexpected $400 expense, and a record 36% of Americans have more credit card debt than savings. Listeners have been surviving inflation by relying on their credit cards, but your credit card debt isn't going to magically disappear. That's why you need to call Team Hochberg now. Not tomorrow, not next week or next month. Pick up the phone and call now for a free debt consolidation consultation. Team Hochberg will analyze your current situation for free and help you and your family consolidate or eliminate your debt. But they can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of WCPT listeners, but they can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061. Oh, yeah.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan.
Except that
live from
$400
Chicago,
thing isn't true anymore.
And multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Welcome back. I'm here with my dear friend Boston Brian, who rumor has it is from and in Boston, where it's toasty beyond measure, as it is across the country. We'll deal with that later on. I think my favorite story about the Ukrainian thing right now, for me, is the fact that Russia has to park its planes out in the open because it doesn't have hangars. So they're covering the planes with old tires. I'm not kidding. I'm showing the picture of it
Ladas
on screen. Yeah, to protect them from the drone attacks and other stuff, to just have a modicum of defense against the explosives. So they are that is an aerial shot I'm showing on my live stream right now of just old
I think
tires.
in that same picture on either the right or the left is a big burn spot where the other plane used to be.
Yes,
burned to the ground.
yes, right. Yeah, nearby. That is where one of them was hit. That is the exact same airport. And these guys don't have a way. And the idea was, and these are their long range bombers. These are the things that, they would keep in the air for long periods of time, take a lot to service, and they stay up there.
Expensive birds too.
Yes, they are. And so that is their defense measure. That is
what's that going to do? What is that going to do?
That is going to lower the repair time from forever to 27 months if they can get the parts. That's what it's going to do. I'm not kidding. That is exactly exactly and I get it. I mean, what are you going to do? What else are you going to do? You got nothing.
I don't know. That's dumber than like the little nets that they put on top of the tanks. It's supposed to stop a 200-pound drone, and you know what I mean.
Well, and the drones. So and that's actually for that was originally for the javelins. So the javelins go over. They have a sensor below them. When they get over there, that says, okay, the tank is 6 feet before here, so it drives the explosives into the actual armor of the tank, and it's part of the process. So what they do is they build a big cage on the top, and the idea is that it tricks the radar into thinking that the tank is 8 feet higher than it is or whatever, and it explodes too early. It doesn't really do enough damage. The problem is they can see that, and it's like, you ever see on like a sniper movie where the guy's always doing little clicks on his optic, where he's just turning it a little bit. Okay, that's all they have to do on the javelin, and just go set it for 2 feet instead of 6, and
like
that's
the guy
it.
Taking out the dude in the bell tower and Saving Private Ryan.
Right, exactly. Or when somebody's or John Wick shooting through a wall because the guy's standing behind drywall, thinking that that's actually arm. That'll protect him in some way. So pretty fascinating. Obviously, the Russians have stepped up their attacks on civilian areas, but I want to bring up on here too. And I was talking about our dear friend Philip Ittner, who's in Odessa right now. Was on my morning show, the Hal Sparks morning show, Mega Worldwide, which people can check out Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I leave off Tuesdays and Thursdays because I have so much research, reading, and idiot video watching to do for this show that I don't know how in the world.
When does your missus get any time with you, Hal?
In between shows, and after. That's why I bug out at 6 o'clock on the nose a lot. I'm just saying for the record. Also, for a little spoiler alert, this Saturday on my radio show, I will be ending the show right on time, like laser on time, because my dear friend Richard Hunter, who I'm going to have on the show as well at some point, who is a funny guy and a great Democrat, smart dude. Anyways, he got tickets to Metallica last week. They do these shows Monday and Sunday, and Hetfield got COVID, and he couldn't do the show on Sunday, so they had to cancel it. So they moved it to this Saturday, but his wife can't go. So he's like, I need to find somebody that will drive down to Phoenix with me from Vegas that I can stand to be in a car with till for 4 hours. So
how much is a flight?
Well, yeah, the reality is we're going together. I'm going. So anyways, he invited me. So we're going to go see Metallica Saturday night. And he has pit tickets. And he's in Kirk's family and friends room. So the last time I saw Metallica where I had family and friends room, I was there as a guest of Trujillo's. And that's where I met Hetfield for the first time. I'm very curious if he remembers our altercation, considering how many times I have spoken of it on the air. If he remembers it, probably. It was great. He's a good dude, a solid guy, and great respect for a dude who fought addiction as difficult as he did and brought himself back from it in an amazing way. And as a guy who wrote some of the most heartfelt, angry music of my childhood, the amount of positivity that guy exudes in life is just It's stunning. It's very exciting. Now,
Metallica will always go hand in hand with high school football for me. You know, just
sure.
The music before the games, getting pumped up for the games, and we used to come out to Metallica when we ran out in the field. And
there you go.
But I haven't been to a good concert since Ozfest, which was years ago. You know,
well, I'm going to take you to one. I'm going to make my way out to Boston, and I'm taking you to a bunch of shows. That's it. That's, for God's sake. You had to be such a good guy and be on the other coast. That's fine.
That's going to be patreon.com/Boston Brian, so I can afford these tickets to be.
That's right.
Where Hal goes.
That's right. Vice versa. Now, I'm showing up. We got like 4 minutes left in the show, and I want to thank Joan again for letting me fill in for her. It's an honor, and I appreciate it. And Boston Brian, thank you for being with me to ride out this part of it. And I'm going to roll straight into my show right after this. Good times. But in the meantime,
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we got 1 minute. I wanted to show people the map of Ukraine right now, and I've got it up on there. This breakthrough that is happening around Robatnya and all this area, and I'll blow it up, past all these reinforcements. The Ukrainians have broken through the second line and that is past the area where the minefields are, frankly. And once they've pick this hole, they just got to work their way through it. And I think what we're seeing here is the beginning of the end. I think that's the biggest sign so far.
Is it me, or do those next lines of defense don't actually spread far enough to be a hindrance?
They do not. You can go around them, and that's the key. Thanks, Boston Brian. Thank you, Chicago. Thanks, Joan Esposito. We'll see you next time. Take care of yourselves and take care of somebody else. Remember, if you're ever confronted with a choice you think is the lesser of two evils, choose less evil. It's that easy.
Thank you, bud. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Excellent.
Good show. I'll talk to you next time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. See ya. Okay. We'll hang. I have to hang them up because they will start playing the ad stuff through there because they'll forget all about it.
My shot is at 2 shows, no cussing, like one of those when you get injured at the work.
Yeah, that's right. Like one of those. It's an accident, right? Yeah. I was just pointing out, and I didn't want to say this on the air, and I thought you were about to, so I was like, when you're saying out the lines. I had said earlier that it looks like the Ukrainians are teabagging the Russians right here.
But what they do have to be careful of is pushing too deep in a singular spot, which you can obviously what would happen. The pincer move that the Russians could do behind them if they were to.
Well, that's what this little area is right here. But the problem is, and I think this is what they're running into, is that Tokmak is so important, and they've already lost Robatnya, that they've got to keep pushing this part. They can't afford to try and venture into the territory to do that pincer move because that means taking people away from the defensive positions around here. And it's fascinating to me, and this is, part of whatever the hell. Maybe this whole area here is the mined area, and I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that they just peppered this whole frigging area with mines and the like. But it seems like these guys moved forward to keep this line back. But they've started falling back, obviously. After Robatnya, they reinforced in here. You can see these little lines, these little jagged lines, these throw-up lines. But these guys, there were so many. I mean, if you back out, it looks like everybody's there. Like, it's just look at the amount of troops. And
I saw a lot of videos of Russian soldiers being surprised at how fast the Ukrainians got through the first. The first line of defense. Yeah, the main line of defense that they had, basically.
And it's amazing to me that.
But it was a World War II setup.
Thursday.
It was just it's Dragon's Teeth. It looks exactly like the landing that you'd see on
right.
Private Ryan. Sorry to bring that up twice in one show, but that's they think that's their tactics that they're using. Big trenches to stop the tanks, but we have, they had funny tanks in World War II that could get around the trenches. The tanks that fold out the big top, you drive right on top of them.
Build their own bridge.
The British guy invented. They called them the funnies. But I can't think of the guy's last name at the moment. But they were amazing. He built probably like 15, 16 different types of tanks that did different things, bulldozers and flamethrowers and like I said. Ones that could go down deep in a trench, and other tanks would just drive right over it. So it's like this is outdated, just nonsense of defensing right here.
Right, and it's interesting because if you look at here, these, like I said, this is Robatnya. So they've they full on claimed it. Like the Ukrainians have said, we've got this now. They're behind this trench line. It's hard to even argue at this point, interestingly enough, if once you clear this now qualifies as a Ukrainian trench line. Because once you claim these things, you also have that part of it. You can also, if you want, you can shuffle the mines so that even if they move forward and when they go back, they're not in the same spot they were. You know where they are now, but they're different. So
we're not on the air, right?
No.
The Russians have laid a fuck ton of mines.
Yes.
Like just a ridiculous number of mines, because that's literally their one of their only defenses. You know what I mean? That's what they have. They probably have a huge stockpile of them. So they're just throwing them everywhere and hoping for the best, hoping they're going to take out as many as they can. But it has to be deeply frustrating and just, for the Russian citizens to see the land that they took, the villages that they occupied now being reoccupied by the Ukrainian people.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and it's happened a lot before with bigger cities. I understand that. But it's got to be really frustrating for these, and a lot more difficult for the Russian Ministry of Defense to claim any type of victory whatsoever when you're losing ground that you've already claimed and celebrated in the newspapers back home. And now you have to, somehow hide the fact that you've lost it now, because they don't come out and tell their people that.
No. And they have no reason to do it. And by the way, hi everybody. I'm going to roll straight in my show. I'm going to let Brian go in a minute, and I'll set up and kind of do a reset. I'll do a reset of the show and then get going. But I just wanted to continue this conversation because it's good. Wes Webb jumps in here. He goes, the U.S. is not running out of bullets. They're just not selling them to civilians. Yeah, that's another thing you see on the right wing. Like there was this factory that's the Winchester factory that is licensed to supply arms to the military, and they'd sell the overage. They would automatically, even though they were under license to the government, they would overrun the factory stuff, and then they would sell the overage to civilians on the cheap. And so a bunch of these socialist bullets, I would call them, because you're just buying. Yeah, it's government surplus that never needed to be surplus in the first place. There is no legitimate surplusing of it. For the record, it's made intentionally that way. So, that part of it is that's why Glenn Beck and all these guys are like, this is how they're coming for your guns.
I did see that they were adding the depleted uranium ammunition into the new package.
Yeah, well, that's because of armor, and that's the other thing that that you in a war, and this is the difference between like if you're wearing like real armor plating, the depleted uranium stuff cuts through that stuff like butter, and it's. But
I still haven't seen them using. I mean, obviously the Abrams, like I don't know, is it almost counterintuitive, because I don't think they'll be using the Abrams as a frontline weapon. So it's like
I think they're using them to hold
necessary
places
right now to be sending that. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not in there in huge numbers. They're not on the front lines going into these towns. So it's like I guess send them so that they have them ready just in case. I don't know. It just seems like
eventually
they're gonna. That's something they could use now to help them right now. That could go in there.
No, and because you're not going to send them in and get them blown up because they're going through minefields. What you'll do is you'll move them into secured areas a little bit back so that anywhere that the Russians would try to take back, if they do a counter offensive kind of thing, you would have munitions in there that would drive them back in a second. The Abrams
all I'm saying is there's a spot in the aid package taken up by the depleted uranium shells that are not going to be of huge use to them at the moment. What I'm saying is we should replace them sending the uranium shells now for a weapon system that they could use now and be more used on the front lines to help them out at this moment in time,
Yeah, I don't know what the range is on the Abrams in terms of that, if they use them as gunners effectively.
I mean, you can use them as artillery, basically.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah. I mean, that would be the start on doing it, and you get some range in there.
You wouldn't be using the uranium shells at that point. You know what I mean? You're not going to just start firing off depleted uranium shells as artillery.
Considering how creative the Ukrainians have been with a lot of this stuff. I wouldn't doubt that there was some secondary thing where they're like, they've got a French or a Finnish vehicle or a gun that can use those shells.
You're exactly
and
right. Just a whole new weapons platform we've never seen before. That somehow
and they're
depleted uranium shells.
Right, and they're layering them into
They really are. I know it sounds like hyperbole, but they are absolutely that good. You can look up a bunch of videos of Ukrainian workshops that take in one vehicle and they, it's like a Mazda pickup truck and it goes out as this battle wagon with 50 cals and it's amazing,
right.
really.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's the way to do it with the amount of like solid like commercial commuter vehicles, trucks nowadays that you can have a military grade truck that you purchased just on the open market, like a Jeep or any of those. Like those vehicles are so much more robust and handle terrain, and they're commercially cheaper than the military version of them. Anyways, you just buy a bunch of them used. You just send
There's
over
a lot of old Russian trucks like that. On the market for like 20 grand or 25 grand, 15 grand, depending on condition, obviously.
Oh man, I love when Trump talks about the 85 billion and stuff's left behind, which is just garbage, nonsense. But
Can I
I'm
ask
like,
you a question before I jump down?
Yeah.
What do you think about this whole 14th Amendment argument with Trump and taking him off the ballot?
I think it's completely valid. I think, and in a sane world, that would have been instituted within weeks of January 6th. Like any other period in American history, they would go, oh, fuck that guy. That would have been the end of it.
Right.
But now that, effectively, you've got Dershowitz and his fellow scumbags running around saying this is just a way of like, because the voters will vote for him, that's why they want him taken off. Instead of, no, the point is, the law is, the 14th Amendment has meaning, and that is, if you engage in this shit, you don't even earn the right to be on the ballot to lose, because he's going to fucking lose. I don't care what anybody says. They know it.
I'm scared that if he's not convicted of something and they try that, he's not even been charged with insurrection as far as I know or anything like that. So I do know it's legally sound, but I just think it might cause more problems than it helps us. And I think it would be more advantageous and more beneficial and more meaningful to us if we just beat the bastard at the fucking ballot box.
I agree.
You know
I'm fine with that.
More,
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we can, and it's not an issue. As a matter of fact, I think it opens up a can of worms. Otherwise, I think what you do is that you, specifically around the documents case, or I guess the Georgia case as well. But if he's convicted of those things, then states can start making the argument that they want him taken off the ballot because he engaged in an insurrection. That's the Georgia case. Or that he's guilty of crimes against the country, aid and comfort, which would be the documents case, and the Georgia case. And so you have multiple reasons why, besides the fact that he's a pussy-grabbing rapist in general, should be reason enough, again, in a sane world. But those two things, if he's convicted of those two things.
Just like an alternate reality. You're talking about the guy that was once the leader of the free world, the most powerful man on all of the planet, in the leader of the United States of America. And the sentence ends was, he's a pussy-grabbing thief, con man, cheater.
Yeah.
Just
rapist, asshole.
Sorry, it's like a different reality than what I'm used to.
I've said this before, but nobody gets to skip history. Nobody gets to, you don't get to, no, you're gonna live through history no matter what you think. And for some reason around the 90s, it seems a bunch of people thought that history was over, and they were like, we're in cruising speed now.
Right.
There won't be any of this shit, and nobody gets to skip history. And you've got and your best chance of skipping really bad shit is keeping an eye out for it. And that's what we weren't doing. When it came to, Cheney himself should have been the lesson. But the idea that Trump got anywhere near the levers of power, and again, we're very lucky that he's a failure. That in everything he tries, he's a failure. Thank God. Because he's, if anybody with half a fucking brain, if it had been a Cheney acolyte, or it had been, if Rumsfeld had the charisma and the money behind him or something like that, or any of the people that were in Bush's cabinet had found their way to create this kind of bullshit cult of personality, they absolutely would have been able
He's
to
like
pull
a
off all
Three
this shit.
Stooges con man cheetah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's
It's like
comical
someone
in the ways that he
it's
goes
like a guy
about
with a
trying to
sweaty
cheat.
comb over with like a bowler hat, you know, and going, you know, with a cigar. Like it's
But
so
it's amazing how dangerous that turned out to be. It really is, and it's amazing how many people you now look at differently that you didn't look at differently before. You know, politics became so heated and divided. You know, and it's divided a lot of families. It's a lot of people have lost their jobs or left their jobs because of the way their company feels, or you know, the company feels about them. And you know, a lot of these people have dug themselves a hole that is really deep in defending Trump and his ways. That, like you say, even when you get a win, if you're 6 feet deep in a hole, you know, you still have to get. You're still 6 feet in the hole. You got to get that 6 feet before you even get to anything above
just
that.
to growth, right? Yeah, these people are like any movement is just back to stasis, and that can feel Herculean.
Well, and I really appreciated that graph you pulled up the other. I think it was today or yesterday, showing the U.S. economy and the GDP, and it looked like a straight line, except for the housing crash in what was it 07, and then obviously COVID. Other than that, if you drew a straight line to one point to the end, it was pretty steady growth. It looked like where it was supposed to be.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing's and again, that's what I mean is like imagine like any boat ride you take is going to be bumpy at some point if it lasts any length of time. And imagine if each bump took a month, and the trip back to shore would just be filled with like stories of apocalyptic ends. The boat's going to capsize. We're all dead. You know what I mean? All that shit, right? We're all doomed. There's no way out. Right. And then ultimately, if you really look at it, like, well, the water was like, but it wasn't like like the stories you're fucking telling sounds like we were in a typhoon. You're the fucking deadliest catch, and there was a wave bigger than the boat, and it was like the day after tomorrow, or fucking
they
whatever.
abandoned ship and they could just stand up in the water because it's not that deep.
Yeah, right, exactly. And there's a lot of that in the. Oh, nice. Ali Osher followed you on Patreon. That's great.
You guys are the
people
best.
jumping in.
I say it a lot, and I mean it with everything that I have. Your chat is just some of the most fantastic people.
Yeah,
they're
good
so
people.
loving and caring and devoted and dedicated, and I don't know. They're just great people. So
hey, man, all you got to do is make people's lives.
I can think of a list of names right now, people in your chat that I can thank, which is funny to me that I know them all.
By chat names. I know, me too. It's fascinating.
I can't wait to put a face to these people. That's part of my Patreon. I'm sorry, I don't want to be a shameless plug, but as a part of the Patreon, I'm doing monthly Zoom, sometimes twice a month. So I'll finally get to see all your beautiful faces, and we can learn a lot about each other and talk democracy, and talk politics, and talk now behind his back. And,
sure, that's totally for that. Absolutely.
But no, really, thank you, and Hal, thank you for this, for the privilege of being here with you. And
hey, more the merrier, man. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. And I feel like there's such a gap on our side of voices that we just, there is no loss in this. I find it ironic and a little gross that there's any sort of competitive stuff on our side. And it might just be, five dogs fighting over a bone, but there's a whole other carcass right there. Right, like, why the fuck? And especially nowadays with all the outlets and all this stuff, shit, and the fact that people can watch your stuff whenever, even if we were all on at the same time, I'd say, hey, rotate live on all of my, our friends on this. If you want to watch them live and you want to be part of the live chat there, and if you don't want to be on mine, watch it later. Totally cool. The important thing is the message.
It's such an amazing feeling to know that you built your platform off the people that enjoy what you do.
Yeah,
it's so, I know, like, when people send you $2 or $3 on Venmo, like, it's so rewarding to feel like people appreciate the time and energy, and like you said, the reading, and it's not like I was born with any of this knowledge, so you got to read and study and make sure you get your facts right.
Make sure you're caught up, especially when shit's like when new weird stuff is dropping all the time. Like, let me give you an example. Is it like I to be completely honest, every so often, because my show, people watch it other times than when I'm live, and you experience this as well. And you might get a reaction to somebody online or whatever. But I'll occasionally get a Venmo from somebody who, you know, is watching the show and, you know, later, and they're like, okay, I'll help you out or whatever. They'll do something, even if it's like $5 or something. And there have been multiple times when I have teared up a little bit. I'm dead serious. I'm like, literally, it caught me right at the moment. And I was like, and not because like, oh, I got $5, thank God. But because that person felt like I added enough value to what their experience and their knowledge base and their situation that they felt that was worth their time to not just send a message or send money or to support the show, but just, I'm aware of all the steps, you know, that lead up to that, right?
Exactly.
You know,
right.
Just even trying to figure out how that shit works.
I have an issue not asking for help, but, you know,
yeah,
that whole, you know, promoting myself type thing is still really awkward for me. I don't quite understand that part. And so you're going to have to help me get through that. But, you know, like you said, just the feeling of knowing that somebody at a random moment was watching your video and agreed with what you were saying so much that they were like, all right, I want to help this person out. I want to help this person grow his platform. I think it's that important. Is very touching. It really is. So
Tarrant says, I feel seen. Absolutely. And Templeton and others, like, you know who you are. I like everybody who does that. It's just great. I used to have a thing, and you'll do this. Like, I have that thing where if I've got this open on 2 channels so I can go back and forth between 2 sets on OBS, so that sound, I have to turn off the little alert sound because it'll play.
All right, Hal, I have to know, how are you looking so high in your room right now? Like, why does it look like you have screens on the ceiling sometimes when you're looking up?
Oh,
like,
because I do.
How big are your screens?
No. So, okay, right here, I have a screen right here.
You're like, read the chat on the ceiling.
Yeah. So I have an old monitor that was kind of garbage, but it will work portrait. It'll turn long ways. And so I put the so that I can see where you are, which will be about eye level and with the camera, so it's a little more natural. Until I'm dealing with the chat, I put it up here. And so I'll look up at the chat, and there's guy like looks like I'm looking at the sky.
I'm always
but
like,
it's all,
what the hell is he looking at? Like, I feel like you used to have a whole room of green screens in your chat.
I'm not there yet. I'm not at Glenn Beck level yet, and I'm absolutely I have absolutely maxed out my video card on my computer because sometimes I start it up and only 3 of the monitors will wake up, and I have to go like turn it off and turn it back on and do re-inputs on it, and then go to the display settings in my thing and wake it back up because it's like
the funny thing is, if you look in the background of all of these like popular shows, your popular show, I guarantee a lot of them like that. It's all a rigged, MacGyver and duct tape.
Oh my God!
Couple,
it looks
screws here and there.
Yeah, my studio looks like Doc Brown's dog food machine. But it works, and I keep trying to like improve on it piece by piece. But I'm like ashamed that analogy is so fucking good, but it's absolutely true.
At some point, you're gonna have to post a picture of your setup from like what it looks like you walking in your room to look at
dear God. Look, dude, I have right on my desk, I have a screw gun and the fart gun.
Machine in a while.
I have the fart, I have the screw gun and fart. I have I got just like a buck knife that I need for cutting wire.
Just in case Johnny Million acts up.
Yeah, absolutely. Just come on, you. I have like 3 sets of headphones as backup, 2 plugins because I've had so many fucking fails. I've got if my other stuff doesn't work, I have like a handheld fart machine just in case. It's just nuts. I like the amount of stuff.
Like, I'm ready
to
for
have.
the rubber chicken. Where's the rubber chicken somewhere?
Hold on.
No, don't do it.
Yeah, hold on.
He pulls one out.
Now, I have a small one. I have a small one, and I put it in the hands of Glenn from The Walking Dead. This is Glenn from The Walking Dead choking his chicken. This is stupid. I love this so much. I couldn't believe like how this like it just fit in his hands when I put it in there.
It was made
and I
for
was
it.
like, this is And I got this like as a gift because Glenn was my character on Walking Dead. I really loved him, and once they killed him, I was like, "Fuck this joint."
You abandoned the show.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
I've
and that
lost at least.
by the
3
way,
pounds,
that
yeah.
doesn't even count. You want to wait. You want to see the horror of it? Hold on one second. The other the fucking recording studio, like my microphone, the other computer, which is nearly dead, which is the one we're trying to replace, because sometimes it just turns itself off, whatever the fuck. And
good.
Yeah, and then there's all the books and stuff, and this is my kid, and there's my other kids, Lab Rats kids, and all that stuff. And then there's my original Luke Skywalker on his Tauntaun that I've had since I was 11 or whenever the fuck that came out. Trying to say what else can I point out that's not gross or weird. Yeah. Okay, so that's right there. So it's not even like, understand how much space I'm dealing with. Like, this is the green screen is.
Yeah,
that's it.
No,
it's right there.
I'm in the same boat here.
Oh yeah, I could tell. Oh yeah, we're all squashed. Do you still have the Captain America shield? Do I have I have 3 of them. I have. You're goddamn right. So not only do I have.
How dare you ask me that?
Yeah. Not only do
I got
have
one for you and me.
Yeah, not only do I have the original, like the regular clean one that they, but I have the Winter Soldier bluish one, which I like a lot. They made a like a stealth model, remember, that's painted blue for that one. But I also have the Endgame destroyed.
Oh, that's cool though.
This is the one he was holding with his broken arm, in which he cinched his arm back together, in that. So I still. All right.
See, I'm one of those. I'm one of those weird people. I'm watching like stuff about Winston Churchill, not Captain America.
Well, I have to say, hold on one second. I gotta make sure this doesn't fall off.
Because I always miss the first one in the series, and then by the time I get into it, there's already like 2 or 3 movies come out, and I'm always behind.
Don't worry about it. Start back. I will tell you this. Like, I started out as an Iron Man fan, in general, because I believe the overall story, by the way, of the Avengers storyline from the very first Captain America movie, if you follow the timeline through the end, is very much like the storyline in Blade Runner, which is man and science against God, giving us a limited shelf life. That the idea that God can pick the day you dies, and the fight in manhood and humankind against that is the essence of all progress and stuff. That's what it's always been. And so Thanos, the idea that he could just make up the day you die like that, is the allegory of the whimsical God. He's Tyrell in this situation, giving you a 4-year lifespan, and the replicants hate him for it, right? And then some people he gives a longer life. Rachel, maybe even Deckard is lives forever. They don't have a limited life. So the story is like, how dare you? And it's a fight back against it. So in the 2 cases, if you really boil down to what it is, and even though eventually, Thor being a demigod, which is another conversation because he gets fat and then he's still using electricity, and that's still the invention of mankind's new era of technology, was man's harnessing of lightning, which is interesting. So as soon as humans brought lightning, Thor, to work with them and be on their side as opposed to be against them in terms of, lightning strikes because God's playing fucking bowling in the skies or whatever, which is what they used to think. Once you do that, then that's the beginning of the industrial age. And Iron Man represents the industrialization, mankind using machine to further his life, protect himself against the elements, and protect himself against the whim of the gods. In this idea.
So do you think that's the start of the whole story there? Because I do like the Iron Man movies. I thought
so is Captain America.
The ones that I did watch.
Yeah, so Captain America, I believe Captain America First Avenger is the best Avengers movie of all the ones, because it's the purest message. Because whereas Iron Man is an accidental hero hoisted by his own petard. He's almost forced by his circumstance to become better than himself. And he recognizes the damage that he's done. He's a dick, and he sells arms to awful people. Right. And then it bites him in the ass, and he pretends he doesn't know. And then he's confronted with it, and he almost dies, and he changes his mind. Everybody else has a similar take like that. And never mind the fact that, like, the storyline they give the Wakandans is the most, like, ridiculous it's just an act of violence against everybody else in Africa. I don't get it at all. I don't know why that's like, I don't know why people are applauding that. Like, oh yeah, we built a dome city. What? Okay, so Black Panther's what, the Trump of Africa? Never mind. Like, that bugged me. But that said, Captain America becomes a hero well before he gets the powers. And he allows the experiment to go there, and there's no guarantee it's actually going to work. We know it is because we know the character happens. But back then he didn't. He was the first to, try this. And the only experiment before him was Red Skull, and it burned all his skin off. So they're not going to necessarily, and they were going to pick one guy and try it. And they've got to pick the nicest and sort of expendable guy they could find. And this guy, the moment it becomes the best story is the grenade. So I don't know if people have seen it. And spoiler alert, but there's a moment when he's in basic training, and they've got the kind of Benjamin Button version of Chris Evans. He's really tiny, he weighs 119 pounds or something like that. It's really well done. But they go, Tommy Lee Jones's character says, wars aren't won, they're won with guts, or they're won with guts. And he throws this grenade. He goes, grenade, and everybody runs except for Steve Rogers, who, at 119 pounds, dives on top of it and tells everybody to get away. And everybody's, like, all the other people who were up for being the Captain America, which they don't know, rise up from behind the car they hid behind, or whatever. Everybody ran for cover except him. And he was willing to give his life, as small as it was, in that moment for everybody. It didn't matter. He was there. And the whole line, I don't want to kill
was
Nazis.
Was it a test or a dud or something like that?
It was dud. It was a dud. But he didn't know that. And he laying there, he goes, is this a test? Like, he doesn't know. But that's the point he becomes Captain America.
Test. Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's fucked up. But again, they've got one dose of this shit, and they don't know if it's going to work. And they got to pick one person to do it. And they were going to pick the biggest bully dickhead in the thing because he was physically stronger. And it was his willingness to instantly, without thinking, sacrifice himself to save people around him, even in a non-war setting, that made him, his character right for this. Because the idea is that it makes you stronger, but it also it exacerbates your character traits. So it makes a good man better, kind of like Freemasonry, and it makes bad men worse.
Have you ever seen We Were Soldiers?
Yes.
With Mel Gibson?
Uh-huh.
Screw him, but great movie. That reminds me a lot of that, where they were doing live training before they even were in there, and the guy had to save his buddy there.
Yeah, and that wasn't that uncommon. In, when you have accidents or that happen. Look at the story of First Man. The guys who were killed in in the Apollo mission. Or Gemini, I think it was. Point being though is that point. That's where and he's very different from everybody else because again, whatever the backstory they give on Bruce Banner is very small, that he's fucking around they eliminated all the altruistic thing about his wife died and because he couldn't lift the car off her and he thought, somebody was able to do that. So if I could just figure out what that is and turn it on, and then he accidentally turns himself into the Hulk and his anger turns him into whatever. That they just kind of threw that out the window and made up a whole other side story of it. Everybody else is there because of their own fuck up, essentially. Even Scarlet Witch has a body count by the time she loses her accent, and that goes.
Conservatives hate body counts. Just to let you know. They don't like a girl with a high body count.
Right? Yeah, that's right. Girls with a high body count. That's a different thing. According to what's her name? Penny Pawnee, whatever, the redheaded chick who's always defending Andrew Tate. Never mind. Anyways, we watch way too much right wing shit. Anyways, so the point is.
Oh, the TikTok chick.
I think is she on TikTok? I don't know. She's on other stuff.
Podcast, and she's the lamest. Like she's against feminism and all that chick.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm sure there are more than just her, but I think we're talking about the same person.
She's blown up basically a little bit.
Yes.
Right.
Because she was defending Andrew Tate, but that's another thing. Anyways, back to why Captain America is like the actual purest hero in that situation. And again, it's that moment of sacrifice and the fact that he had already made that sacrifice before he ever became, and he volunteered to do something that might not work to try and make this forward. And again, this goes to the whole science against God theme that is in Blade Runner and that is in the run of these, which is God shouldn't whimsically be able to turn off human life at 98 years old or whatever it is and say no more. And humanity always raging against that. And this is an allegory for that. And that's why at the end, he snaps back in Endgame at Thanos and unsnaps him. Because he builds technologically a glove that can handle it, even if his physical person can't. And he's willing to sacrifice himself, like myriads of humans before have done this. Right. So I love that aspect of the story, and the Captain America part of it just won me over time, because there's no smarm to it at all, and there's real struggle. And there's also a real heartbreak, because he doesn't, he gets to go back and spend time with her, after, when he gets to go back in time or whatever. But in the real thing, he goes through her death twice and wakes up and everybody he knows is dead, like all that kind of stuff. I just love that part of it. So that really caught on with me, and I love how, in loving that, I can reclaim all the patriotic imagery that a lot of these fuckers run off with and mishandle and turn into something ugly. And I don't like that either. I think we have every right to, to put ownership on the flag and appreciate what it means.
Just gonna say, I'm starting to call out my family members that have, different colored flags that they think represent different things. And it's like, listen, would the U.S. military fly that in a time of war? If they were, no, they wouldn't fly that flag. They'd fly the American flag. It's supposed to be a certain way with certain colors, a certain amount of stars, a certain amount of stripes. So let's get back to that and stop.
Some respect.
Stop stealing our
imagery,
our love for
iconography,
right? Turn it into something evil.
Hey man, we got nothing to complain about. Imagine what the Tibetans feel like when the Nazis got a hold of their stuff. So that like.
Well, don't worry. He flipped it like a couple degrees, so he made it different.
Yeah, it's like the horse cruise. They don't call it. It's the horse cruise or something like that. The hook cross, right? They don't even call it the swastika. The swastika is actually an Indian word.
Right.
Because if you listen,
he just took it, flipped it, turned it just slightly, put it on so it was a point and didn't end on the flat side, changed the color of it, put a red flag behind it, and he was good to go.
Right. Or added color.
He knew red was it had bold imagery type, mindset to it, back in
absolutely. The day. Well, I'm obviously aware of that. And my particular little icon that I made is as much a reminder to me, in wearing it or looking at it or having it around as it is, to show other people what I think or feel, or if they even understand it. And it's important. It's one of those things where I'm aware of the power of that iconography, and that's why I don't give it away lightly. So Sanskrit,
we should do a shirt trade. I'll send you a Boston Brian one. I'll take a.
I'm for it.
Box all day.
Yeah. What size do you wear?
Large.
Of course you do.
I tried saying it like regular.
Lodge. Lodge. Gotcha. Okay.
No, that's a lodge.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, it's totally different.
It's
You're
like
right.
the difference between khakis and khakis.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, I was going to bring
one starts your car, one you wear his pants. Khakis and khakis.
Khakis and khakis. Oh.
That's no difference.
That's weird. Car keys and khakis. I don't know how you overlap those.
And khakis.
Okay.
That's our.
All right. Khakis sounds like a salve for your penis, but I'm just going to leave it there.
I was hoping not to end on that note.
That's okay. You can't not. All right. Anyways, on that note, I'm absolutely going to send you a merch package at some point.
What about you? What size you got?
I'm small, obviously. Right. I'm diminutive, but I also I'm at the age in a man's life where tight-fitting clothing keeps you honest. I can't let myself go.
If I had your arms, I'd show them off too. You for Christ's sake.
Oh, it's fucking boom. It's working. So I'm doing all right.
Anyways, you're fucking great, dude.
You're fantastic. We're gonna hang sometime when I get to the East Coast. We'll figure it out. I don't know how, but it's gonna happen. And when we do,
I'll be on the West Coast before you come here. So I'd love to, honestly, if it's possible, whatever, catch up for a. I know.
Hey, I mean, if you have any interest in coming out around the Sexy Liberal show that we're doing at the Saban in October.
Yep.
Maybe if you're out around that time, I could do a live stream from LA while I'm there. At the same time, we could do that together or something in the same room or whatever. I can scrounge us up a studio or something. That'd be fun.
Oh, you're the best, dude. Yeah, I'd love that. I'd love to at least shake your hand, get to say what's up. And
I insist.
It's weird talking to somebody a lot and feeling like you know them, but you've never seen them face to face.
Yeah.
That type.
Right. Yeah. You never see me standing up. Trust me, I'm a full functioning human being. I don't have
No,
rollers
the cat
below.
cam. Like one time you did the cat cam, and I was like, oh, he does have legs.
That's right. There's his shoes. Right. Yeah, I'm for it. We'll make it happen.
Well,
thank you, brother.
Thank you so much. Your time is very important. It's the one thing you can't get back in this life. So
That's right.
For you to share it with me is very touching
Dude,
me. I appreciate
my pleasure. And I think everybody, we're all in agreement. You know.
Thank you, Chad.
Across the
across
the board. So thanks, brother. Okay.
Thank
See
you,
you
buddy.
later. Okay.
Have a good night.
Bye. Sorry, we didn't get into our regular show just because I didn't feel like hanging. It's good when you guys get to see a Midwestern goodbye in its natural habitat. That said, let me say hi to the chat room. There you are. Hi, guys. And I'm going to go to, if I may, a budding bromance. We're well into it. We're well into that. I have no doubt. So let's see. Normally, let's see. Hold on. Let me do this the easy way, the hard way. I'm going to set this up. I'm just going to start. I've got clips over here, and they're sort of ready to go. And so I'm just going to freewheel it and just roll straight into here. And because there's so much stuff. I say we go to a D. Snyder concert with. Ouch. Okay. Let's see. All right. All right. Well, we can talk. Since we were talking about them, anyways, we'll grab this one. These idiots, and then let's see. Let's see. There's there was one I saw earlier. Well, I say, taking Trump down. Well, whatever. Okay, yeah, there it is. So here's John Voight. We get that one because that's oof. Voight's got. I subscribe to John Voight's Telegram channel. I'll show you in a second. Let's see, his subpoenas, and then we'll get to this: the highest level of corruption, blah blah blah. Let's see. This seems dumb. His impeachment trial later this month. That's fine. What is inside these redacted emails? What redacted emails? Okay, new stuff. Let's see. All right. Well, we'll see. Now there's a danger. Okay, Turley's an idiot. Biden gets dazed and confused at Medal of Honor ceremony. Okay, because he's trying to be quiet or something. Concerns are growing over Biden's age. No, they're not. My legal expert warns a very concerning development in the Trump indictments. The 14th Amendment. Okay. All right. I'm excited about that. Kudlow. Tuberville's a dickhead. Biden claims. And. All right. And then we haven't seen the mess D'Souza in a long time. There was a Mark Levin one that was in there earlier too. That was just, where was it? There was something weird. Biden's. Okay, that's Benny, and then there was. I knew I saw it earlier. Maybe it just all mashes together after a while. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so the Iranian story. They talking about being like fucking a month behind on everything. We'll get there. Eventually, this is... Okay, I've got some stuff. Stream title change, that's a good idea. Hold on one second. I'm going to go in here and then close. Whoops. It's already up here. I got to do it this way. One second. Cut. And we go to here. And then we go... Okay. I got to go to this guy and go to that one. Hold on, you silly person. Oh, I see. It's over here because I broke it down. I'm a silly person. Okay, so next up, let's change the... Can I change the title on this thing? Edit event. Sure. Let's give it a try. Choose your channel, pair of channels. Let's see. Edit. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, every time. Sometimes when I'm coming up with a title for the show, what I run into is I know there are all these words that will get me demonetized or slow walk the monetization, because the words themselves, like these giant channels, don't have to care because they can take the shave off. I can't, so I'm always having to like be fucking cute about it. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Because there's like, I'll just, you know what? Screw it. I'll just call it the show title and worry about that later. Copy. Okay. And then, place. Let's try to do this. Then I have some thumbnails that I made so that it can change. I don't know if it's going to screw up everything, but we'll find out. It's just fine. It's okay. Because I made some rando ones just to be a silly person. Where did you go? Why did you go away? There you go. Thumb background. There it is. I don't know. This will work. Just changing the thing. Save. Okay. And then edit. Boink. There we go. And I have to change everything individually. It's very strange. And then there you go. There you go. Take that. Save. Excellent. And then same thing. Edit. There you go. Here. Save. Excellent. Save. Okay. Hopefully that did it. And there might be a little bit of a change, perhaps. We'll see. Also, apparently, I can't. Well, maybe it didn't. Okay. It'll work on some of it. I think on Twitter it still says it, but it's fine. We'll figure it out. People will know. We'll make it fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. There we go. The picture I used, I made a bunch of sort of like, at one point, I was making generic thumbnails for myself because I was like, at some point, we keep seeing the same shit from him all the time. So I'll just make a bunch of things. And I made, where is this one? I hadn't quite finished it yet. But I liked it as an image. It's this guy right here. Hold on a second. Let me hide this. There we go. It's this guy right here. I made this kind of like, I'm still working on it, but the idea is like puppeting strings and stuff like that. It takes some work, but I'm piecemealing it. There we go. But first up, let's talk about how we're all doomed, shall we? Let's just jump right into how we're all doomed. Mark Levin, Mr. Producer, listen here. The man who shakes with anger even when he's happy. Mark Levin, ladies and gentlemen, if I do say so my damn self, very upset, Mr. Producer. Come on now, come on. And that should be his new character. Come on, Mr. Producer, come on. All right, I'll play the clip. Calm down. It's my show, goddammit. I've been on the air 5 hours today already. Okay, here we go. Now, Iranian ransom. This is the whole, like, we dropped some sanctions to let 1 million barrels a day of oil back in from Iran to get some of our people back, and at the same time undercut the Russians, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. But he'll tell us the whole story. I have no doubt. Here we go.
And the Biden administration hates Netanyahu the way they hate Trump, the way they hate DeSantis, the way...
What? They hate Netanyahu? Hey, asshat. Trump hates Netanyahu.
They hate anybody who doesn't agree with them.
Why is it so fucking quiet? What a dump. Turn this all the way up. And then I got to bring this part of it up. Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't even want to hear this asshole in the first place. And then I got to worry about him being quiet.
Because these are very sick bastards.
These are sick bastards. They're sick. Sick, sick, sick. I'm sick of your ass faces.
Joe Biden has actually sided with the Iranians in many respects.
In many respects. Yeah, he's big on the whole, like, women shouldn't go outside without their hair covered, or maybe siding with the ones who think they should be able to. Which Iranians are we talking about? Also, why are you wearing a weird globe on your chest? Or is that it looks like a man walking, let me guess, it's a military button of some sort that we're supposed to think you've got some sort of extra big testicles because you're wearing somebody else's pin.
Gave them $6 billion. South Korea, he told them to release $6 billion to Iran.
I see. So he told South Korea to release $6 billion to Iran. $6 billion that is Iranian and that is being held by the South Koreans. And
he does that, and within 48 hours, the Iranians are surrounding 4,000 of our naval personnel on one of our ships with hundreds of drones and their speedboats.
Within hours of it. Why did they think they were picking it up from that boat? Or are you off by months?
This constant appeasement and sell it to Iran is going to create a war between Israel and Iran.
Why?
Which will be a very, very devastating war.
Great. Okay, cool. Well, you let us know when that shit gears up and gets past the normal level of these fuckers hate each other sometime soon.
Iran is going to be able to hit all these major cities in Israel with drone technology, which it got from us.
What? No, they didn't. And also, no, they won't. The Iron Dome is particularly good at hitting that shit. What are you talking about? They didn't get that much better.
It started with one of our big, most sophisticated, technologically advanced drones that they shot down or crashed in their territory, and they have reversed engineered it, and they've been off to the races ever since.
One moment, please. Let's see. Let me try to find the yeah, okay. So okay. So what he's talking about. Let's start out with this. I think this is what he's discussing. I don't think he knows what he's discussing, but it's disgusting as we talk about it. Here we go. This is the drone system he's talking about. In 2011, shrink down, stupid. Why would I shrink the okay, there we go. In the aftermath of the Iran capture of a U.S. military drone earlier this month, now come arguments about how Iran managed to pull it off. An Iranian engineer's exclusive interview with the Christian Science Monitor has been published, which details how the Iranians captured the drone through jamming. An opposing camp says the story is just that, a story, while others schooled in GPS systems say the Iranians' technique is technically possible, but they would not bet on it. Iran's story about the electronic ambush, it crashed. This is in 2011. It crashed. So, whatever. Anyways, The RQ-170 Sentinel is that their expert used the technology savvy to trick the drone into landing where the drone thought it was an actual base in Afghanistan, but instead they made it land in Iran. They used reverse engineering techniques, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is 2011. How it might have happened, all that kind of shit. Meanwhile, what's the Biden administration doing about this? Well, on the one hand, hold on, get out of here. This is from a year ago. Iran forced to return U.S. sail drones seized at sea for a second time. U.S. defense officials say Iranian Navy warship had pulled 2 sail drones out of the water and covered them with tarps. U.S. is for the second time this week compelled Iran to release U.S. military sail drones that it tried to seize at sea. U.S. military has not officially commented on the incident, but a U.S. defense official speaking on condition of anonymity suggested the Iranians had sought to secretly seize the drones. No shit. Here you go. U.S. Navy intervenes after Iran seizes American sea drones. These are, little sailing spy vessels, essentially. Now, most of us think about flying drones. Some of it is this. That said, here's the other part of the story. Okay. This is the part that probably has, been digging at Levin for a while. Biden task force investigating how U.S. tech ends up in Iranian attack drones used against Ukraine. The Biden administration has launched an expansive task force to investigate how U.S. and Western components, including American-made microelectronics, are ending up in Iranian-made drones. In Iranian-made drones, Russia is launching by the hundreds into Ukraine. Multiple officials familiar with the effort tell CNN. The U.S. has imposed tough export control restrictions and sanctions to prevent Iran from obtaining high-end materials, but evidence has emerged that suggests Iran is finding an abundance of commercially available technology. That's right, because these days, consumer electronics are so much further ahead than anything that was available 30 years ago, and that was already plenty. Last month, the UK-based investigative organization Conflict Armament Research examined several drones that had been downed in Ukraine and found that 82% of their components were manufactured by companies based in the U.S. Now, that's the difference, too. Companies based in the U.S. That's a very big difference between, stuff made in the U.S. and brought over there. And point of fact, quite frankly, a lot of the shit either comes from stuff sold on the open market that people just repurpose, or China diverting some of this shit from their factories where they have a surplus to these companies. Among the components found in some of the drones are processors built by the Dallas-based technology company Texas Instruments. Yes, there's a bunch of trash 80 components in these. Yes, that's right. And most of you are thinking oh shit, a TRS-80 these days, because you could probably use that as a base to build something that flies around and references a point and flies to the point it's referencing, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Source of U.S. inquiry, as well as an engine made by an Austrian firm owned by Canada's Bombardier Recreation Products. Both companies have condemned any use of their technologies for illicit purposes. Their apparently unintentional ensnarement in Iran's drone manufacturing industry underscores how inexpensive products intended for civilian use can be easily retrofitted for military purposes and often fall just outside the bounds of sanctions and export control regimes. Again, consumer electronics and toys and the like are all plenty advanced to do this kind of shit. There are toys on the market that the Dr. Evils of the 70s and 80s that James Bond was dealing with would have murdered people to get them. And to us, they're toy drones. But again, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Selling them, if not giving them to the Russians to use against the Iranian people.
Selling.
They're easy to make once you figure out how to make them, and they.
Mm-hmm. And the Ukrainians are taking them down at before they even leave the ground with cardboard drones. Please continue.
All that from us, and they can make them very quickly. Obviously, they're just machines. There aren't people who are flying these things, physically flying each one of these things, and they can strike at long distances.
Yeah, but they also sound like a scooter, and you can hear them from miles away. And even though the technology that they allegedly got from us from the crashed one would be relatively silent, for some fucking reason, their drones are loud and shitty.
So that's just another thing Israel's going to have to worry about, because.
No, it isn't. First of all, they've been worrying about it. It hasn't changed. It didn't change during the Trump administration. None of it did. They had the same drones available to them then. And by the way, you can tell by his energy and the way he's looking aside, whatever, like he knows this is horseshit.
They don't have enough missiles in their Iron Dome system to be shooting down waves and waves of drones.
Okay, see if I can find a never mind the fact that yeah, here you go. Here's this one. Here's this one. Okay. Not only does Israel specifically Skydo. This is a different one. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Okay. Number one. Not only, if I may, Mr. Chairman, not only are the Israelis high times of Israel. Hello. Not only are the Israelis selling anti-drone systems to Ukraine because they have plenty and their systems are very, very good. And again, the drone technology he's fucking talking about is in no way more advanced than it was fucking 6 years ago, much less recent, like in the last 2 years during the Biden administration. I don't know what the fuck he's like, whatever. Anyways, let's see. But the company reported to the defense ministry that the sale was to Poland and appeared to be claiming not to be aware of the war. So they're selling it through Poland. That's the point. But they classified as advanced defense technology and therefore are not available for sale to Ukraine. However, the Israeli government has appeared uninterested in torpedoing the deal. There's no immediate comment from the defense. Israel deploys anti-drone systems along its border with Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and is considered a world leader in developing the technology, in which several Israeli firms are involved with Israel Aerospace Industries, Elbit, MC Tech, Spear, and Avnon Group. Israeli systems have been deployed by Azerbaijan in its conflict with Armenia, have also been sold to the U.S. and countries in Latin America, Africa, and Eastern Europe. We buy this tech from Israel, not the other way around. While Western countries have supplied considerable weaponry to Ukraine since Russia invaded, the defense ministry has opposed the sale of both offensive and advanced defense systems to Kiev on the grounds that it could harm Jerusalem's sensitive relations with Moscow. Which means that they would tell the Saudis or the Iranians to, or mainly the Iranians, to ramp up Palestinian activities. And they're trying to keep that cool. All right. Never mind what the fuck Netanyahu might be up to. Anyways. Prior to Russia's invasion, they also reportedly sank a plan by the U.S. to supply Ukraine with the Iron Dome, an Israeli anti-missile defense system developed with U.S. funding that has been sold to several other countries. While refraining from sending weapons, Israel has supplied Ukraine with basic defense equipment such as helmets, protective vests, along with humanitarian need like medicine and blankets. In July, Israel began providing direct financial support for civil aid organizations operating in the war-torn country. It also operated a field hospital in western Ukraine for 6 weeks before closing it in April. Jerusalem's refusal to send, by the way, that's because they've reopened hospitals and medical centers that had been bombed or blown up in the eastern part of Ukraine before. Like in the mid to the beginning of the war. Jerusalem's first refusal to send military aid was okay, blah, blah, blah. No, we're not running out of shit. Also, this is another one. This is their tracking thing another time. I love this. Israel launches new missile and drone defense system. This is a balloon. There you go. A ballon. And it's called Skydo. And it floats. It's basically a radar system that tracks drones in the area. The balloon's technology is based on an aerostat air platform developed by the American firm TCOM and is part of ongoing efforts to strengthen Israel's missile defense system. It will constitute a significant component in strengthening the protection of the country's borders, the ministry said in a statement. A similar unit is already deployed near Dimona in Israel's south. Over the past year, we have proven in a large number of successful experiments the ability of the entire multi-layered defense system to deal with advanced threat, including cruise missiles. Again, Mark Levin does not know what the fuck he's talking about. All right. And then, again, on top of that. And then, since then, here we go. Hold on one second. When was it? I'm trying to look up the date on this one. Yeah, here you go. This is March 15th. This is later. Scoop. Israel approves export licenses for anti-drone systems for Ukraine. Israel recently approved the export licenses for possible sale of anti-drone jamming systems that could help Ukraine counter Iranian drones used by Russia during the war. Now, work with me on this. Wrap your head around this, if you will, Mr. Mark Levin. Why would Ukraine be interested in anti-drone technology from Israel to stop Iranian drones, if indeed those Iranian drones had some magical way of getting through that particular country, mainly Israel's use of said technology? Why would that happen? Hey, we have a thing that doesn't work against them. You want some? What does that mean? How is that even? That's why he looks so defeated, and that's why this is stupid.
So it's going to be very ugly.
Oh, come
in the meantime, they're going to be searching out, trying to figure out how to
stop mumbling. Do a show.
Destroy their nuclear weapons, or their almost nuclear weapons that are.
Those are the worst. The almost nuclear weapons. That is a level of technology I dare say I'm afraid to do, even consider. Jamie, bring up the thing about everything short of nuclear weapons is actually worse than nuclear weapons. Bring up that article that I put it up on the big screen. The article about how nukes are the least of our worries. That article Russell Brand wrote. With Dennis Kucinich. Jamie, put that up on there.
So deeply buried into mountains and underground now, it's going to take really enormous type of weaponry to do it. I suspect, I have no firsthand knowledge, that behind the scenes,
I suspect you have no firsthand knowledge as well. That's weird. Hey, we're on the same page.
They're doing their own Manhattan Project. By that, I don't mean nuclear weapons. They already have those. But
they're building their own Manhattan. They're making an Iranian version of the Woody Allen movie. This is like a mumbly, gripey bullshit.
Helping weapons that are real bunker busters, because they're going to have to do it on their own. Joe Biden is not their ally. We are, the American people, but Joe Biden is not.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Honest to God, what help does Israel ask for that it is not getting from fucking anybody in the United States? I'm dead serious. What did we tell them? No, sorry, Israel. No, you're going to have to, you're on your own in this stuff. Why? Because Israel is a functioning country that in many cases builds its own shit, or builds it, by the way, like the Iron Dome, in conjunction with American contractors or American companies. Somehow, is Joe Biden not supposed to let them do that because that's going to provoke Iran, or?
And he's giving every indication to the Iranians that the Israelis, at least at the outbreak of war, will be on their own.
What? No, he's not. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that's what he's saying. We're going to defend Taiwan against China, but if Israel gets attacked by Iran, fuck them. That is the Mark Levin shorthand of what Biden is saying to Israel in 2023. Have you ever seen Mark Levin more desperate for a toehold in a story in your life? Dude, try harder.
And the Biden administration hates Netanyahu the way they hate Trump, the way they hate DeSantis, the way they hate...
No. First of all, unfortunately, probably for a lot of us, They don't hate Trump and hate DeSantis. I think they're disgusted. I think Biden himself is disgusted by Trump and thinks DeSantis is a twerp, and probably thinks of him as a rude upstart.
Anybody doesn't agree with him.
Well, then why is he so nice to Mitch McConnell? I'm dead serious. They hate anybody who disagrees with them. What? How did they get all these bipartisan bills passed, dum-dum?
Because these are very sick bastards.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, that explains it. Obviously, maybe they just have a weird way of showing their hate by being friendly and sympathetic if the person is sick. Biden is as bad at hating as he is at being a communist.
Take a look at this.
All right, let's see it.
Israel could face Iran on its own Christian broadcasting network, which has a huge presence.
Jesus Christ. CBN? This is CBN's opinion of what? Oh, for fuck's sake. Hold on. Now we got to look this up. Please, run that back.
Because these are very sick bastards.
Yeah, I get it.
Take a look at this.
All
Israel
right.
could face Iran on its own Christian broadcasting network, which has a huge presence in Israel. We use them when I'm there to do radio. They are absolutely fantastic. Go.
Go, Mr. Producer.
Deal between the United States and Iran to recover some U.S. citizens has been described as the highest ransom ever paid for American hostages.
Well, as long as you don't count Iran-Contra. So, as long as we're not factoring that part of it in. Also, we didn't give them that money. That's their money. So were we how about this? Since it's their money, and they arrested, arguably, didn't Iran pay a ransom of prisoners to get their money? Inquiring minds want to know.
That's because Iran will get $6 billion in
They already have the $1 billion. They'll just get access to
frozen assets.
I'm sorry, what kind of assets? Asshat?
And prisoners in exchange for 5 American detainees. CBN Middle East correspondent Julie Stahl brings us the story from Jerusalem.
Fantastic.
The U.S. State Department maintains...
Jesus Christ. This is a new segment we like to call Watching TV with an Old Fart, starring Mark Levin as the old fart. Ladies and gentlemen, also the man who really defines this phrase.
We have to slab it.
You know what I mean? I think when Trump said that, he meant Mark. Also, why is he doing this for the same reason I have to be on screen? Because he'll get busted for stealing content from CBN? Because he's really just playing it.
Those assets held in South Korea can only be used for humanitarian purposes.
Come on, are we sick and tired of this?
Come on, fucking, are we supposed to buy this shit from the CBN people? I mean, listen to the Christian Broadcasting Network being uncharitably judgmental and calling everyone a liar without any evidence therein, just like the Lord would do. Are we sick of the shit of sick?
They're giving them $6 billion in the...
No, they're not. They're letting them have access to $6 billion, but it has to be spent on humanitarian use.
Assets can only be used for humanitarian purposes. Is this a joke by this sickening regime of ours?
We don't have a regime. We have an administration because we vote them in and they can be voted out. Ask Trump. He was voted out. He'll tell you.
That cost lives in Afghanistan, where the women are now treated like chattel?
Okay, first of all, asshat, I don't know if you know this, but the Iranians and the Taliban have exchanged gunfire over border disputes recently, and the belief system across there, the Iranian people, who we might want to keep alive, lean more towards our values ultimately than the mullahs that control them, which is very different from the tribal chiefs and the people in Afghanistan, which is not a functioning country.
And they're going around slaughtering our allies, and we still have about 1,000 American citizens here. Is this a joke?
Yes, it's a joke. What 1,000 American citizens are you talking about, other than the ones who have dual citizenship and are there for the dope trade? What 1,000 Americans? Name one. Jimmy Squeer Shees Wheeze from Akron, Ohio. The fuck? Name one. If there's 1,000, name one. If there's 1,000, get one on the phone. If there's 1,000, have one as a guest. There's 1,000. You can't, I'm not asking you to find 999 of them. Find one. I can't get out. Where are you? Well, I'm over the border in Pakistan, but I can't get out of Afghanistan emotionally.
Go ahead.
Yeah, God, keep playing this. I can't deal with it.
And Iran will still be held accountable for human rights abuses, funding terrorism, and destabilizing the region.
How so? How are we holding them responsible? They have the most successful, right now, oil industry that they've ever had.
That's not at all true. Because before all this mullah bullshit, they were much more successful.
Selling oil barrel over barrel.
No, their output is up. Let's see. Hold on. Now, let me show you in 1 year, and I'll show you something. This is what Mark Levin is looking at. Oh my God! Look at the Iranian oil that's going out. And this is thousands of barrels a day. This is 268,000 barrels a day, something like that. Oh my God, it's ramping up. It's crazy. The Biden administration is letting them do whatever oh, fuck. All right, well, it's actually evening out to about 2019 numbers, where it dropped down precipitously and then into 2020. Okay, what if we go out to 10 years? Why was it? Why when Trump came in, it went up and leveled out? And then it only cadavered around 2020 in particular. Weird. 2019, it goes through this big drop over something. I guess the Iran deal, that would be breaking the Iran deal. This is Trump breaking the Iran deal. Here's the Iran deal. This is when it's going on. See this, I don't know if you know this. See this point right here? This is probably the highest one in the last 10 years. See this, where it is now? See where it is up here? See where it is now? I don't know if you know this, but this one is higher than this one. It's true. It's true. This is this point on the graph is higher. As a matter of fact, the highest amount of oil output that Iran has done in the last 10 years happened in the second, third, and fourth. The second and third years of the Trump administration. The Iranians did better during the Trump administration than at any time previous. And I think that's what scared them, so that's why they killed the Iran deal, and there we go. That's why this went off market. By the way, they still were selling under the table, but this was the overt, this crude oil production. Yeah. So this is where it is now. This is where it was when Donald Trump was president for a good portion of the time he was there, for years. So he was okay with it for a while until somebody, caught on. Anyways, just, it's an important little detail. That's fun. Sorry, you were saying something about barrel over barrel. I mean, honestly, nothing like 2017, 18, and 19.
To the Chinese.
Oh, to the Chinese. Specifically to the Chinese. I see. So, hold on. That's because we don't buy it from them, but hold on one second. Let's see. Let's see. Well, one of the interesting things about that, and I'll tell you, this is one of the I don't know if you know this, but the availability of Iran, that extra oil being in the market lowers what China will pay Russia for it. For example, abundant cheap Iranian oil supply to cap Russian prices in China. August 27th, 2023. Fairly recent. Rising prices of popular Russian crude sold to China are poised to peak soon as more independent refiners are likely to switch to cheaper oil from Iran, which has ramped up exports to fresh 4.5-year highs in August. By the way, the 4.5-year highs are during the middle of the downturn in 2019 or whatever. In August, several trade sources said OPEC Plus supply cuts and strong demand from large Chinese refiners for Russian oil have pushed prices for ESPO blend-grade oil exported from the Pacific port of Kozmino to the narrowest discount since the Ukraine war started. Trade for the light sweet crude for October arrival commenced this week with the first deal done at a discount of about $1 a barrel to ICE Brent on a delivered ex-ship basis, DES, to China. According to two trading sources, up from discounts of about $1.80 a barrel from September deliveries, ESPO cargoes are offered at discounts as narrow as 50 cents a barrel prior to the deal. We're expecting ESPO prices to continue surging as seen in the past 2 months, but now we think the price hike could be capped as some refineries may turn to buy Iranian oil. That is right. The release of Iranian oil is being done to fuck Russia. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why this pitiful little man is upset. So, that now you know. Just saying.
And to whoever else needs it, who's our enemy? To the North Koreans.
No. No, the North Koreans get a good portion of what they need from other sources, from Russia specifically, because they're attached by land.
Under Trump, he put his foot down.
No, he didn't.
Stopped it.
No, he allowed them to sell more oil than at any other time and then cut them off. And then, by the way, because they're friends with Russia, more than likely would, in his second term, just turned it back on. And we would have had a Russia deal or an Iran deal so good in 2 weeks, meaning he just let them go back to where they were.
That economy was dying.
Yeah, that's not the fault of the people. The point is not to kill the economy. It's to stop the military aspect of things, not kill the actual people who actually, in large part, are on the side of the West, culturally.
The people had organized to overthrow that regime. Then in comes Biden and reverses everything.
Huh? Wait. Run that by me again?
He stopped it.
Okay.
That economy was dying.
That economy was dying, okay?
The people had organized to overthrow that regime. Then in comes Biden and reverses everything.
Oh, I guess the point he's trying to make is that the economy was dying, and that's what drove all these effectively starving people to turn on the mullahs. And so sanctioning them, stopping their ability to sell any oil whatsoever, was getting the people into a position where they were just so desperate that they were going to attack their own government and blah, blah, blah. Even though the uprising had nothing to do with, for the most part, economic factors, because they've been under those kind of sanctions for years. It had to do with headscarves.
Or I should say his Politburo. Go ahead.
Jen.
Nothing about our overall approach to Iran has changed. We continue to pursue a strategy.
I love how Mark just... I don't believe it.
Strategy of deterrence, of pressure, and diplomacy. We remain
Biden is being impossible.
Committed to ensuring that Iran never acquires a nuclear
These
weapon.
sanctimonious Ivy League bastards are...
What the fuck do you think you are? They're sanctimonious? Good Lord.
As much as you can take.
Oh, I can't take it anymore. He's exhausted. Look, he's finally reached the point where, progressives allegedly were when Trump got elected. I can't take it anymore.
They really are. The way he talks and so...
Oh, the words and the saying and the being, proper in how he speaks and these... it's just for God darn. Who is it, Mr. Singleton?
He was a deputy secretary under Obama. And they bring in all these radical kooks that hate Israel.
All right. Citation needed. Why do they hate Israel? Why was that?
Go ahead.
Okay, there is no reasoning behind it. It's just Blinken's a radical kook who hates Israel. Just hates Israel. Hates him.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu released a statement focused on the country's main concern, Iran's nuclear ambition.
You don't say. Wow, I don't feel like I've heard that sentence for fucking decades. And then Obama actually had a deal where they were not pursuing nuclear weapons, and then Trump got rid of it just so that they would, I guess, crash their economy or something.
Israel's position is known, according to which arrangements that do not dismantle Iran's nuclear infrastructure will not stop its nuclear program and will only provide it with funds that will go to terrorist elements sponsored by Iran. Certain international experts don't blame Israel for its stand on the Iranian deal.
They're one of the lead funders of terrorism around the world, and they're a major opponent to key allies of ours like Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Right. We know this. They aren't friends, and obviously they're big enough and they have enough power and enough financial means, even within their own system, at least in their and a control over a certain swath of their own people, to exercise violence out in the world. So dealing with them is not dealing with them is not an option.
U.S. Senator and Ambassador Sam Brownback tells CBN News he would understand any Israeli anger over the U.S. allowing billions of dollars to go to its erstwhile enemy.
If I'm Israel, if I'm Saudi Arabia, I'm livid about this.
How are we supposed to feel about Khashoggi being thrown in a wood chipper, or them using our military stuff that was supposed to protect their refineries to attack people in the north of Yemen, for example? When are we allowed to be livid? I'm just asking.
And Israel's trying to limit Iran from getting a nuclear reactor and
so are we.
A nuclear.
Yeah, and then Trump killed the deal. It was working.
Weapon for obvious reasons, and this just helps fund those efforts.
Richard Goldberg.
Oh, okay, look. If every possible humanitarian help given to a country can fund that effort because full bellies allow them to make weapons, the generalized problem is not the flow of funds. It's the relation between the countries or the leadership of said country. But at some point, I'm guessing that starving a country ultimately, and sanctions do have value, and I think they targeted especially are very important. But overall, just like trying to choke off stuff like people, not allowing people to bring in shipments of medical supplies into the Palestinian territories, even with the UN guiding them in, which Israel has done a couple of times, like that's bad. That doesn't actually help the peace process. That never helps to tamp down violence. And if the Iranian people have the belief that the U.S. eventually wants to normalize relations so that one day they could, change their government and we'd be right there ready to join with them as a quasi-European style democracy, which they absolutely have the potential for being. It's better if we're not just starving them for spite.
Of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies says the U.S. has clearly agreed to provide sanctions relief in return for almost nothing.
That's 6 Americans, by the way. Almost nothing. What constitutes almost nothing? What is it? Also, it's much easier if you do need to bomb someplace if you don't have your own citizens in that city. So I'm just saying, if you were going to do something in the future, if you go, we're going to hit them, or we're going to let Israel hit them. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen, but it certainly would be a precursor, is get your people out and then look the other way as Israel does it. And Israel very well might know this. I don't know why not. Anybody with a strategic mind can see that as a possibility. But again, this gives opponents of the administration a chance to like, oh my God, is he falling asleep? Look at this truck. Looks like a bread ad.
Is not required to get rid of its enriched uranium stockpile. Iran is not required to dismantle a single centrifuge, shut down a single nuclear site.
that you allege they have, but they don't.
To the contrary, they continue to build up their nuclear capabilities under this arrangement, and they are building a secret underground site.
They're just having a great time. It's just a party.
Goldberg says that site would likely withstand a military strike and eventually help complete its nuclear weapons ambition.
The Israelis
Yes, eventually, and might.
are now faced with some pretty tough decisions of.
Yes, I got news for you, asshole. $6 billion is not going to change a fucking thing. You have any idea how much it costs to create and maintain a nuclear weapon system? You think $6 billion is going to have any impact on that shit? Any. If all of it went there.
Actions that they're going to need to take on their own without U.S. support, potentially.
By the way, that's an airplane, not a nuke, but sure.
They have to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities, especially that underground site that, if it's completed, would be game over from an attempt to stop an Iranian nuclear weapon.
As the world's leading state sponsor of
if and when and if and when and if and when, which is basically the same thing we've been hearing forever. And again, $6 billion is a drop in the fucking bucket. Will have zero impact on this. And also, that money is in South Korea. It's released to them. But we're allowed, as part of the deal, we dictate how it can be spent. That money can be just throughputed in South Korea's banking system and end up buying whatever they want, but it doesn't leave that place. You want, grain, foodstuffs, milk, whatever the fuck, medicine, anything. The South Koreans will arrange for the purchase using those funds.
terrorism, Iran continues to focus on attacking Israel on all sides through Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, and Hamas.
Not to mention all the threats that Iran poses to the state of Israel, the existence to Israel, their terror proxies that attack Israel every day.
I suspect what they're going to have to do is take one.
Yeah, it is, whatever. I'm so sad. Oh God. I suspect what's going to have to happen. It's the end of the world. I try to get excited about it, but it's... Oh God. Well, I suspect what they're going to try to do is... Mr. Producer?
Other nukes. And sort of modify it to a different type of a nuke.
Thanks. Great.
A different kind of a nuke. Sort of an aquatic nuke with a unicorn. I call it a unicorn nuke. It's a swimming horsey with a spinal. They're going to take the kind of nukes they had before, which weren't nukes, but they're going to take them, and they eventually can build a nuke. They're going to turn that nuke into some kind of a nuke, and then sneak that nuke into a nuke basket, and play a game of Duke Nukem, and nuke it in the microwave, and see what happens. Fucking hell. This is just blather.
It doesn't obliterate an entire city and an entire region.
Okay. Yeah, so we call it an unnuke. It's like the nude bomb, only in reverse. What? It's a nuke that doesn't nuke anything. Thanks, great. Okay, so is this just your way of, like, eventually when a regular bomb goes off someplace, you could just claim it was a nuke, but just a new kind of nuke that contains no nuke? God damn, this is stupid.
And that can be done. We have those types of nukes too. As maybe the only way to reach that site that's buried so deeply underground. We have weapons in the United States that potentially could take that out, but the Biden administration won't give them to Israel.
Okay, first of all, no. All right. Our like nuclear bunker buster technology, like the Moab, or any of that shit, we keep that for ourselves. That shit we don't sell to anybody. Secondly, the Israelis already have that shit. They have nukes themselves. What are you talking about? Like, this is just lame. Like, he's not, I don't know. I gotta say, I don't even think he's convinced. This is ass. This is just ridiculous. 20% less nuke. Yeah.
They won't even allow Israel to buy them.
No, they can't even buy them, even on the open market. They'll sell them to Iran. They'll sell them to Kim Jong-un. They'll sell them to Xi Jinping. They'll sell them to Vladimir Putin. They'll sell them to, Antifa. But they hate Israel so much they won't sell it.
So they may have to build these tactical nukes.
What do you mean may have to? They have tactical nukes. The fuck are you talking about? Tactical nukes are the easier ones to make. What are you talking about? This is... So let me see if I can get this right, asshat. So, Iran has nukes. They have ballistic missiles. They have intercontinental ballistic missiles. They won't need them because they're effectively attached to the same continent. But they've got missiles that will travel far enough to get there. All right. But you seem to think they don't have the ability to, let me get there, take the highest level of nuke that you can have and downgrade it to the dirty bomb kind of cave rocket nuke that you're fucking... I don't understand. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying. I don't understand. I don't understand what the... it's just... bullshit! Right. It's just bullshit. There is no there. Biden blocked the rub two sticks together tech. Yeah. Biden won't even send them flint and steel, Mr. Producer.
I don't know.
Yes, we know. That's abundantly clear. You don't know your ass from your elbow. This is fucking absurd. 8 minutes of the most, like, insane... I don't know how you manage to make insane drudgery. Like, this is so... Like, he's not committed to this. It's just garbage. And yet at the same time, he's saying the most outlandish pro-nuke bullshit. Ugh. Yeah, he's just rambling through this segment. Watch more at Blazed. No, there is no more. There's not any more in it. I could watch this again and there wouldn't be more.
But I think everything's on the table.
What? Not everything's on the table. Yeah, your gut's on the table. What the fuck? That's just ridiculous. How the hell? I gotta say, I don't even know. That was just like, it's like he is a deflated balloon. Now, speaking of insane and full of shit, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Andy Biggs, right? That's this guy. Oh no, this is Chip Roy. I always get them mixed up. Chip Roy, everybody, who's from, I don't know, someplace macho, but whatever. And anyways, he says they're engaged. This is interesting because I'm always excited to learn something I don't know. You know, I'm the kind of guy that likes to study stuff and venture out into areas that I find, you know, full of history and technological information that I might have considered at one point mumbo jumbo, and then I get a handle on it, and I start to understand it. And yet, in many of these cases, especially when it comes to the Chip Roys and the Comers and the Jim Jordans of the world, I have been hammering away at this for as long as I can, and I still don't understand the hyperbole. I'll show you. Yes, he is live from the Barbie house. That's true. Biden administration engaged in the highest level of corruption. Well, the highest level of corruption. I mean, so you're telling me Hunter's got a $3 billion Saudi wealth fund that what would that be? I don't know. He'll tell us. What's the highest level of corruption? Now we know that Nixon, for example, hired some thuggy-wugs to break into the Democratic headquarters and rifle through some shit and plant some listening devices, and they got caught and all that stuff. And Reagan was involved in Iran-Contra, literally trading arms for hostages and using drugs as the conduit for it, and resulting in cocaine and turning into crack cocaine, ending up on the streets of Los Angeles as the part of that greater thing. That's some pretty high-level shit. The no-bid contracts from Halliburton going into the Iraq War, it set off a lot of, you know, sirens in a lot of people's minds, myself included. I would stack that up as pretty high on the corruption scandal. So far, we've got these guys think that the president's son wasn't qualified for a job he got. They have no problem with Ivanka being a presidential advisor and working in the fucking White House. In the White House. And she and her husband getting a $3 billion Saudi wealth fund afterwards, as Trump gets in bed with the Saudis as well. That's not the highest level. This is. So I'm up. Let me hear. I'm excited. You want to know. I want to know. We all want to know. What's the highest level of corruption? Here it is.
It has begun. Not the NFL season. That's later this week. But the showdown over a possible government shutdown. First out of the gate after late.
Boring. We do this all the time. It's like when you're a kid, Christmas seems so fucking far away. And then when you're older, it's like, Jesus Christ, is Christmas again already? Oh my God. I still have my tree up. Oh good, I'll just leave it up. Right? As you get older, you're like, Jesus, that year zipped by. Now I'm doing the same fucking thing with government shutdowns. I don't care. They're not going to do it. It's brinksmanship. It's a waste of fucking time. It's just damaging to the economy, and it's a bunch of bullshit.
Labor Day is the White House slipping Politico its memo. The White House writes, House Republicans should keep their promise to the country and remember lives are at stake in the government funding debate, including the fight against fentanyl trafficking.
Right. They slipped them the memo? You mean they gave it to them so that they could publish the official line from the White House and their talking points on it?
End of quote. One border state Republican, our next guest, is gearing up for a spending fight battle.
Let's roll. Yeah, saddle up. Me too. Game times. Hey, it's not a game. You don't ride a horse. And let's roll is you took that from the fucking 9/11 heroes that were on Flight 93. Go fuck yourself.
In a series of tweets, he said,
"Talk like, let's roll. I'm sort of like the heroes on Flight 93 and the terrorists who've taken over the plane that are going to crash it into the Pentagon or into a field in Pennsylvania are people I don't consider sufficiently fiscally conservative or don't share my values specifically on a couple of budgetary items. Therefore, shut the fuck up.
Let's roll, saddle up, and game time. House Judiciary Committee member, Texas Congressman Chip Roy.
How are you not just fucking embarrassed by... You're an elected official. Let's roll.
Joins me. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Greta. How are you?
I'm very well. With much of
I'm doing great. I'm in Greg Kelly's old time slot, and he still hasn't gotten over it.
Washington, at least on your side of the aisle, your side of the house, the hill rather.
There is no hill. House, aisle, that's fine. All right.
They're out of town. Is work being done towards reaching negotiation on government funding?
Work. That's adorable. He didn't say work time. He said game time, stupid.
By that September 30th deadline.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm here in D.C. I think we ought to be in D.C. doing our job, and I think we...
But your job is to hang out in D.C. even when you're not working? Why are you in D.C. if everybody else is on recess? You're supposed to be back talking to your constituents about what's important. Oh, you don't give a fuck.
We've got to do what the American people sent us here to do, which is check this administration. That's what this is all about, holding them accountable. Nobody sent me to Washington to be a rubber stamp for the status quo and to continue doing what this administration is doing to the American people.
Yeah, but you're also a House representative, and you are part of a very large group that is, of people who are not voted on statewide at all, in many cases in gerrymandered districts where if they had to cross the street to get voters, your neighbors wouldn't vote for you, but your district is drawn so cattywampus that it's only people who fall into one side of the aisle. So eat a bag of frog assholes with this idea that you're not the president. You're not even a senator. You're one of the House. And I got news for you. You're not going to be the turning point alone. You and 12 other fucking people holding the economy hostage is not the will of the people. You can be from a shitty district, but there's a reason why you're in the House and in a sea of other humans compared to the Senate or even the administration.
The absolute chutzpah of this administration to put out a memo where they want to say that somehow because we want to hold them accountable to the border crisis they've created that have endangered the lives of the American people, caused 70,000 plus Americans to die from fentanyl poisonings.
70? Because wasn't that number rising all through the Trump administration and it crested at 100,000? So not only is the White House seizing more fentanyl as it comes across the border, but the number of people that have died from fentanyl has dropped by 30,000, while you fuckers have done nothing. So again, this goes to that whole thing of like, oh my God, they seized all this fentanyl at the border. That's what they're supposed to do, fuckhead. Well, apparently it's working. I'm not crazy, right? He said 70, right?
Endanger the lives of the American people, caused 70,000 plus Americans.
Yep, 70,000. If you'll recall, in 2020 into 2021, that fiscal year was the first time it broke 100,000. And the vast majority of them happened under Trump, and obviously Biden didn't take office until January 21st, and his policies wouldn't go into effect for another 60 to 90 days. So that was all Trump's. You want to talk about Trump's fucking fumes? That was it. And I would argue that COVID played a part in that because of misery and all this fucking the end is nigh bullshit, and the doom sprayers have a lot to say that because you have a lot of people who use drugs out of sorrow and desperation because they don't have a future, they don't see one, and fentanyl only has to get you once. But I would like to say thanks, Joe Biden, for bringing that number back down. And I guess the idea would be that we're going to continue to do that. Fentanyl is a cop prop? No, it is not. Wild Mambo Queen. Not by any measure. How many deaths from guns? About 36,000. Most of them are suicides. Vast majority. Which again, you could lower gun deaths in this country just by finding a smart way to address suicide or giving people options so that they don't. But that's another thing. Another conversation for another time. But to anybody even thinking about that, you're loved. Don't do it. Just change your personality. You'll be fine. You got options. You don't have to be the you don't like. Just telling you. But anyways, the number going down from 100,000 to 70,000. Thanks, Joe Biden. Chip Roy accidentally making a small campaign ad for the Biden administration.
To die from fentanyl poisonings. They should have to talk to the moms that I sat at last week in my own district where they've lost their own kids. My friend Stephanie, who lost her son Tucker. My friend Janelle, who lost her son Noah, all in the last couple of years.
In the last couple of years. When did the fentanyl that they took cross the border? When did it actually make its journey? Last couple of years? Also, what the fuck are you doing about your district?
Absolutely tragic. And now they want to try to use that to say, oh, if we dare try to hold them accountable for the open borders that are causing that mess and that crisis,
borders aren't open.
Somehow we're going to undermine the ability to stop fentanyl. That's
well, if you cut funding to border security, because if you stop the government funding, that's what happens. And you certainly can't expand it. And if you cut the funding, that's one of the cuts that goes with it. If you're cutting everything down to 1%, growth everywhere, then you don't get to expand the budget that was already laid out that expands the ability to cover the border that's already ongoing, including the gate that Benny Johnson was confused that they were building in the gap in Trump's wall that he just left as a fucking hole by the way, in the area that he was supposed to be just repairing.
Absurd. You know what it really shows? They're afraid.
Yes, they're afraid you'll shut down the government and wreck the economy and fuck up America's credit rating for no other reason than you guys have you got an election next year and you got nothing else to do.
They know if Republicans go after them for all that they are doing to the American people, they're losing.
What's stopping you from going after them? Why do you have to shut down the government to, quote, go after them? What the fuck does that even mean? Honestly, go after us. Have fun. The fuck? I'm dead serious. What does that mean? Go after who? You're not going after anyone. You don't control the government. You have a hair's breadth lead in the House. You don't have the presidency. You don't have the Senate. And by all accounts, you should have taken a lot more space up in the House last time, and you didn't. Because of you. Because of the Freedom Caucasians and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and all this dumb fuckery that everybody's sick of, because we're all sick of white knuckling our goddamn country when we'd rather just get on with it.
So Republicans need to be in town and hold the line.
You're not holding the line. There's nobody with you. What are you doing? You're in D.C. just to be away from your fucking family. Nobody's there. You're not having special committee hearings. This asshole is not sitting there marking up the goddamn, like, the budget that they have laid out. He didn't even write it up. He's not even part of the budget crafting group. And if the border is the biggest problem, why the fuck are you in D.C. when everybody's home if your constituency is affected by the border and everybody talks about Biden won't go to the border? Why the fuck aren't you down there? If people are dying from fentanyl in your area, maybe it's they're taking these drugs because of the lack of opportunity. Maybe there's other reasons why they're consuming drugs that kill them. Maybe go work on that. And the idea that maybe they'll lean more towards, I don't know, weed and alcohol and away from the hard stuff if your fucking district was functioning right. Maybe that.
But do you see your fellow Republicans agreeing with you? Because first of all, you've got to get some agreement on your own side. Is the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, for instance, in agreement with the three things you're looking for? Policy changes on border, policy changes on the weaponization of DOJ and FBI, as well as issues about woke policies at the Pentagon.
Yeah, these motherfuckers are going to go, they're going to shut down the government over diversity, equity, and inclusion conversations going on at the Pentagon, of which there's been just fuck all. Like, honest to God, this is all of these folks that are in the Freedom Caucus. They might as well be on their name. It shouldn't say like our Texas. It should say our TikTok. These fuckers represent the outrage that they see from people who watch shit on TikTok or social media and go, the world is the fucking best, right? He's more from the district of InfoWars or the district of the internet, like The Blaze or Daily Wire than he is of his own fucking district. And I guarantee the constituents that are coming to him with this fucking blather are the exact same people. They watch a lot of like bullshit internet. They don't even look out their own goddamn window. They haven't talked to their neighbor, but in spite in months. They go to a fucking parking again. Like we had the caller when I was filling in on a Jones show from Northern Kentucky, which is where a lot of my family lives. And when I was there, I was struck by how many. This is a very Republican area, very red area, south of Cincinnati, in the border, across the border into Kentucky. A lot of people identify as Republican. And every fucking one of them is like, the country is falling to shit. It's shit. The economy is shit. And it's shit. Everything's falling. Biden doesn't know what he's doing. And the whole fucking, nobody's got a job. And we're all brokety broke. And they're all at Target in the middle of the day buying baskets of shit. Hand over fist. Well, if it's as bad as you say, where are you getting the money to be here? And where the fuck are all of these other people getting the money to be here? Who are these people? Is this just illegal immigrants all going to Target at the same fucking time, spending welfare checks or some shit? Who are they? God damn.
The Speaker of the House in agreement with you?
No.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We've been having the conversation.
That's a no. That's a no. 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 The Republicans, dude, they don't give a fuck about their, especially in the context of their populist methodology that they, or their messaging towards their constituents about this whole like freedom and God and country and blah, blah, blah. All that. They can talk a good game, but ultimately their bread is buttered by wealthy elites like the members of the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society and all the DC quote unquote swamp insiders that they decry are their best buddies. It's just absurd how much like these guys rely on the business community for all their shitting on, woke corporations and big business, when in reality, that's who they're arguing gets the most tax credits and the most tax breaks. So, I mean, he doesn't give a fuck because, hold on, let's take a look. Let's take a little trip, shall we? Hi, how do we take a little trip down to, okay, Rep, Chip, Roy, District. Let's see. Let's see. Texas 21, which is let's see, which South. Okay, so Texas 21 is a new congressional district. And he served as an assistant attorney general under Ken Paxton, which is very telling. Chief of staff to Ted Cruz, blah, blah, blah. So they basically built this fucking district just for him. And let's see. So Texas, let's go to Texas District 21. Let's take a look at it. Okay. Now, let's, all right. Wikipedia is not for that. Maybe later. Thank you. Close. All right. So here, let me open this up. This is the Wikipedia on it, but it'll do for now. Okay, here we go. Texas's 21st congressional district. This is the, let's see, distribution: 78% urban, 21% rural. So the idea that this motherfucker is a cowboy district, representative is just bullshit. It's Austin, for fuck's sake. Population a little under 800,000. Median household income in Chip Roy's district is $84,000 a year. That's like, let's see. Yeah, 30 grand higher than, or 20 grand higher than the national average. I think the national average is 65, right? It is 61% white, 30% Hispanic, 3% Asian, 3% Black, 0.52% Native American. It's Republican plus 13, which is exactly this derivation right here. It's just basically the, but not saying, by the way, that a bunch of Hispanics don't view themselves as Republican, because there's a lot of religious conservative Hispanics that lean that way. So never mind. Point being, it's like, it's Trump country. They voted for Ted Cruz. They voted for Abbott for governor. There's a bunch of whatever. Let's see. But, okay, district established in 1935, because this is one of the newer ones. Okay, so they added 2 on top of this to basically slice off any difficult areas. It was originally Democratic, 35 to 43. That would be your Dixiecrats, ladies and gentlemen. That would be the, before the Civil Rights Act, this would be the racist Democrats, arguably. The people who were fighting for one man, one vote under the basis that this would include, back in the day, way back in the day, that you would count the value of the population of an area by their slaves, but then not let them, the slaves didn't have the right to vote. Hence the 3/5 aspect of the Constitution that goes in there. So Charles South, O.C. Fisher, Democratic, vacant 74 to 75. And then 75 to 79 was the last Democrat, this guy, Bob Kruger. And then since then, Loeffler, Lamar Smith, and then Chip Roy. And he's been there since 2019. So he hasn't been around all that long. He's elected in 2018. He was part of the Trump middle class. So without him, there is no version of that. And this dude, he took over this seat from somebody who was in there since '86, and he retired. So they voted for Ted Cruz. He worked for Ted Cruz. Off you go. In this party candidate, 2004 House election in Canada's recent election results. Republican held turnout 341, majority 88%. The Republican got 209,000. The Democrat got 121,000. The Libertarian got 10, majority 88, 645. Turnout was 341, not bad for the area, although probably 100,000 short. If the Democrats in the area thought they could win, they'd have shown up and actually won by a hair's breadth, but it's possible. Now let's look at the financials of this is median household 84. I don't know what the let's see. Now this is an old picture. Boundaries for them. Okay, hold on. So I mean, it's basically government and industry around. Let's see. Let's see. I'll go with the biggest. Give me 1 second. The biggest businesses in Texas District 21. What are those? Hey, hold on. Yeah. Congressional District of Texas data. Largest industry in Texas. Okay. So the largest industries in that area about it. Okay. Here we go. Population of 827,000. Population congressional district. Okay, blah, blah. It grew. 5 largest ethnic groups: white, blah, blah, blah. Non-Hispanic, white, Hispanic. 22%, 2 Hispanic, blah, blah, blah. Okay. 20%. And again, these are Hispanic people who call themselves white or identify as white. 22% of the thing. So even the white number, a chunk of them are white Hispanic, and that's just, may affect how they vote or whatever. But okay, 20% of households in congressional reports speaking a non-English language. That means 80% do, and whatever. 94% of the residents in congressional district are U.S. citizens. 2020, the median property value in it was $304,000. Home ownership was 58.2%. That's pretty high. Congressional district drove alone to work. Average commute was okay. Blah blah blah. Population diversity, citizenship diversity. Blah blah blah. Where's the foreign-born population? Is 9%. It's down. Yeah, it was down. Although COVID could have killed off that. Non-English households mostly speak Spanish, of which there are a few. Mandarin second, 4,000 households. German is another one, 3,000 households. Almost as many as, what a shock. Veterans, Vietnam, Gulf War. Okay, and then the economy, industry, all occupations. Okay, here we go. 429K 2020 value, workforce, blah, blah, 2% year growth. These are the main jobs there. This is what mostly comes out of Chip Roy, Super Cowboys District. Okay, this is a guy who wears a fucking cowboy hat in his ads and around his area. Okay, and here are the primary industries in his district: management occupations, sales and related occupations, office and administrative support occupations, health diagnosis, treatment practitioners, and other technical occupations, computer mechanical, architecture and engineering, arts, design, entertainment, sports, media occupations, which, by the way, because it's Austin, it's a fairly high number, but it's still in single digits. Business and financial operations. The only ones in double digits are management, sales, and office support. And then you got over here construction and extraction occupations. That's 4%. That's oil and construction. And again, 4%. That ain't a lot. Production occupations, 2%. Installation, maintenance, repair occupations. These are always needed, and there's 2%. So if you have that kind of skill set, you go there. And then down here, food prep and serving related occupations. Restaurants, because it's fucking Austin, 6%. Personal car and service occupations. Healthcare. Where's fucking cowboy is my question. Where is that? Life, physical, and social science occupations. Fucking Reiki practitioners. Love you. Legal occupations. 7,800 people. Margin of error plus 847. Workforce growth 10%. Sure, why not? That's 2020. This is I'm not seeing this fucking down home countrified horseshit view of the like motherfucker. You represent managers and restaurant staff. If we're doing the numbers, this motherfucker has it would make more sense if he was wearing an Office Depot shirt than wearing a fucking cowboy hat. I don't even know what the fuck this guy does. All hat, no cattle, exactly. And he's in fucking Austin. This is like Alex Jones's fucking district. Another fucking poser. Sir, this is a Wendy's, right? How in the world? And I, this should, I mean, it's not surprising to fucking anybody that these dickheads have this, this picture of themselves of, I'm down home. I represent the people of Texas. I mean, I don't know nothing about Texas, but let me talk here for a second. They Southern, and then they's Southern. And there's a storied history in the South, and I'm sure this feller knows about it, of a special kind of cowboy. I call him, for lack of a better phrase, the food court cowboy. He's a food court cowboy, chomping down on a dog in the middle of a game arcade. He's a food court cowboy, drives his F-150 to the mall every fucking day. Oh, he's a food court cowboy. Yeah, so it's Chip Roy here is what we call a food court cowboy. He's one of these fellers that wants to, he'll walk around in a fucking burlap shirt, wearing a fucking straw, or a leather or a cloth cowboy hat all the time. Ain't got no cows. Ain't a boy. So I guess it's technically just an ass hat. Just an ass. He's an ass. Just, if you ain't got no cows, don't be wearing no cowboy hat. Or at least don't call it that. Just say it's my hat. They go, is that your cowboy hat? I go, no, I don't have any cows. It's just a fucking hat. That's okay. You can wear any goddamn hat you want to, Mr. Tricorn, fucking Tea Party. This is so the rain runs in every direction except down my shirt. Good for you, dipshit. I don't care. You're not a fucking founding father. Now take your weird folded up fucking hat and your umbrella and get the shit out of here. Now, food court cowboy over here that thinks he's a motorcycle stud because he eats at a Harley Davidson restaurant. Says he's traveled to Australia because he's eaten at an Outback. And thinks he's a man of the land because one time when he bought some new cowboy boots, he dragged his fucking feet, clipped them on a curb, ate shit and went face down in the sand. Oh, Petrazi, that's awful nice. I'm going to buy some dental floss with that. That's lovely. Look at you. That's awfully nice. But there's a bunch of these assholes running around. Ted Cruz, one of them too. Fucker sounds like, I don't know what he sounds like. He sounds like a spitting image doll from that, from that England where they were doing George H.W. Bush. They all got that real tinny, thin voice, like get off my land, But it sure don't sound cowboy. I don't understand that at all. But the point is, this motherfucker, I don't even know where they get off calling themselves South. Listen to this. Well, let's listen to him talk. Listen to his accent. Listen to him.
Need to have with the Speaker's office. And look, I think the Speaker is doing what most of my colleagues are doing, which...
Yeah, that That sounds really Southern to me, and not at all like someone who works in a call center. Dude, you can't even... Fucking Senator Kennedy's been faking that fucking Southern accent for 5 decades now. You can't drum one up. Just drag some of your vowels, dum-dum. That's just weird. Get the fuck out of here. He sounds like a CNN anchor. That's just cold, chat room. That's cold. Say that about him. It's true, though. How come all these dudes who want to be all Southern or butch or something, that they all look like him, sound like Matt Gaetz? What is that? You ever hear Matt Gaetz talk? He sounds like a Valley girl. The fuck kind of down-home shit. They're always talking about how just they're part of the flyover states and they're part of America that the federal government don't give shit about or whatever. Meanwhile, this motherfucker's they're on break. What the fuck you doing in D.C.? Go to fuck home. I hate this asshole. This is terrible. What's wrong with you? What's he even talking about? I wasn't here for most of this.
Just been out in their districts talking to their constituents.
What? Asshole, you're in D.C., specifically not out in your district, talking to your constituents, whom, according to you, are dying hand over fist from fentanyl. Get your fucking waders on and get to work.
I talked to 10 of my colleagues today.
Yeah, you didn't talk to a single constituent, though, did you? Funny how that works.
One of them hearing a very loud, united voice from the American...
From the phone calls they are getting to their D.C. office from God knows where. Let me ask you a question. Are they having town halls? Don't answer that question. I already know it. No, they are not. Here's a good idea, dumb fuck. Go have a town hall and welcome everybody and explain your ass. Tell them how you're going to shut down the government because of some video you saw on fucking TikTok and fucking Matt Gaetz showed you a picture of some girl's titties that were on something and they're like, that's it. They're going to put that in schools next. And then that you get all tied up on it and went, hey, can you send me that picture? And then you're one of these assholes who gets freaked out when they say they seized a bunch of fentanyl and never get the idea that that's the whole fucking point. This asshole probably supported Title 42. After Title 42 went away, even I know that fucking crossings dropped in half.
People they represent.
I'm out.
That they're sick of it. Sick of the status quo. Kevin's hearing the same.
That's right. That's, in my district, if I do say so myself, is that I find often in my very down-home district, which is, of course, filled to the brim with people of the land, they are often calling me and all my, MAGA and, true American, America First, Americana candidates, calling them up and saying they are sick and tired of the status quo. Like people say. They go, I am tired of the status quo. And then they hang up. And that's how I know how intensely they feel about this as a cowboy.
We have a job to do. And we need to be united as Republicans.
Okay, well then unite with the bigger group because you're not going to do it.
But I'm not going to listen to the normal DC swamp excuse machine.
You are the normal DC swamp excuse machine. If you weren't, you'd be back home in your district not excusing yourself from talking to your goddamn constituents.
Right? Oh, we can't do the impeachment inquiry, Chip, if we're engaged in a debate over government funding. I'm sorry. You mean in 2013 when we had a government shutdown and we had the House still engaging in many hearings? Bull. It's complete nonsense.
What?
2013, not a good example. No. Especially as we were recovering from the economic crash and you fuckers intended on slowing the recovery because it can't happen under the Democratic president.
People saying that are just using excuses.
Well,
like I'm in DC, I can't possibly meet with you right now.
Let me ask you about the impeachment inquiry, because there's a lot of criticism. I mean, let the voters decide. We're inching up on the 2024 election. And
yeah, it's a little hard to make that case that you should let the voters decide on Trump's indictments, but not on Biden's impeachment, I guess.
Likewise, a lot of the court hearings against the former president of the United States are being decided by legal actions rather than the voters. I mean, are you opposed to just letting the voters make these decisions rather than letting politicians?
Of course he is. He's from a largely urban district around Austin, and he wears a cowboy hat when he campaigns. Do you think you're going to get a sensible answer from this man?
And judges and special prosecutors make the decisions for us on these issues?
Oh, no, look, I'm a firm believer in allowing the voters to make decisions, but...
Uh-huh. Except in the ballot box or, you know, in terms of, you know, I guess, voters that, I don't know, serve on grand juries, for example.
We have an obligation here. I mean, people...
Yeah, that's the important thing. It's a sacred obligation.
Asked me about
the other two impeachments were bullshit, even though he was found guilty in both cases and would have been kicked out, except the Republicans blocked the vote by, you know, not voting their conscience. Most of them, you know, there were enough who said, yeah, he deserves to be kicked out of office and never be able to run again, but I'm too chicken shit to do it. But it's not because I don't believe he's guilty. Yeah, but anyways, you were saying something about sacred obligation.
About this. Like, well, why would we impeach Joe Biden if we have Kamala Harris waiting in the wings? Like,
no, I would say, why would you impeach Joe Biden with no evidence of fucking anything? That would be it.
Well, I'll tell you why. We have a duty.
Yes, you are full of it. Actually, you're full of duty. I think there's another word for it. It's bullshit. That's right. There's plenty of duty to go around.
We have a duty to enforce the law. This administration has engaged.
Like the law against trespassing on Capitol grounds and attacking police officers and crushing their spines and spitting in their faces and spraying them with bear spray and hitting them with sticks and trying to steal their own gun and threatening to kill them and tasing them until they have heart attacks and that kind of thing, bashing through a window and carrying in explosives and carrying in knives and carrying in guns and all that. Those kind of laws. I mean, that's just a misdemeanor, right? A violation of the parade ordinance, I think.
In what appears to be the highest level of corruption perhaps ever seen in the White House. We have
but that's what I'm going to. But if Jack Smith, if the special counsel Jack Smith were here, and I was asking him, why do we have two federal actions, one in Atlanta, Fulton County, and one in D.C., in which in many ways,
no, one's a state action.
Mirror each other. He'd say,
no, they don't mirror each other. They are different cases. Greta, this is just dumb. Fulton County is about his attempted manipulation of the Georgia electoral process, the fake elector scheme, and him trying to manipulate Brian Kemp and Ravensburger, the Secretary of State, into getting him votes he didn't earn after a recount and lawsuits were finished. That's not the same thing as Trump retaining classified documents illegally, hiding the process that he was removing them from these boxes from his own attorney, causing them to lie to the authorities on his behalf, engaging in a conspiracy with Walt Nauta to move the boxes out of storage into his office where he could go through them, remove classified documents that he knew were classified and had not been declassified before he took them, and he did not have the right to have or disseminate, put them in an unsecured desk in his office, not like the fucking storage room was secured, but move them into there, and then put the boxes back and tell his attorney that no one had moved the boxes since the last time I was there. Those are two fucking really different cases.
You know, I'm just doing my duty. Is he just doing his duty too?
No, because a politicized prosecution of a former president. And look, Greta, look, you know this. I did not support the legal theory of John Eastman and many of the people in the White House, right? I voted for the electors. I didn't think that was the right path to take. However,
Jack Smith is in charge of the classified documents case, not specifically, all right. The Jan 6 attack is different from just the electors part. It's the coordination of the actual insurrection itself. The behind-the-scenes machinations between him and his fucking war room, where Mark Meadows was the conduit between the president at the time and his group of flunkies at the fucking hotel where they were running this little war room. Roger Stone and Steve Bannon and fucking whoever else at Shemp. And then the people interacting with the Proud Boys and I guess whatever, Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, bussing fucking troops in.
Equally bad, or worse, frankly, much worse, is politically prosecuting people like Mark Meadows and former President Trump and a lot of others, Jenna Ellis, in Atlanta, Georgia, because they don't like the way they wanted to stand up and use their free speech rights to say they thought the election was stolen?
No, they have the absolute free speech right to do that. But once you file legal documents or you speak under oath, your speech is now tailored to the oath you have taken. See how that works? You have any idea? Oh, hi. Hold on. I suppose I should say, hold on. Where is it? Oh, I guess I don't know. Maybe I didn't put it on this one. Hold on. Boink. Look, it's Chud. Chud just came in for a lie down. She's like, show's over, asshole. It's not Chip. It's Chud. What's you doing, Chud? What's happening? You okay? Yeah? All right, you just have her relax. I'll take you up in a second. She just went to the bathroom and needs a ride. Anyways, I'll finish this clip out and then I'll be on my way.
That is a massive problem. And then to have the United States Department of Justice pursuing prosecution because of January 6th, that is absurd. And it should send shivers down your spine.
Why? There was a physical attack on the Capitol. If it was coordinated, it was the most violent anti-American terrorist attack in our nation's history, because I believe 9/11 never actually had a shot at changing how we govern ourselves, even including the Patriot Act. It wasn't enough to change how we live. Just look at the last couple of decades. You think we've gotten less free on some level because we have to take our fucking shoes off sometimes to get on a goddamn airplane? You think that's a lack of freedom? That's just caution.
Fine. We've got to.
You have to put them back on when you go in. You don't have to fly barefoot and they don't scatter glass on the fucking plane floor.
Stop the Department of Justice from weaponizing itself.
Yes, you can't. It just it's overwhelmed. It's just a fascinating addiction. It's a desire.
But to go after Joe Biden and what we're seeing right now with what they did with the dollars flowing to Hunter Biden from foreign states to Hunter through probably to Joe, which we've got.
Through probably. We've got recordings of Donald Trump saying, these are classified. Look, it says classified. If I was president, I could declassify these. These are really secret. I shouldn't be showing these to you, but we can probably do something about declassifying these, right? Like he's going to fucking call Joe Biden and go, hey, can I declassify this thing I just showed to Mark Meadows' autobiographer dicking around at Mar-a-Lago because I'm butthurt about something Mark Milley said? And P.S., this proves that I know I can't automatically declassify stuff by taking it out of the fucking White House magically. Fuck, my case is in the toilet. We have a recording of that. I don't want to hear maybe probably, asshole.
Gotta go look and go follow the evidence wherever it may lead.
Yes. First, find some evidence. You have information right now. Information is not evidence until you have a crime. That is the difference. There's a distinct difference between information and evidence.
Of course we have to pursue that and run that to ground.
You already have. It's run to ground. He's going to get indicted on lying on a gun form, which is something that under any other circumstance, Republicans would be up in arms, no pun intended, about.
That's not hypocrisy. What we're trying to
It's lunacy. It's laboriously stupid.
Do is see whether or not Joe Biden was basically...
Wait. We just want to see whether or not what?
That's not hypocrisy.
Of course not.
What we're trying to do is see whether or not Joe Biden was basically selling access to the vice president.
We want to see if Joe Biden was basically selling access to the Easter Bunny. Bullshit! I swear to God, it's this many years into this shit. Right? It's this. Christ. Biden's got one more year in his term before the election Goes, and these motherfuckers have been looking at all of this shit the entire time. And we're still at, maybe we just need to see if possibly maybe this runs to ground because it's the, and by the way, that won't stop me. We're still in the maybes, but this asshole is still, he's comfortable saying, you know, engaged in, and I quote, the highest level of corruption. Okay, if you're engaged in the highest level of corruption, you should be able to find some of it.
The United States and the White House. We have an obligation to go pursue that.
All right. Just aside, is that just in my mind, there's a difference, and I'm going to take the last one. There's a difference between having an impeachment action and having hearings going forward to find out what was going on with Hunter Biden. That to me is just different.
Not an impeachment.
And those are different hearings to me, but
remember
obviously
that
very important to the American people.
An impeachment inquiry is critical, though, for us to have the tools necessary to seek the truth.
No. One would think that you would have a crime, something untoward you've actually found, and then that you believe is attached to someone else, and the inquiry is necessary to tie that actual crime, the undue influence part of it. The problem is they don't have that. Everybody was for Shokin getting the fucking boot, no matter what Megyn Kelly tries to say. So the idea that, like, we have a God-sworn obligation to our voters to go on a fishing expedition against Joe Biden as revenge for the Mueller report and the impeachments against Trump, where he was indeed found guilty after there had already been a whistleblower came forward and said, here's the crime. Even the whistleblowers that have come forward that they've had already don't actually have any evidence of a crime, of any influence peddling. They simply have that Hunter Biden worked for Burisma, something we've known for a long time. They also have pictures of him smoking in the bathtub. That's it.
That's the key here.
That's the key here. No, the key is in your ass, frankly. There is no key. There's a keyhole, but it is completely keyless. If you count into the Trump administration, this is 5 fucking years that since they've had supposedly the Hunter Biden laptop. 5 fucking years. Early 2019 is when allegedly the laptop came into the possession of Rudy Giuliani. And they have all of it. It's all up on the internet. You can read through all of it on the Marco Polo site. Everything is available. It's no mystery. There aren't like uncracked parts of it. There's not hidden aspects of it. Nothing. Now, the second hard drive that Rudy is jumping around, the Marco Polo site doesn't make a distinction between stuff he added, stuff that was on there allegedly when he first got it, and I don't believe it. I mean, he bought it when he was in Ukraine from the Russians anyways, and it's immaterial, whatever the fucking story is. But it's been 5 fucking years. They've had it since 2019, and this motherfucker wants to start impeachment inquiries on maybes because Hunter Biden worked for a foreign company that everybody knew he worked for and was paid by that company more than they thought he deserved. That's it. That's the smoking gun. That's the whole fucking thing. Good Lord. And again, compare that to Donald Trump engaged in a conspiracy willfully, loudly, and stupidly with Waltine Nada and 3 other people that we know of that worked at Mar-a-Lago to hide the removal of classified documents that he knew were classified and he had not declassified from boxes that they were hidden in when they left the White House, that he was retaining for God knows what, either for sale or for fucking yapping points, who God knows, but either way, it's illegal. And he lied to his own attorney that he wasn't touching the boxes when he was, and he admits to it on tape, and he brags about it all the fucking time. These were my documents. I could do whatever the fuck I want with them. No, you can't. And even on tape, he knows they're not declassified. He said it. He admits that's him on the tape. Game, set, fucking match. It's not even in the same category. We're not maybeing at this point. Donald Trump has admitted his guilt to the people who are writing Mark Meadows' fucking autobiography. That's it. Meanwhile, this dickhead is like, we need to shut down the government because on maybes. What about the presidential pardons for $2 million each? I agree. That's, even in another big fucking case. Good Lord.
And I don't dispute that. I don't dispute that because I would like to know what was going on with.
Yeah, I would like to know what was going on too. And the fact that Greta, you're so close to it. The fact that this fucker is on your show and he's spearheading this with James Comer and Jim Jordan. These guys are as close to it as you possibly can. They eat and sleep this. They're about to shut down the fucking government over this shit. And he's your guest. And you've been talking to him for 6 minutes already. And you don't know what's going on. That doesn't set off alarm bells. That doesn't concern you in any way. Because I guarantee, asshat, that everybody in my chat room, when I talk about that particular tape from the Mark Meadows interview where he's showing that stuff and he admitted to it, they all know what the fuck I'm talking about. They all know why it's illegal, and they all know why it undermines his defense. The idea that he could magically declassify stuff. Wipes it away. And Trump has admitted that's him on tape. Right? There's no confusion, right? Everybody, chat room, can someone check me on this? Am I losing my mind? Am I going out of my mind? Right? You guys get it. I know what's going on. My whole fucking chat knows what's going on. We know exactly what happened. All of us know that the fucking phone call that he's getting busted for and the conspiracy around it was after Trump had run out of legal options and had run out of recounts and had been handed his ass in both cases. And he tried to work around it, which is illegal. I don't care what the fuck he believes because he's deluded or drunk or lying about what he thinks. That doesn't matter. He broke the fucking law specifically and wantonly with a total disregard for the fucking system. He'd run out of legal options and he'd try to work around. That's illegal. Do you understand that part? He's on tape doing it. That didn't take me 5 fucking years. I don't have a copy of his fucking Don Jr.'s hard drive with a bunch of emails on it. There's 2 recordings. It's him. He admits it's him. Fucking hell.
With Hunter Biden and all this stuff because I, like you, have been following it. Anyway, Congressman Chip.
Like you, I've been following it. He's not following it. He's leading it to nowhere. He's dragging this fucking mule out into a dry desert to die. If you follow Chip Roy politically, you are in for a world of hurt. He is a flim-flam man, just like MTG, just like Matt Gaetz. They're blazingly full of shit. They have no idea where they're going. There is nothing down this hole, and they are leading you astray because they have nothing else to offer. Do you think this motherfucker has budgetary ideas other than none of that? It's like, are you a farmer? I know I don't like weeds. Well, which one are weeds? Is that the weed or is that the weed? I don't know. They all kind of look alike when they're small. Exactly, fuckwad. That's why it pays. That's what makes you a farmer. You know the difference between the corn and the weed because when they're sprouts, they look very similar. But when they get bigger, that's when you know which one you can eat and which one will give you a rash. Jesus Christ. I'm so aggravated by fucking...
Roy, thank you, sir.
Oh, God. Thank you for wasting our time, Roy. This is the current... Oh, did Chud run off? She got tired of waiting, or did she go... Chud, did you go behind the green screen again? No, she walked out. Okay, I didn't see her walk out. I was too busy. She was sick of hearing my shit. My cat walked out on me. It's so sad. Anyways, I adore you guys. Whew. Long day. Lots. Man, Shevitz. It's a good show. I felt good. All fucking 7 hours of it. It seems like it was all ran together. I had an hour off today, where I was basically setting up graphics for the later one. But I had a great time with you guys, and I appreciate you being here. And thank you for the support. Thanks for all the love and the super chats and the stuff, and especially, just hanging in there. It's been a long show. Share the show. Let people know about it. I appreciate it. And Boston Brian, thanks for coming on, man. It was a great time. And I look forward to having you on the radio show soon. I'm setting up your own screen. You're gonna like it. I've been building graphics And I like the idea. I'm very excited about the idea. I just think it's going to be good. It's good stuff. So anyways, much love, and I will see you guys later. I got to stop talking or I'm not going to. I have to sing Aerosmith next week for the jam. I'm doing Back in the Saddle, which should be the easiest one. Walk the Line, Draw the Line. I was thinking walking the dog is a different. Draw the Line. Walk This Way, and what was the other one? Fine. I'm doing Fine. Fine. I was like, we got to get them to do a newer song from them, and so we're doing Fine. Fine. I love that song. So, anyways, that's a lot of lyrics though. Do Walk the Line of Steven Tyler. Walk the Line. I walk the line. I have to get cotton for my lips. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm doing those 4. I'm very excited. Yeah, Back in the Saddle, the Chip Roy version. Never been in the saddle. Yeah. Yes, Boston Brian. Yes, get some rest. You're gonna need it. You're gonna have your own little media empire and your minions or whatever. Your Boston Brian baked beans or whatever they call themselves at some point. They're gonna get a cute nickname. I think the baked beans work for me. Sorry, it's just so wrong. Anyways, I gotta go. I've been talking all day, and I'm gonna fucking not be able to talk. And say the problem is, most of all is the kidney. That's what I think. Don't forget to like the stream on your way out. Okay, see you later. Bye.
Thanks, brother.